Eclipse Award-winning rider as the filly to beat in a loaded victory ride. Could Goodall build off her big performance in the Jersey Girl and add a third stakes win to her resume? The winningest rider in Saratoga history might have something to say about that. John Velasquez reunited with Tommy Joe for her 3-year-old debut. The former Grade 1 spin-away winner comes off the bench undefeated, sprinting after disappointing in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies. All that and more ahead on a terrific Friday afternoon. From Saratoga Springs, New York, we're just 10 minutes to post in the openers. The prelude to the weekend comes up on this Friday afternoon. Welcome to this terrific card. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to be with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage here in horse racing heaven in the foothills of the Adirondacks. We also have on this 10-race program today a near $70,000 carryover in the pick. 6 extra reasons to play with you. That begins in race 5. With me, we got a 4-person crew on the desk. We're going to talk about this loaded victory ride. What a good race this is. Maybe early on, at least on paper, the race of the meet to this point here. Grade 3 for 3-year-old fillies at 6.5 furlongs. We mentioned Goodall in the open. Comes off a huge performance in the Jersey Girl for Steve Asmussen. That's the one Pratt will ride and gets that outside post, which may help her chances as well. With me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, former champion jockey Richard Migliori, Megan Burgess. Good to have everyone on the set. Goodall, what do you expect? Does that last performance make her the winner again?
I think it makes her the horse to beat, but there's an abundance of talent in this race, and
yep.
I'm not saying she may be good enough to win this race off her last race, but this is a wide open race full of a lot of good fillies.
I thought it was a very deep field. There's several different ways to go. I do think Goodall's aided by the post, though, because she has natural speed, but she's not kind of forced into anything.
Right, and as far as her Jersey Girl performance, that is Goodall. She was incredibly impressive. I think it's even more so impressive when a horse can take the pressure that she did and manage to put away that field. We'll see if she can do so consistently, as Steve Asmussen had no excuses for her dismal performance in that Grade 2 8 bells 2 back.
And I guess, Andy, part of the thing with her, and you brought it up when we were on Talking Horses together, can she put together back-to-back performances?
That's what she's got to prove. She's got to add consistency to her resume. She's got 2 terrific races and 3 subpar races. Battling between horses the way she did is one of the tougher things for horses to do. And as Richie pointed out, and I agree, getting the outside post only makes her job easier. The other argument is, though, it wasn't as strong a field last time, and you got a bigger price last time than you're going to get today. So maybe she's not great value today.
Outside post, 3-1 morning line favorite. Meanwhile, Tommy Joe Mig, as a 2-year-old, was running fast enough races that makes her a major contender in here. She won the Grade 1 spin away in the second start of her career. Obviously stretching out, things didn't go her way in the Breeders' Cup, and some issues coming in on the work tab as well.
Well, I do think she's getting back to doing what she wants to do, and that's run around one turn or sprint. But it's been reported in her workouts, she's kind of doing it backwards. She's wanting to do too much early and not as much late. And when Todd Pletcher's style of training is to go off in 25 and finish in 24, she's going off and shading 24 and coming home slower.
We'll see how she does off the bench here. Obviously, looked like one of the stars of our sport in the first 2 starts of her career, and those came here at Saratoga. But ended the year on a sour note, and this will be off the bench here in her first start back as a 3-year-old. Part of a terrific Friday afternoon in that Pick 6 carryover that begins in race 5. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. We are fast and firm. Also coverage from Monmouth races 1 through 6. They are fast and firm at the Jersey Shore. We're on until 4 o'clock on FS2, Fox 1 app and YouTube from 4 to 6, and then FS1 coverage, as you see, from 6 to 6:30 this evening. We're going to kick things off at 1 1/8 maiden special weight, and a huge scratch here, Andy, to start things off.
Yeah, no question about it. Hadrian's Wall would have been odds on here. Now you look at a board that's fairly even.
So it becomes, very wide open race with Hadrian's Wall coming out. We just heard the call to post. Here's our post parade. We'll start with Asked and Answered for Antonio Arriaga,
who is now your lukewarm favorite. I think he's a horse that kind of form got dirtied up with those turf races, but his dirt route last time going the mile was very good.
Pauliak, the other Chad Brown runner that remains in the race,
would be favored off the race 2 back, maybe a little against the track last time at Monmouth, but needs to bounce back.
Bill Mott Barn, Junior Alvarado. Here's Commerce.
Yeah, 2 decent efforts, and Bill Mott's horses tend to get better with racing. This horse could take a step forward.
A lone start sprinting was a huge price. Now the stretch out for Presidential Power.
Yeah, I wouldn't go near this horse at 2-1, even though I picked her. I was hoping she could be speed here and be about 5-1. 2-1, I'd book her before I bet her.
And Sorrentino to round out the field, the other Todd Pletcher with John Velasquez.
Does add blinkers, but those blinkers are going to have to add some ability here because you just didn't see a tremendous amount from this horse in the first 2 starts.
Early pick 5 right off the bat. Race 5's the pick 6 carryover. So many options today, and then all summer long you can play with us, of course, right there at Naira Bets, the official betting app of Saratoga. Use that code SPA200 to get that offer, that $200 deposit match new customer bonus. And enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Good luck to everybody playing. We're just 5 minutes away from the opener to kick off this Friday afternoon here at Saratoga. Let's check in for the first time on our FS2 coverage. There she is with Maggie Wolfendahl.
Hey, Greg, as I agree with you guys, it's a short field, but you can make a case for pretty much everybody in here. As we'll take a look at a horse that I've only seen in his first start, and that is number 3, Pouillac, the one of Chad Brown's that stays in. By the way, one of my favorite wines, but maybe that's why I'm a little partial to him. Last time at Monmouth, I didn't think he had a particularly great trip that day, in which I know it wasn't a good race, and he was soundly beaten as a prohibitive favorite. So if you want to hold that against him, I get it, because he was chasing on the rail early, then he was steadied back, approaching the second turn while in between horses. And I just felt like maybe it was a ride that Luis Rivera maybe would like back, and Manny Franco will climb back aboard, where 2 back at a mile at Aqueduct. He did run competitively well, though again, the beaten favorite, but did finish in front of Copius, who was pretty impressive in winning the same race that some of these come out of. I just like the progression of this horse physically. He has gotten so much stronger since that debut back in February at Aqueduct. I like the 9 furlongs for him. He's a very laid-back sort that has gotten a very nice warm-up from Manny Franco, just to kind of light the fire a little bit underneath of him, but just his physicality, his disposition, it lends itself well to this distance, and his progression from what I've seen and from the DRF Clocker reports hinting at him sitting on a big performance. Moving on to the 2 for Todd Pletcher, who number 5 Presidential Power and Sorrentino come in here after working together back on July 26th. You can watch it on First TV. They did go the half mile in 48 and 2. And from my eye, I thought that Sorrentino was the one going a bit better. In the end, it was traveling better through the line, galloped out better. But I will say this about Presidential Power. As he stretches out from 6.5 to this 9 furlongs, he definitely looks as though he wants it. He is bigger, longer bodied, has that kind of tubular frame. And overall, if I didn't have that work kind of in the back of my mind, and just picking horses in the paddock, I would take Presidential Power over Sorrentino. He is bigger, he is stronger, he's just better turned out than his stablemate, but as we see Jose kind of doing that, let's giddy up. And whenever Jose does that, he wants a horse to be on the lead. So as Andy hinted at, this guy should be the early pace setter, one would hope, with the stretch out. Sorrentino, though, does add blinkers. And like I said, I did like that workout coming in here. He's a very long, lanky type of horse where Johnny has opted to keep him with the pony and keep him quiet during this warm-up. So he's definitely built for this 9 furlongs. But then again, last time, he did not run particularly well coming in off a bit of a freshening. He was kind of hustled for early speed. He was on the inside, which is where you wanted to be on June 5th. And then he was overtaken in the backside, and he completely threw in the towel. So maybe, Greg, the blinkers will change his outlook on racing.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We will see what happens for the other Todd Pletcher runner here. He has the 2 outside, and probably the most surprising thing on the board has to be the 5.
Yes, I agree. I picked the 5 thinking I'd get a better price. Right now there's 4-5 to 2 shots in here. Still 4-5 2 shots. I think he's an underlay. I got to make a pick. He's my pick, and I'll stay with him, but not that price for me betting.
Is this a racing oddity to see 4 out of a 5-horse field be 5-2?
Yes.
But, and Megan, obviously, Hadrian's Wall coming out, I think, threw everybody for a loop in this race, because that was the standout in this field. The biggest scratch, obviously, on today's entire card.
It was a pretty significant scratch, Greg, but as far as the speed's concerned, it didn't exactly overtly mess that up, you could say. As far as the way this plays out, I do agree as far as the number 3 Poyak and the number 6 Sorrentino being closer to the front end. It's nice to see, as Maggie commented, getting the warm-up of the 5 Presidential Power. Hopefully he'll need to lend himself to be a little bit more forwardly placed than he was as he does stretch out in distance. But Todd Pletcher, 4 Presidential Power, second timers on dirt, sprint to route here at Saratoga the past 4 years. He's 33%, 4 for 12.
Pick 5 pool over $630,000. This one's still favored. Second time starter for Todd Pletcher was 18-1 sprinting in the debut. Meanwhile, Meg asked and answered probably the best race of anybody last time out. That was at a mile, Belmont and Aqueduct.
Yeah, I mean, this horse sprinted for maiden claiming, was claimed by Antonio Arriaga, who I think does a really good job. His horses always look good, and he's a guy that, doesn't have a lot of horses, so he gets to focus in on his horses more. And if you go to his 1 mile race on dirt, that race puts him squarely in the frame here.
Well, he's in against Bill Mott, Todd Pletcher, and Chad Brown. If trainers didn't make any difference, and this horse had only 1 race showing, it was his last race, he'd probably be the 8-5 favorite or less.
Yep.
He is a horse to beat off his last race.
Yep, absolutely.
Pick 5 pool approaching $670,000 on this Friday afternoon here in Saratoga Springs. 5-horse field to open things up on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. We send it upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Thank you, Greg. We're waiting on the Pin Oak Silks of Commerce to come forward. Presidential Power goes in. And Sorrentino will be the last one to load. Sorrentino right up to the gate. 2-1 now for Commerce. Sorrentino goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Presidential Power is the quickest out of the gate. Commerce has speed and Sorrentino on the outside. Poyak is second to last, and the gray Asked and Answered is at the back of this quintet. It's a very, very compact group with Presidential Power just in front through the opening quarter mile. In front by half a length, Commerce hugs the rail in second. It's 2 more back to Sorrentino, who races on the outside of Poyak. They went 23-4 as they swing on to the backstretch. Asked and Answered is at the back of the field. The leader is Commerce. Commerce in front now by a neck with Presidential Power pressing on the outside second. Poyak at the rail, third just in front of Sorrentino. Asked and Answered at the back as Commerce tries to sneak clear going to the half-mile pole. It's Commerce now opening up a length and a half under Junior Alvarado. In second, Presidential Power, and down at the rail, Poyak asked for a bit more along the inside. He's only 3 lengths off the lead as Presidential Power comes back after Commerce. The half went in 47 2/5 seconds as they round the far turn, less than 3 furlongs to run. Commerce and Presidential Power. Commerce maintaining the lead, traveling well. Presidential Power trying to get by second, 3 back to Poyak in third, and down at the rail, Asked and Answered, top of the lane, and Commerce spurts away now. It's Commerce in front by 3 lengths. Presidential Power shifting about to lose second to Poyak on the outside. They're coming to the 16th pole, and Commerce is dominating. Presidential Power is going to hold that second spot. Poyak will be third. Commerce, confidently handled throughout, wins by 3.5 emphatic lengths. Presidential Power and Poyak.
Commerce, third time the charm. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, and Pin Oak Stud team up to take this opener.
I think it's an interesting example, Richie, of the value of post position. Because Jose Ortiz was sending the 5, who actually was a little faster than Commerce early, but because of the inside position, Junior was able to hold that position and then get the victory.
Well, it's so important, too, when you're inside of a rival to be able to hold that position, not give them the run of the racetrack, and then you're cast in the position of playing their game. Junior Alvarado and Bill Mott have become quite the combination over the last few years.
Absolutely, and this horse was able, as you mentioned, to be a little bit more tactical. Disappointment from Presidential Power, who kind of started getting to some antics in the stretch. Sorrentino a no-show as the Todd Pletcher drought continues.
But Bill Mott, people have been declaring Bill Mott's career over as well. I think he was 2 for his last 50-ish.
No.
So I guess, Bill, good news. Your career's not over just yet.
4-5, 3-2, and maybe 2, just the horse that wanted the mile and an eighth the most of anyone.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, and Bill's horses do get better with racing. This is the 3rd start. Maybe he's just hitting his optimum fitness level. And oh, by the way, I think he caught the right group.
Yeah, I think also getting the front and being able, and it was an honest pace. I'm not suggesting he was loafing along. They went 47-48 to the half, so it's not as though it was a slow pace, but maybe that made it easier for him to get more comfortable. And I'm not saying the 5 would have beaten him, but I always find these mile and eighth races interesting to how post position can affect things the way the races are run early.
So Junior Alvarado, Hall of Famer Bill Mott on the board to kick things off. This horse actually wound up as the favorite.
They were right. They knew.
Things changed late.
They knew.
All right, so formful beginning, serve held to begin on this Friday afternoon here.
Is that Junior's first win at the meet?
Yes, it
I
is.
printed these PPs about a month ago, but
Yeah,
it
no,
is, right?
this is his first win of the meet.
Probably
and
not his last.
I would assume
I
not. Acid Answered was disappointing, though, huh?
Yeah,
he really
he
had no
never
run.
got at the race at all. He was bad. Yeah, he really did not run at all. So they asked, and he answered.
And he answered.
So Commerce to kick things off. We'll have prices when we come back from a short timeout. Underway on this Friday afternoon. Mott, Alvarado, familiar duo here at the Spa to open things up. We'll have the pick 4 next.
Can wait no more. 3/4, 111-3. Lion Lake attack and fits right. Angles out for the drive behind them. Kind of a stubborn Lion Lake. And
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Back with you on our Friday coverage here on Saratoga Live. It's brought to you where you can play it all at Naira Bet. Spit any track, anywhere, anytime, including Saratoga. Commerce takes the opener as the favorite. Bill Mott Jr., Alvarado. And Pin Oak stud. Megan, 2-1 to start us off.
In a race that we didn't see really much of any ground made, pretty moderate pace, but winner much the best here for Bill Mott. A horse that has actually a little bit of turf pedigree there. Gets it done, 9 furlongs on the dirt.
Is there a big win for this duo potentially coming on Whitney Day?
You know, I really, aside from the fact that it's shaping up to be obviously a tremendous race, you always want a fast track. You want to, especially with big days, you know, big crowds, want people to have a good time. But I want to see him get his chance on a dry track. You know, I want to see, because at this point, to be fair, I think he's run like a 107-ish buyer in both of his starts this year, and people are ready to sort of stick a pin in him.
And we're talking about the reigning horse of the year, Sovereignty, by the way.
I think maybe he was a little overrated by some people last year, but he's still a very good horse. We've got to see a fast track race. We've got to see if he's got that race in him, right?
Well, I think the fast track would certainly be welcome, and it's his third start off the layup. And if you think about the Oaklawn handicap, he didn't get to run his race.
He went to the front.
Right, he went to the front, which is something he had never done before. So he had to change his style a bit there. I think he's going to get pace. He's going to get to run his race in the Whitney.
Standing by with the trainer of Sovereignty. Let's go to Maggie.
That's right, Greg, and so pleased to be here with Bill Mott. And Bill, Commerce, he was aggressively handled by Junior from the start, and it really paid off, asserting himself early.
Right, he made the right decision. It looked like, when we're leaving the paddock, I said it looked as though we had a whole field of stalkers, so somebody was going to wind up on the lead.
And I have to ask you about this, because we saw you do something that you don't normally do, at least as of late, and that's claim a horse yesterday. You won a 9-way shake for Red State in the 7th race.
Right, it was fun. I had an owner that wanted to, get a couple horses, and he's a great guy, and I agreed to do it. And but we had a lot of fun with it. Especially we won a 9-way shake. The guys in there were howling when my name came out. So it was pretty fun, a lot of fun.
That's fabulous. I appreciate seeing you in there, I'm sure. But we also have to talk about the big horse, Sovereignty. You said at the wet track at Churchill for the Stephen Foster, really maybe not to his liking, but we're still on track to see him in the Whitney?
Yeah, I can't figure anything out other than the condition of the racetrack. I mean, I'm no complaint about the racetrack. They had a lot of rain and they had it in good shape, but it was a little slippery, I think. With that being said, he won the Kentucky Derby on a very sloppy track there, which on that track they would have been going to the bottom, and on this track, the other day they were staying on top, and I don't know. The only thing I can think of, maybe he wasn't really comfortable on it, but that's the first really, what I say, poor race for him. He's always run very well, and he's always finished up good, but not on that day. But he looks good. I mean, he's training great. His wheels are good, and appetite's good. So hopefully we can make a comeback in the Whitney.
Exactly, on a track that we know he loves.
Right. Yeah.
Well, Bill, best of luck coming up in a few weeks, but congrats here with Commerce. Nice way to start the day.
Okay, thank you.
All right, the Hall of Famer Bill Mott gearing up with Sovereignty, but takes today's first as well, Greg.
Yes, he does. We don't see this man putting in claims for many horses. Wins a 9-way shake, as you just heard, to get Red State the other day here. But Commerce kicking things off for him.
Yeah, I noticed that Bill claimed the horse a little late. I was going to text him and say, I see you're a claiming trainer now, but I think you'll have a little fun. And, the other question for Bill is, he's got 2 of the best horses, older horses in the country. He's also got Baeza. And if he can figure out a way, and it hasn't been easy to get Baeza to get out of the gate on time, he might have won last time. He certainly would have been close to magnitude.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, and that's back-to-back races where he really compromised himself.
Breeders' Cup,
well,
too.
If you go back to the Breeders' Cup, I mean, this year coming back. Yeah.
That's a problem, but he's good.
You could argue, I think he'd be the best horse in the race if he would have.
No, I agree.
I mean, the right break.
Sometimes, no matter how good a trainer you are, it's hard to fix these horses, these bad habits.
Maiden special weight, mile inner turf, 2-year-old fillies. It is brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home to #1 sires into mischief, Omaha Beach, Vacoma, and Yaupon, leaders of their sire classes in 2025. And you got to start here with Mary's Gonna Run. Jamie Rodriguez for Graham Motion, and a big pedigree here for the stretch out, Megan.
Absolutely. The dam was Millionaire Mean Mary, who was also trained by Graham. This is her first foal. The second dam actually won the Grade 1 Ashland when that was still on the synthetic. Just as big of a huge female pedigree as you can get, and had a very admirable performance on debut. She is squarely the horse to beat in here.
And a little bit compromised in that probably distance she doesn't want Mig sprinting in that debut.
Well,
Got
her
bumped
mother,
a bit.
Mean Mary, excelled at marathon distances. She was multiple grade 2 winner. I think she won the New York twice, grade 1 place. So, you know, this filly has a pedigree that says as they go further, she should be even happier.
Gun runner as well.
Yep.
2-1 favorite right now. We'll get back to this race, much more coming up when we return from a short timeout. Pick 4 begins in this one, and we'll talk to you about a potentially future star coming up with Maggie Wolfedale's 2-year-old report, a debuting Flightline 2-year-old that we will see early on Saturday. Stay tuned for that when we return on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Jenna, tell us a little bit about Aerial Affair, daughter of Flightline, but on the bottom side, she's actually a half-sister to multiple graded stakes winning sprinter on the grade 1 test, Bella Sophia. So, you know, talk a little bit about buying her as a yearling with that pedigree in mind, and are we tempering expectations or are we expecting big things?
We're going to let her lead the way.
Yeah.
You know me, I'm a big one on let me stay out of their way as much as I can and not mess up things, but obviously trying to find some balance and, you know, a Flightline kind of horse carrying all that distance, obviously looking to put a little bit of speed into those 2-turn type of horses. And so when we went shopping and looking, that's what, you know, Brian, when he's putting all that work together and all of our pedigree work, and when Katie and I are really digging at physicals and working as a team and building these pictures of horses, that was a huge focus for us.
What has Aerial Affair been like around in the barn?
She's a really cool customer, really good-minded. Just, again, she's one that you can kind of forget about sometimes because she's just like checks all the boxes for you and is such a sweetheart. It's nice that she's one you can love on and play with, and you know, is a love where she's not that real racy, sharp filly.
It seems as though her last 3 workouts, including one from the gate, have been quite quick. Has that kind of been the plan, or is she just turned the corner within the last month?
I think, you know, we've done a couple little shifts in how we're bringing 2-year-olds forward and showing them a little more speed before they're running, and so there has been a little bit more of a design in that, but they're also carrying a little bit more naturally, and that's a little bit who she is as well.
That race coming up Saturday, 1:08 Eastern Time, race 2 on the card, the 7 Aerial Affair. First-time starter by Flightline for Jenna Antonucci, and Edgar Zayas will ride back-to-back Bullet Works, the last out of the gate.
Yeah, I mean, I would be more interested in reading what the workout reports have to say about them, and I know the horse has a 58 and change work showing, though.
Meanwhile, here's the one to beat in race 2, the one with that big pedigree we talked about. Mean Mary, her mom of Mary's Gonna Run the 7. excelled multiple graded stakes winner going long as we get set to kick off this pick 4. And she had a compromised trip in that stretch. She got bumped quite a few times in the stretch.
Yeah, I don't. She also saved a lot of ground. I thought she ran fine. The point with her, though, is she's a gun runner. You know, from her damn Mean Mary wanted to go long. She's supposed to want more distance. I think the fact that Graham Motion is running her this early in her career means he thinks she's pretty precocious, and he wants to get her going early and maybe get her qualified like everybody does for those Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf races.
Well, watching this replay really kind of underscores the fact that she's going to appreciate the mile. Yes, she did have contact at the top of the stretch, but the way she strode out late when she really found her best stride, mile's going to really be beneficial, Megan.
Absolutely, Meg. Watching her kind of reach into her action and her stride late really gives you that indication. And you can say, you know, the winner Ghost Me wired that field. So she was trying to chase off of her a little bit, perhaps, as you mentioned, Greg, a bit compromised. She'll definitely move forward, though. The inside runner Pros and Cons had a nice effort back in May as well.
Meanwhile, there's Bittersweet Memory debuting for Kelsey Danner. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at her. She's one of several who do not have experience here in this 2-year-old maiden special weight, Greg. And we already saw Kelsey Danner pull off a upset with a first-time starter in the turf sprint for this meet. But Bittersweet Memory is a daughter of the Factor, and I do like the Factors on the turf. And although he does only hit at 13% and 9% with his 2-year-old first-time starters, there isn't much pedigree on the bottom side either, but the Twirling Candy influence, the Dam Sire, is a good influence as well. And I just, you know, I kind of pick up my head with Kelsey because she's been able to slide some horses in, especially on the turf, with success. And watching this filly here in the paddock, she's classy acting, but she's sharp. She has an aggressive disposition, that very clear eye, those ears that are big and very focused. And hopefully she behaves herself. She looks like a horse that doesn't take any, you know, CRAP from anybody either. But watching her workouts too, she working on the turf 2 back, she was in front of a pair of Mel Giddings horses and really just kind of annihilated them. She cruised in front of them, the rider never even asking, and she's really physically put together as a filly that should excel in these types of conditions. The mile here on the turf that she encounters first time out is well within her wheelhouse. So I think she is an intriguing first-time starter. Is number 3, Fire Angel. The same can be said. Now, this is a homebred for 3 diamonds, but you look at that Fasig-Tipton digital sale, 4,000. I think they just did that to make this filly eligible for those restricted maiden special weights. But I think it's obviously a positive that she shows up here in a regular maiden special weight and thinking that they have high expectations for this George Weaver trainee as Fire at Will. Obviously, he was good on the turf. He's only had 1 foal to run so far, so we'll see how he progresses through this first crop. The Dam, she was 5 for 17 on the turf. There have been 3 foals to run with only 1 winner, but if you go back a generation, the Dam is half to multiple graded stakes winning turf sprinter Imprimis. But looking at this gal, she looks a lot like her sire, Fire at Will, who Kirk Wyckoff and his family campaigned as well. Kind of bigger, but very athletic looking. She's a little bit of a high-strung individual. That's why you see that titanium hood on her. As I talk about, the liquid titanium kind of interacts with the horse's chemistry and obviously it just has this calming effect on them overall. She'll probably need to start physically, but I can foresee her running well here as she is one that has worked very nicely. She was on the inside of an unraced horse, and she really wasn't asked for anything, but was going way better than that unraced mate throughout. And I always think it's promising when a horse is doing that on the inside during a workout, Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. Meanwhile, dual Hall of Famer Mark Casse in the salmon polo, and he's sending out pros and cons. There's not many cons with this barn, are there?
No, he obviously has a very strong barn, to say the least, and quite a loaded barn. He seems to win at every beachhead he's at. And this one is a justify, should improve with distance. Her first race was a bit on the slow side, to be honest. Don't love that race, but the experience, I think, counts for a lot.
It's got the 1 and 2 in here, but yeah, pros and cons, very effective first time out as we go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at her here in the paddock, Greg. As pros and cons, she ran like a horse that wanted to go longer than that 5 furlongs that she got first time out. And the horse that beat her was doing it on the lead, and it already started before. So I thought a promising debut from this daughter of Justified. Now, there's actually more dirt in the pedigree on the bottom. The dam is full to Caledonia Road. So looking at her here in the paddock, that's definitely what she represents, is distance. She's very long and lean, very professional. You know, you like to see horses act like this in their second start, taking it in stride and not getting nervous or, you know, over the top by racing. She is very focused and has been throughout the proceedings here in the paddock. As we'll also check in with a first-time starter. Towards the middle of the field is Inside Edge, number 5, a daughter of Corniche. You know, there have been none in this juvenile crop to try the turf so far, but his dam, Wasted Tears, was a multiple graded stakes winner on the turf. So there is some pedigree on the top with this one. Now, watching her workouts, she really looked like a filly that has this big, long, loping stride. So sometimes Kenny does do this. He'll start horses on the turf because that's the only way you can get distance. But really, while looking at her foot, she has a very angular pastern, very flat foot. I just love the way she's put together. She's a bigger filly that looks incredibly fit in here. She's very classy acting too. In fact, she was stopping and posing for pictures with her owners. She's done everything right so far here in the paddock, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We're going to take a timeout. We'll have the post parade for you when we come back. Race 2, mile on the inner turf for 2-year-old fillies in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day next.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucero.
Good to have you with us here on Friday from Saratoga. Here's our post parade for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. One of 2 for Mark Cassie, pros and cons.
Yeah, this is one taking the most money in here. The second choice off a 5-furlong race should improve stretching out.
Stablemate with Flavia Pratt, Golden Siren.
Not a ton of immediate pedigree has been the workmate of pros and cons in the morning.
George Weaver ended yesterday's card with a 27-1 upset debuter.
Yeah, this one a homebred for Three Diamonds Farm. Not going to knock any horse that George Weaver trains.
Bittersweet Memory for Kelsey Danner.
Good energy on the gallops out of her breezes on the turf for Kelsey Danner.
Debuter for Ken McPeak, the 5 Inside Edge.
8-1 on a horse that I've heard multiple stories about today.
Christopher Elliott will be aboard. So Angelina debuted sprinting on dirt for Antonio Arriaga.
Didn't offer much in the works in the morning before doing some outrun last time out. Needs a huge step forward.
And the favorite, Mary's Gonna Run. Out of Mean Mary, multiple graded stakes winner going long.
Pedigree said that she should improve with distance. I always worry about second-time starting 2-year-old fillies that run really well in their debuts. They don't always necessarily improve right away, but the pedigree says the distance should be the answer.
2 minutes to post, get a $15 bonus when you bet at least $75 each on Saratoga and Monmouth Park. You've got to opt in to take advantage of that at Naira Bets, and you get that bonus whether you win or lose. That is a winning opt-in. So 2 minutes away from race 2, and what will we get here on the stretch out from Mary's Gonna Run? Graham Motion, Jamie Rodriguez here in start number 2, and getting what you would think she would want with more ground. She was beat by basically a gate-to-wire winner for George Weaver, first-time starter, who was favored in that debut, Mig.
And despite that contact that she did have at the top of the stretch, she really kind of refound her stride after about 70 yards and was leveling off nicely, and you got to like that she was brave in between horses as well.
Graham Motion did not used to have good numbers, terrible numbers going back some years, stretching out 2-year-olds in their second start in the turf. His numbers have gotten a lot better in that department, and logically, you should think they should be good.
So even money favoritism now, shortest price she has been on the board as we go back to Maggie.
Well, her dam of Mary's Got a Gun, Mean Mary, was named after the woman, Mary, who, after I did not give a so glowing report on Mary's Gonna Run, first time out, I thought she was gonna attack me because this filly, I promise you, did everything wrong in the preliminaries. She was very vocal in the paddock. She didn't look 100% fit. She wouldn't link up with the pony. She almost dropped Jamie Rodriguez in the warm-up. Today, however, she is doing much better with all of that. She looks a lot more tucked up and fit. And honestly, she ran so well. She maybe shoulda, coulda won that day. And I definitely like a mile for her. As the pedigree would suggest, she is the bigger type. I wrote in my notes first time out that she'd want to go longer. So the fact that she showed so much promise in that debut is why you're seeing the 6-5. And I like the fact that she's taken that experience at Aqueduct and seemingly has learned from it and gotten that much more fitness out of it, because definitely the mechanics, the stride, the talent is there with Mary's Gonna Run. So I think she is a strong favorite in here. But Greg, I did go to a first-time starter in Bittersweet Memory. She just looks like a race filly, and I don't know if she wins, if she beats the two that bookend this field with experience, but I think she'll run well here.
All right, see what happens here. Intriguing 2-year-old filly turf mile in our Spencer Farm race of the day here coming up. There's Bittersweet Memory, just left our screen. Fans enjoying a beautiful Friday afternoon.
Big crowd today.
Not to enjoy things here.
Big crowd today.
Yeah,
really nice crowd here. I'm always surprised when there are good crowds in July.
Spectacular
Saratoga
day,
will
too.
always be the August place to be. It's always going to be the big crowds in August for the most part.
Who do you think potentially could be the surprise in this race, Mig?
Well, like Andy, I heard some things about the 5 Inside Edge. So Angelina, the longest price in the field, had a sibling, Catalonia, ran first time out in the dirt, got a 19 buyer figure. Came back and won with a 74 buyer figure on the turf.
Yeah.
Could that happen again?
Picking up Joel Rosario. I agree. I had that horse in the mix somewhere as the bomb in this race. I think that horse a little interesting at a price, the same reasons, Rich.
Loading up. Race 2 starts this pick 4. Mary's Gonna Run. Out of multiple graded stakes winning Mean Mary. Outside post getting more ground, which you would think she would love for start number 2 for trainer Graham Motion. Let's send it upstairs on our Fox Sports 2 coverage as the 4 rears up Dylan Davis has to hop off and
That horse-
abandon ship
That horse will be scratched.
on Bittersweet Memory. Wow. And the perils of loading into the gate, Mig.
Yeah, and she did that pretty quickly. And Maggie talked about the attitude she has. She's not one that wants to, kind of get pushed around. And she just said right there, no, I'll do this at my own time. She reared up, lost her balance, and once they touch the ground, they're an automatic scratch.
Yep. So it's a Bittersweet Memory. But luckily, everybody's okay.
So, yeah, no harm, no foul. And Dylan Davis back to the jockey's room, and we'll wait to see Bittersweet Memory another afternoon. Track announcer Frank Miramati making that announcement right now, but an automatic scratch when that happens.
Yep.
Yeah, and she actually kind of halfway caught herself and fell as softly as a 1,000-pound animal can fall, but it was more just her hindquarters. But in New York, it's an automatic scratch. They're always going to err on the side of caution.
Outside in with post position numbers?
Yes, the 5, 6, 7 will all move in. Listen, it's all the most important thing is the safety, and it's not fair to the players as well. Obviously, the horse, you don't know. I mean, she could have been nothing, but you never really know. And if nothing else, they've got to be awfully shaken up by an event like that, right?
Oh, absolutely. A horse is a flight animal, and they're at their most prone when they're or most vulnerable, I should say, when they're on the ground. So when they flip over like that, they almost like startle themselves.
And a man, Mig, who's had a bit of a tough go lately, Dylan Davis, had so much momentum here last summer and then an injury.
Well, that's part and parcel of a jockey's life, but I think he's found his form again. He's riding well. And the key to when one goes up that high, Megan, is you got to make a decision as the pilot. When do I part company? Because you don't want to ride that ship all the way to the ground.
Absolutely not. I was able to see Dylan exiting after his fall in the Wild Applause last week, and it's pretty remarkable, someone that has gone through what he's gone through. And I bounced up. I said, Dylan, how are you? Is everything okay? And he said, I'm fine. We're good. It's just their attitude towards it. You have to kind of put everything behind you once you bounce back, and obviously Mig can attest to that more than anybody.
You were injured in your career? I don't remember that.
Life is risk and reward, and you've got to balance that out. For me, the reward was always greater than the risk.
No one had more of their fair share than spills than the Mig here. As we get set to now 4 to 5. Mary's going to run. Late scratch of the 4. And here we go again. Back upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
2 more after Inside Edge gets in, which she just did. Here's So Angelina. And the big favorite, Mary's going to run to complete the lineup. She awaits her turn. Guided up. Mary's going to run looking around a little bit. Goes in. And they're off. Mary's going to run, flies out of the gate, and goes straight to the lead. Fire Angel and Inside Edge have some early interest, and So Angelina comes away in 4th. And then the Marcassi pair of Pros and Cons and the gray Golden Siren is just outside of her. So 3 across the course, now 2 as they round the clubhouse turn. It's Fire Angel, Mary's gonna run. Another 3 lengths back, Inside Edge has settled down along the inside in 3rd, and some very strange activities here as Fire Angel is drifting wide and pulled up. So that's what happened there. And now the 2 who are at the back of the pack, there's Golden Siren. Golden Siren on the outside went from last to battle for 1st with Inside Edge. So Angelina is 2 lengths back in 3rd, and Mary's gonna run is now 4th. Pros and Cons at the back. The half went in 47 and 3. As the race continues, Golden Siren on the outside. Inside Edge asks for a bit more in 2nd. Mary's gonna run is racing 2 behind now and coming after the top pair very nicely in 3rd. And there's Mary's Gotta Run coming after Golden Siren as they come to the top of the stretch. They're head and head. Pros and Cons is on the scene for the drive. 112 and 2. They're at the top of the stretch. Mary's gonna run on the outside. Golden Siren, a tough customer. Golden Siren leads it by a neck. Now it's a half, now 3/4. Has to hold off Pros and Cons. Mary's gonna run, comes up empty. Pros and Cons storms to the front late and will absolutely crush this cast. Pros and Cons wins by 3.5. Golden Siren 2nd. Mary's gonna run, finish 3rd.
Pros and Cons, Marcassi, 2nd-time starter, stretching out with Meet leading rider Jose Ortiz.
This was a very, very strangely run race with the leader bolting, taking the 7-horse, the favorite, out in the backstretch, who re-engaged. And boy, I got to tell you, talk about a perfect setup. Pros and cons got it. A lot more pros than cons.
She really did. I mean, the race just complexion changed so much when the horses bore out into the backstretch. It took Mary's Gonna Run very wide, but Pros and Cons was able to kind of sit back, watch all this chaos ensue, and then make the last run.
And Golden Siren was actually able to, when those horses changed positions and you saw the leader bolt, Golden Siren was able to kind of inherit that more forward position, which also helped her and able to get over to the inside as well. And Pros and Cons obviously got the right setup, but she also had the experience edge on a horse that, and Golden Siren, who had been showing promise in the morning, but got the job done. Here, second time out for DJ Stable. Jose Ortiz, the team of Nitrogen, we will see, of course, tackle against the boys in the Whitney.
And there's dual Hall of Famer Mark Casse. He runs 1-2 here with Pros and Cons. Golden Siren, the first-time starter. And for the man who was aboard, we have our first rider, Mig, in double-digit victories here at the meet.
Yeah, Jose Ortiz is just, I mean, he's been riding in such amazing form all year, and he's winning all the right races as well.
Now, everybody's got keeping an eye on Sunday when IRAD comes back to town.
That's a 10 spot's a big one to spot someone.
For sure.
But we expect to see a lot from Arad, of course, when he gets going. Let's take a look at this issue here around that turn.
Yeah, I have no way of knowing what happened to Pan, and it did definitely interfere with Mary, but it's not even that also. Carrying her out this wide in the turn right, bolting, taking her out of the race. They're also moving up front for these 2-year-olds, and this race just completely fell apart in the late stages.
It did, but it certainly affected Mary's Gonna Run a great deal, because she got packed out, to the middle of the track by a filly that was trying to bear out. And Manny Franco's a strong rider, so if Fire Angel was able to kind of lock on the bit and get away from him, she was doing it hard.
Maggie spoke to the aggressive nature of Mary's Gonna Run, and that, I think, was also key.
Being told the bridle broke on the 3, so Manny's mount, the 3 Fire Angel, who carried out the favorite Mary's Gonna Run, the issue there.
Even Manny's not strong enough to overcome that.
No, I mean, your reins and your bit, your bridle, are your brakes and your steering. He lost both in one fell swoop when the bridle breaks.
So George Weaver's got a DQ, and he's got a bridle breaking. And he's having a great meet.
on top of it.
Yeah, 27-1 shot,
a lot of ups
debuting
and downs.
runner to close out the card yesterday, but some bad luck there, no question, and certainly bad luck for the favorite as well, who, despite that, being carried so wide around that turn, does run on for third. But Pros and Cons, little assist here, and Mark Casse, Jose Ortiz, and DJ Stable say thank you very much at 2-1 here to win with this second-time starter on our Saratoga Live coverage.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
Saturday on Saratoga Live, the winning pace of summer racing continues from the Spa. And join Michelle Yu on track live from Horseshoe, Indianapolis for the Indiana Derby. Saratoga Live kicks off 12:30 Eastern on FS2.
Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at NYRA.com/Saratoga.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
Every racehorse has a beginning. For Bond Racing Stable, it all begins right here. At Song Hill Thoroughbreds, generations of horsemanship come together to breed, foal, raise, break, and train the thoroughbred athlete. From first steps on the farm to mornings on the racetrack to the winner's circle, every horse is cared for like family. Want to be part of Bond Racing? This is where it all starts. Visit Bond Racing Stable today.
Back on Saratoga Live, you can head over to America's Best Racing and see what's new this week, including why New York Knicks fans should go to Saratoga this summer. Patrick Reed points out the rich history of both the NBA champs and Saratoga Springs track. Cheat sheet for the Indiana Derby. And Little Horses Big Dreams Pony Racing aims to inspire the next generation of riders. For all this and more, visit americasbestracing.net today.
I think they get a lot of Celtic fans here. We get a lot of Sixer fans. I'm a Nets fan. I like it up here.
Okay.
You know, I think all fans of sports teams should come to Saratoga.
I agree.
I don't want to just limit it to Knicks fans.
But Knicks fans as well?
They're allowed.
We got to let them have their moment.
I don't want to differentiate. They've had their moment. I don't want to differentiate. I think that all fans should be up here. Yankee fans, and I don't like the Yankees, they should come. Red Sox fans.
They waited
New York Ranger
Mets fans, Rangers
they waited
fans.
50 plus years for this championship.
So therefore, they should be coming to Saratoga more than others.
They're going to enjoy it another 50 years, I think.
It's fine. I got a great picture of my friend Phil of Clyde on the subway. It's an awesome gift.
Pros and cons takes race 2 with a little help on the 3 and that equipment issue around the turn, carrying out the favorite Mary's Gonna Run, but win number 10 at this meet make for Jose Ortiz.
And he just doesn't miss a beat. He's been riding, obviously, when you win the races, he's been winning. His confidence level is through the roof, and he took his time. He angled out in the stretch, and I think this underscores the fact that having a race under your belt as a 2-year-old stretching to the mile distance has to be an advantage.
She certainly improved off her debut.
Yeah.
Mark Casse 1-2 here in the second. He's with Maggie.
Oh, that was a nice result for you, Mark, running a 1-2, but pros and cons, just that professionalism. She avoided all the trouble around the first turn, and she came with a nice finish.
Yeah, there was a lot going on in that race between the horse flipping and then, but she's a horse that's going to get better. Even Jose said when he asked her to go, she was like, "What, really?" And then finally she did. But she could be all right. She could have a bright future.
And how about your gray filly? She ran very well for her first start, kind of being closer to the pace and hanging in there.
She did, and you know, she's a filly, and I had told Flavia, and I said she's not real fast. So, and she's not hard yet. That race will get her a little more farther along. So it was a good effort.
Good effort for sure. I caught up with Bill Mott after the first race to ask about sovereignty. I guess I need to ask you about your possible Whitney start in the filly Nitrogen.
Well, that's still the plan. So she's doing great, but the race looks like it's getting tougher and tougher. So we'll see.
All right. Well, we appreciate your sportsmanship. No matter where she runs, she's an awesome filly. But congrats here.
Thank you.
All right, always looking to the future and pros and cons. She definitely delivered here in that first start. And when it comes to the 3, Greg, yeah, she's wearing a ring bit, and the snaffle part of the ring bit, that snapped. So Manny still had the ring part of the ring bit, but you can't ride a young horse with just that.
Maggie, thank you. Snapped snaffle. Back to Mark Casse's comments, though. Race, the Whitney looks like it's getting tougher and tougher. I would argue it's looking tougher and tougher because of his announcement of his reigning champion 3-year-old filly Nitrogen announcing she's going to go to the race.
Mark has never been a guy who's shy about taking a shot, and that's one of the things we love about him.
And one of the reasons why he's in 2 Hall of Fames for horse racing, because he's not afraid to take chances and take on challenges.
Well, when you see horses like Nisos potentially heading to the Whitney, you've got Sovereignty, Magnitude, those kind of horses potentially headed that way as well. It's going to be a dogfight. Nitrogen ran a 1:15 by her speed figure in her grade 1 efforts in the Ogden Phipps, but she's a tactical type, and she's going to get the speed, and she always finds the trip. She's going to have to repeat that or get better with these boys, and that's going to be a difficult task.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We got race 3. When we come back, we got the opener from Monmouth, just 2 minutes away from the Jersey Shore. Mile and a 16th on the turf. The rail's out 36 feet in their opener. We'll get you out there when we come back.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets. Good to have you with us on our Friday coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. As we take you for the first time today to the Jersey Shore, Monmouth Park, their opening race. Coming up, mile and 16th on the turf, $25,000 maiden claiming group, trying to get that first win, everyone in this field. And the 1, the 2, the 6, Andy, taking most of the support.
Well, they are the 3 that have not totally disgraced themselves. They're dropping. The 1 is dropping, maiden special weight to maiden claimer for the first time. I don't know, Meg. You are in charge of the Monmouth department. I believe you should be speaking, not me.
I don't know about that. I like Lucky Louisa quite a bit. Just looking at her, I like her at taking to the turf, as I saw her back on June the 13th, and she is one that is going to have the speed. I think she's going to be the quickest from there, and a lot of times at Monmouth, when you're able to just get in front, that's the key, and I think she's going to be able to wire this field.
She should be loose.
And that horse is bred and owned by Dash Goff. That's the same family that owned No Double, the best
Arkansas bred
Arkansas bred maybe in history.
So this is
we
a
did a
little
feature
challenge
on
for the Dershmitts?
No, the Dershmitts live down the road from me. Come on.
Meanwhile, though, it's too many mics to one. Biggest dropper in the field, but only beat 1 runner last time out. Matt Dinnerman with the call. Opener from Monmouth Park.
And to the outside post, Easter Millie to round out the field. Easter Millie, Chantal Sutherland outside, go again. We're ready to go in the opener. We're off and running at Monmouth Park. Easter Millie drifted out badly at the start, and Chantal Sutherland lost one of the irons there. Easter Millie well out into the course as they come on to the course proper here. Lucky Louisa, she's on the lead early on. The gang's all here right behind, sitting in second. Midnight Buster out on a strong hold, taken back to third early, while Keen, Too Many Mikes is next. Mind-boggling the gray horse, and then comes Easter Millie. Chantal has lost both irons there and is deep on the course. Easter Miller going into the turn. La Pluma at the back of the pack as they go into that first turn. Lucky Louisa has cleared off up top, leads by 2 1/4. The gang's all here, happy to track now is second. Midnight Buster out, more relaxed 3 wide. Too Many Mikes joins the aforementioned pair. Gap of 2. Mind-boggling Easter Millie, they're side by side, 4 clear of La Pluma, with 5 furlongs to go. Lucky Louisa is still the target to catch, slows the tempo down, and now picks it up right as I say that. Now, Lucky Louisa with the ears pricked, opens up to the gang's all here back in second once again. Too Many Mikes making an early move inside of horses going into the turn, and Mind-boggling is following that one in the 4th position with the ears pricked. She's going okay. Going into the 4th turn is Mind-boggling, getting closer into the 3rd position. She goes. The gang's all here, plummets back. Then Midnight Buster out has lost position. La Pluma second to last, needs to pick it up. Easter Millie, not her day today, and is not being persevered with. Coming to the top of the stretch, Lucky Louisa opens up now to a 2.5 length lead and sails for home. Too Many Mikes underseeds second. Outside Mind-boggling into the 2nd position. She goes. They come down the lane. Lucky Louisa clear by 2.5. Still now it's 3. She's opened up, trying to give him the slip. And it looks like she has at this point. There's a 16th to go, and it's Lucky Louisa and Jorge Vargas Jr. It's maiden diploma time for Lucky Louisa, who takes him gate to wire. Second home was Mind-boggling. I think she got the bob over Too Many Mikes, and La Pluma was 4th.
Battle here was for second. Lucky Louisa with the win here. Second time on the turf. Nice call, Megan.
Sometimes you just need to get out in front of these kind of cheaper horses. I know this was a race that was technically, I believe it was a maiden
25.
Maiden 25, and that's exactly what she did. She was much the best, and as Andy mentioned off camera, I'm surprised she wasn't favored either.
We were watching the horse that lost the irons, and Richie and I were reminiscing about a famous race here many years ago when Angel Cordero lost the irons on Our Tomboy. And he still had the lead past the 8th ball at 1 mile and 8. I think finished 3rd.
Rode like he had stirrups. Didn't even hesitate and rode him all the way to the wire.
That guy was unbelievable.
Race 3, a mandatory pay pick 5 starts here. New York bred allowance optional claiming race at 6.5 furlongs. And there is the 2 in the background. Be the Donald, who is the one to beat the 7-5 favorite. This was back on April 16th. 2 starts back in a win for Horacio de Paz.
Yeah, and he got a absolutely perfect trip and just was able to grind out the victory late. Did have legit trouble early last time. Thought he got a good trip thereafter, but he still finished second to certainly the best New York bred sprinter in the country.
Swish has a lot of ability. He's not the greatest actor in the starting gate, and he's always shuffling his feet. I went back and watched all his replays, and that's why he has a tendency to either break a touch slow or not cleanly to the left or right because he's not fully balanced, but he causes his own trouble.
Greg, I agree with your comments from the handicapping show this morning as far as it being deceiving with that inside gold rail last time out. He wasn't as close to the rail as you might think when you're just watching the pan. He was a little bit further off of it. And as Mig alluded to, some of his problems getting out of the gate where he was chasing down Skull Coast Folly, I think he does do better in this spot. He's going to have to break and go forward, though, from that post. We'll see how he continues to improve, but I love him in here.
Did seem like he got to the rail on the turn, though. He may have been a backstretch off the rail, but
he kind of angled out as he was running down. He was a little bit wider down the lane.
Issues, too, just getting out of the gate and gives himself a lot of ground to make up. As we go to Maggie.
Yeah, Be the Donald, he definitely doesn't act up, per se, at least not today here in the paddock. That would make you think he's a nervous type in the gate, but Mig's right. He does often cause his own problems at the start. However, he and I think his main rival in here, number 5, Kenny B, look sensational in the paddock. But I want to check in with some long shots. And the horse that possibly may be the speed of the speed is number 3, Runaway Joke in here for Chad Summers. We'll see what the inside runner, New York Scrappy, does. Returning to the dirt after a win on the turf. But Runaway Joke, he was well beaten as the favorite. But there are some fast races in this horse's form. And while most of them are at Finger Lakes, he has shown that he can take his show on the road, going back to 2024 with a nice win on the front end in that A. Other than, as Chad Summers takes over the training with this guy, he's a little bit more subdued than what I've seen from him in the past, as he does come off of a considerable layoff too. So thinking that he is a fast horse, I would like to see him a little sharper and engaged here in the paddock, but nonetheless, comes back in here looking fit enough. He is a horse that does tend to carry a good amount of weight and conditioning, but being that I know him from previous efforts, I think he does look pretty fit in here, and we'll see how far he can take them, as he definitely didn't like that muddy sealed surface that he encountered back in November at Finger Lakes, and that was the first time he'd ever been on a sealed track. All of his other wet track races were good affairs. Moving on to another long shot, number 6, Share the Loot, as he would have to dig down and find a race, I think, better than he's ever shown us. But sometimes that happens when you come back as a gelding. I did ask Mel Giddings, is this really his first time gelding? Because sometimes other jurisdictions, they don't get it as effectively as we do here at NYRA. We take a lot of care in making sure we report the correct information. This guy is a new gelding, though. And Mel jokingly said to me, are you asking because you know he's one of my favorite horses? So it pained her a little bit to cut him, but he does come out of a race in which Free Dance was the 1-5 favorite and has been on a roll for Chris Engelhart up at Finger Lakes. But Share the Loot's just one of those horses that he walked in and he immediately caught my eye here in the paddock. So maybe gelding him will have proven to be the best move in here, as he's one that, you know, he's a bigger horse, and I find that these bigger horses, they don't need to carry that much conditioning. It's just so much better for them to lighten them up a little bit. He looks fantastic in the flesh, though, Greg.
7:01 on this outside runner. Thank you, Maggie. Antonio Arriaga with one who maybe is a Saratoga specialist, ran the best figure of his career at this racetrack.
Yeah, you know, I think the thing, for me, I'm always looking for horses that I believe are better than their form may suggest. And I think if you look at Trust Fund, you look at him carefully, last time out he was wide in a super competitive 13-horse field, almost 50-1, that was dominated by inside runners. Time before that, he caught a sloppy sealed track. I think both his third race back, when he finished behind horses like Incentive Pay and Bold Strength and Pair of Socks or in raging form, and his race 4 back where he won with an 82 buyer, all of those races are good enough to compete here. I think you can make viable excuses for his last 2 races, and for a horse that's going to be in the 8-1 range, I think there's enough reason to bet on him.
Riders up, post parade coming up as we take a look at Kenny B, who I thought would be the standout second choice. And right now, 4-1 on the board as we look back to his win 2 starts ago.
Why is he 4-1 and the 2 is 6-5? Kenny B's race 2 back makes him very tough to beat here. He is unreliable. It's good.
But the good Kenny B is certainly going to be very competitive here, and I like him because he's drawn outside the other perceived speeds. So I think he's best when he can control, but I think he also gets okay trip stalking.
He also is more forward than the 2. He's less compromised by potential dynamics.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, Megan faced last time a horse that just ran off the screen, hit the post, 98 buyer speed figure in that win.
Kenny B shouldn't be, or should be, I do find, is one of the horses to beat in this race. But I know Maggie alluded to Runaway Joke, the number 3. I'm incredibly interested in him fresh, especially getting the time, being able to be, I think he will be the controlling speed. He's going to be sent. And he's one that just, according to the DRF Clocker reports, he's been working incredibly sharp, significant gallops out at 6-1. I think he's incredibly interesting, though. Chad Summers, first off the trainer switch past 5 years, this has an 85-cent $2 ROI. He's 5 for 39, so we'll see if he can pick it up. But I think he's also probably a little bit too big of a price.
Champagne, that's waiting on ice for us when we're off at 4 and the next crew takes over.
Talk for yourself, I'm drinking already.
Biggest surprise on the board now, 7-2, floats up to 9-2, but New York Scrappy was taking some early money.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, honestly, he got a very fortunate trip to win the turf last time. His dirt races aren't fast enough to win here, and he's the inside speed along with the 3 Runaway Joke.
Even money, be the Donald.
He comes out of the Mike Lee where he chased the superior foe in Skoko's Folly, but all of his races have been good. Starting gate's his Achilles heel.
Here's the other speed, Chad Summers in the 5-year-old debut, Runaway Joke.
See how it plays out early. That's going to have a lot to do how it plays out late.
On the hill, very consistent runner with Edgard Zayas aboard.
Yeah, was eased back in November, came back with an effort, has to improve, but should improve with that race under his belt.
Big number on the 4. Here's Kenny B, aforementioned for David Duggan.
Yeah, he's the same price as the 1. I don't know how you can rationally explain that.
Share the Loot is the biggest number on the board.
It comes back as a gelding, and he trains right here in Saratoga since they opened for training in May.
And Trust Fund to round things out at 8-1 on the outside.
I made my case for Trust Fund. I think he's an interesting horse and an alternative in a race where the 2 is, in my opinion, massively overbet. Is he the horse to beat? Perhaps. But I don't think he's an even money shot in this field. I think we all agree this race is much more competitive than that.
2 minutes to post. It starts a mandatory pay pick 5. You can play that. The pick 6 carryover coming up in race 5. And with us all summer long right there at Naira Bets, official betting app of Saratoga. Get that $200 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in that code at sign up, SPA200, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Over 300 tracks around the world. As we take a look at the favorite here, Be the Donald. He has the fastest races of anyone in this field, but we mentioned he does not get out great early on, Megan.
He's just... I am not in love with this horse in this race. I get it. He ran well in that Mike Lee trying to chase up against Skull Coast Folly, who was the beneficiary of being able, not only probably the best horse, but also riding in a gold rail. But when you look at his race that he did win 2 back, he Stick Up Without a Gun was the lone speed. This horse was all in rounding it off the turn. He was a bit one pace. It took him a moment to switch his leads. And honestly, to me, it felt like Wama was the horse that was better that day, and a relentless ride by Manny Franco. He's going to have to be able to show a little bit more for me, especially against these types. He's a 3-year-old in against some of these veterans that I just find that he's going to be a little bit up against it and probably needs to take a significant step forward, at least to me, from his last couple of races.
Terrific crowd on hand for this second Friday of our Saratoga meeting. Let's go back to Maggie.
As they should be, Greg. It's a glorious day out here. The sun coming back out, but temperatures on the cooler side, so that's a good thing. As we'll take a look here at your favorite, and that is number 2, Be the Donald. And I caught up with his trainer Horacio De Paz, and I said, how do you get this horse to break better? And he point blank turned around and said to me, geld him. And I get it, because he is a horse that, as Meg pointed out, acts up in the gate. And Horacio even said, Manny has come back and said, even though he's winning, he's still running spotty, i.e. he's running with the emergency brake on. He's not running fluidly through a race. He's busy looking at other horses. He becomes disinterested. So a lot of times when you geld a horse, that's what happens. However, the numbers, the races, the performances, the final result with this horse has proven that he wants to be a racehorse, and so therefore he gets to remain a colt. But we'll see. Can he continue to learn? Can he continue to progress as that proverbial racehorse? Number 1, that is New York Scrappy, who seems to be in pretty good form right now. He pulled off the upset at 10-1 on the turf last time out. Flavien Prat will get aboard here, and you know, he's a horse that has kind of slipped down through the ranks and pulled himself back up by his bootstraps for the Cantor Massies. He just looks as though he's doing incredibly well, moving really well out there on the racetrack. Sometimes not something you necessarily see with him. His weight and his conditioning is back on. I thought he got a bit light over the tail end of the winter into the spring. So I kind of get taking a horse that might be in form, that projects to get that speed if the 3 doesn't go, or at least stalking from that rail, and maybe the first one to pounce, Greg.
Post time coming up, and here's potentially, we know that the 3's quick, obviously. This one might be the quick of the quick, though, Mig.
Well, I think there's more urgency, right, from the rail with New York Scrappy, and a lot of times it comes down to rider intention. I mean, I think Tyler Gaffleone is normally fairly aggressive, and Runaway Joke has one way to go. If he's going to be successful, he needs to make the lead. But from the rail, Flavien Prat is not bashful about being aggressive as well.
No, I agree. I think they're going to go. Meg, where'd you go here?
I went to the 3. Runaway Joke, as Mig alluded to, he needs to get to the front end and needs to show some of that form that he did when he was on that win streak and managed to take that form to Aqueduct. That was in 2024. Let's see if he can do so again, as he stumbled the last time he met Trust Fund here at Saratoga in August last year. We'll see if he can get the right kind of trip this time around.
4-5 now on Be the Donald, odds on.
I'm stunned by the price on the number 5 horse. I have no problem that Be the Donald can win this race. This is a crazy. I just don't understand why this horse is such an overwhelming favorite. I don't get it.
And I would argue, and I don't love him by any stretch as a win candidate, but 14-1 on the 4?
I agree with that. That's
I
too big of a price.
How about
on the
9-1 on the 7? I mean, to me, the 4 there's 2 underlays in my opinion here. The 2 at 4-5 and the 1 at 9-2. Both of them have a chance, though I don't quite get the 1, but I don't get it.
Frank Miramati with the call. It's Be the Donald, the 2, the odds-on favorite here to start a mandatory pay pick 5.
Trust Fund will be the last one to load. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off, and Trust Fund flies out of the gate. Kenny B has some early speed too. These two head and head through the opening quarter mile, and New York Scrappy kicks through along the inside and is faster than both. Be the Donald is 4th, hugging the rail, taking that 3rd spot, 3 lengths off the leaders. Runaway Joke is next with 5 to make up. Share the Loot second to last, and On the Hill is at the back of the field as they come toward the half-mile pole. It's New York Scrappy, uncontested, 2.5 length lead. Kenny B second, Be the Donald. The quarter went in 22 2/5 seconds as they round the far turn. That group followed by Trust Fund. Runaway Joke is in 5th, has 6 lengths to make up. Another 2 back to On the Hill, and Share the Loot is at the back of the field. They're coming to the quarter pole. New York Scrappy has been there every step of the way, but Kenny B applies serious pressure. The half went in 45 3. These two arriving at the 8th pole together. Kenny B and New York Scrappy, nothing between these two. On the inside, Be the Donald is in 3rd. On the Hill, picking up some pieces late, 16th pole. Kenny B, New York Scrappy, resilient along the fence, and a late run from On the Hill. New York Scrappy under Flavia and Pratt. They just couldn't get by. Kenny B was 2nd. On the Hill, a promising 3rd, then Be the Donald.
New York Scrappy with the victory here. Ilkai Cantermachi Barn and Pratt.
Hard to predict that they would go an incredibly slow first quarter. 22.5 is crawling at 6.5 furlongs here, but when the 3 didn't seem to get out of the gate, he got loose in the lead, and he was game coming back on the 5. Kenny B, who looked home.
Certainly lived up to his name, Megan. New York Scrappy. I mean, he's a horse that seems to relish a battle, and he battled back. No excuses at all for Kenny B, who's had an absolutely perfect trip. Runaway Joe just didn't show up with the speed.
When you look at New York Scrappy, I mean, 2 back, that his race was incredibly competitive here, and then he tried the turf last time out and won. So New York Scrappy had the races to get there, as did the 5, Kenny B, who was too big of a price, but at the same time, it looked like he had every intention to be able to run past the winner, and he just wasn't able to.
Ilkai Cantermachi had to survive an inquiry the other day to get a win. Picks up 1 here on the front end.
He's having a really good meet, too, isn't he? I mean, that's his 3rd win already at the meet, or his 4th, actually.
Looks like if we're watching the head-on of the start, hopefully we'll be able to see that soon. Looks like there was a little bit of trouble, I believe, for the 2 and the 3 coming out of the gate.
Yeah, maybe we can take a look at that. Obviously, you know, the 2 is a horse that's problematic out of the gate. The price on the 2 was just ludicrous in here. Which I wouldn't have bet this horse at 9-2, and I think the 5 should have been a shorter price than the 1. The 1 did get it done, but it's very hard to predict that this race would be run the way it was, because I agree with everybody here that at the very least, the 3 was going to be a pace factor. It's hard to see a horse that has been a pace factor every single time he's run, essentially, was nowhere near a very, very slow first quarter.
And able to hold off the late charge of Kenny B. 9-2 on your winner, with a pickup mount here for Pratt, for Ilkai Cantermachi. And the Silks that gave the Cantermachi brothers their start here on this New York circuit. Zilla Racing Stables. We're going to take a timeout. Prices when we come back.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is a waiting racing room trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Saturday night on America's Day at the Races, join us for special coverage of the 50th edition of the Meadowlands Pace and Samantha Perry live from Prairie Meadows for the Iowa Derby. Saturday night, America's Day at the Races, 8 Eastern on FS1.
This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Saratoga Live coverage. It's brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. New York Scrappy takes the lead under Flavian Pratt, holds off the late charge of Kenny B. Let's go to Maggie.
Living up to his name, New York Scrappy did to earn this victory. And Ilkay, I told you, you're tied for leading trainer going in the middle of this second week with Bill Mott, Mark Cassidy, Chad Brown. Congratulations, my guy.
Thank you so much. I didn't know that until you told me. I don't follow these things, but I'm happy right now. I got to keep going on then.
I know, you got to
work harder. I have to work harder right now to keep this standing.
Well, we know how hard you already work. You got to put blinkers on. But talking about New York Scrappy, you have him in phenomenal form right now. Third win in a row.
Yeah, he's doing so good, you know. And only the thing is like I was worried about his logging out a little bit. So I was a little bit worried about it, but Flavian gave us great ride as usual. He's the best. So and he ran so good. I'm so happy.
Well, Sylvester Gonzalez originally named, but I couldn't be here today. But you and Flavian, I know you guys are more than just, you know, trainer, jockey, you're friends. So to win with him and being one of the best jockeys in the country, it's got to be extra special.
Yeah, of course. He's like brother to me. So we have very good relationship with Flavian. So when Sylvester couldn't make it, I asked Flavian, hey, can you guys ride it? Agent said, yeah, of course. So they rode, and I'm so happy we won together.
Well, keep up the fantastic work, Ilkay. You had a double yesterday, win here today. Best of luck throughout the rest of the meet, but congratulations.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it, yeah.
I mean, if you can't root for these guys, Greg, who are you rooting for?
Well, Ilkay, brother Matt Ken, both, Mig, we say it a lot on this program, they're just incredibly easy to root for.
They really are. I mean, and you love the kind of family dynamic. They work together, even though now they're both separate entities training-wise. And they took over John Kimmel's barn at Belmont. They are now, which was Steve DeMaro's barn. They even have my old boss's office. They've taken over that barn at Belmont.
Drove by there this morning.
At Belmont?
John Kimmel's barn on the road here.
No,
dropping the kids
too.
off at school.
They moved in up there, too, yeah.
You're talking about the barn here?
Yeah, both at Belmont, too.
And I was at, my wife says, whose barn is that? I go, it's John Kimmel's, but he just retired. I don't know who got it. That's prime real estate.
Prime real estate. They like I said, moved into barn 46 at Belmont first, and I had a lot of history in that barn. That's where I was under contract to Steve, then I was first call rider for Kimmel, and they were pretty excited about it too, because that's a really nice office over there.
One of the best spots here to have your horses at Saratoga. Good for them. What a strong start to this meet for Ilkay Cantermachi as we move on to race 4. Mile and a 16th on the turf, allowance optional claiming field. And here we go. A pick 4 starts here as well. Favorable scenario. Chad Brown, Pratt looks for another. Right now the 7-5 favorite, Megan.
A favorable scenario certainly did run well last time out, but I'm interested in the number 6, El Naj, I believe is the correct pronunciation. I think that he had suffered some trouble and still showed run last time out here trying turf for the first time.
He's named after Najee Thompson.
Could be.
El Naj.
Rad Ortiz Jr. lost the irons, Meg, in that race.
Yeah, and didn't shut down. Actually tried to put in a run again late, so he definitely tipped his hand that he handled the turf just fine.
We'll talk more about it when we come back. Big one today for 3-year-old filly sprinting. And Tommy Joe, Grade 1 spin-away winner from last summer, set for her 3-year-old return as she lines up with a Grade 3 victory ride for the duo of Todd Pletcher and Johnny V for Spendthrift Farm. We'll be back.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Goodall.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come off for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the forego.
Complete package.
Part of the charm of this iconic racetrack, the picnic tables in the backyard, coveted property, especially on big race days, Whitney Day, Travers Day. You got to show up early and put your running shoes on to get one of those tables.
So worth the effort, though, to have your table, dig in. There was a crowd of people out here just off our set the other day. They knew how to throw a lunch, a party. I mean, they had the best looking food and they were having the best time.
Going back to Monmouth, race 2 on the main track for the first time today. 6 furlong sprint coming up. And Jersey Breds, $15,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 3 life. I just got to look off camera here on the 6. Wow. 4-5. Looks ready to roll today. Here's a look at the 2. Purple Lulu at 11:01.
Yeah, a horse that's definitely going to need to improve off of some dismal performances both on the turf and the dirt.
Molly's a bullet for Anthony Margada.
I really don't have a lot to say. Is she's going to have to bounce back, and is she dropping for $150,000 tag here? See a lot of those.
Salt and Light went by coming out of a stake. Here's the 4-5 favorite, One Fine Wine.
This horse should certainly be a part of the main pace puzzle if she gets out, but she's not really proven to have some of the stamina. Last time out on turf wasn't bad. I prefer her there.
And speed outside, Starview Twinkle.
Yeah, I mean, she should show some speed here. She's the only horse I would say that may be a little bit competitive with the favorite if she runs a race, perhaps the 3 as well. Though I'm not sure why the 3 is taking so much money here, but I don't really have an opinion here.
The horse I like scratched. Howler, I thought she'd make some noise.
That was a good
Naira
one.
Betts.
That was good.
Now live in New Jersey, so a special welcome to the Garden State. And for new customers, Spa 200, get that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. And enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Welcome aboard New Jersey here as we get set for race 2 and the start of a 50-cent pick 5 here in the second with a 4-5 favorite in the 6. Megan looks pretty formidable.
This is the horse to beat as far as number 6, One Fine Wine. Like I said, I prefer this horse way more on the grass. But obviously, she's going to run on the main track.
Yeah, well,
I like Molly's a bullet a little bit. I know second off the bench, did not do any running last time out. But I like her on the dirt, and I think she's going to hopefully be able to get a good tactical position with the speed, even though Howler did come out, and that was going to make her life a little bit easier.
Yeah, the 6 being 4-5, I realize there's very little to go on in this race, and certainly not going to knock her chances to win. But she's being bet off a turf race. I mean, her last 3 dirt figures are abysmal.
Very much so.
Ridiculous 6-5 shot here. Win or lose.
Yeah, potentially really being misfed here. Much better on the grass.
I mean, the 7 is a better dirt horse, right? The last dirt race the 7 ran last August, a year ago, and was bad. I mean, I realize it's basically a turf field, but even the 4, oh, she scratched, right?
Even the 3.
3's my pick. The 7, though, let's see if Starview Twinkle can give the 6 as far as the pace is concerned. Maybe the 7 is just fastest and does draw well to control. And at Monmouth, I've been there for a couple months. This is my first time covering Monmouth, and it was a little bit of a puzzle for me at first. And then it gets quite easy. In one-turn races at Monmouth Park, you need to be on or near the lead. It looks like the jockey did jump off the number 7, or they're going to try to load her without.
Yeah, it looks like they have a handle on her being a bit of a problem child at the gate, so they take the rider off for safety precautions. And you could see that basically, 3 assistant starters, 4 actually. How'd you like to be the one directly behind her there? No, thank you.
Tough job.
Hard pass, please. These are the most unsung heroes of our sport.
Yeah, and I mean, you could see they knew her, and right away they're like, no, take the rider off. We'll pack her into the gate, but I still don't know how they do it. I mean, I wouldn't want to get in behind a 1,000-pound animal that has steel shoes.
4-5 favorite, the 6 really being bet off turf form, certainly that last race. This race on a different surface, but not nearly as good on dirt. See what happens here, race 2 from Monmouth. Matt Dinnerman, the call.
2 back, Salt and Light, and One Fine Wine. Here's One Fine Wine. Go again. We're ready to go. And we're up. A little bit of a tardy break from Salt and Light. One Fine Wine, no problems for her. She strides to a clear lead here. Starview Twinkle taking second. Molly's a bullet to the inside. Salt and Light passing Purple Lulu, the gray, who drops to the back as they head down the backstretch. The 3-2 post-time favorite. One Fine Wine is carving out the fractions. Cruises on a 2-length lead. Starview Twinkle in chase mode, taking the second spot away from Molly's a bullet. Relaxed to the inside. Space of 3 to Salt and Light. 6 more to Purple Lulu as they charge into the far turn. One Fine Wine doing it nicely, it appears. Still leads. The margin's a length and a half. Molly's a bullet getting a little bit closer in second. Slips inside of Starview Twinkle. 3 lengths more back to Salt and Light. And Purple Lulu, who has yet to pass a runner and doesn't look like she's going to. Hitting the quarter pole, Molly's a bullet finds an opening on the rail and comes punching forward. Molly's a bullet to challenge One Fine Wine at the top of the lane. These two nose and nose as they swing off the corner. One Fine Wine finding more. Molly's a bullet inside has been left behind in second, and One Fine Wine opens up the lead. And with a 16th to go, she extends stride to a 3-length edge, and she's clear. One Fine Wine, nice victory today. Molly's a bullet was second, Starview Twinkle third, tight for fourth between Salt and Light and Purple Lulu.
One fine wine in a battle for about halfway through this race, and then opens up and puts this race away.
Yeah, she allowed Molly Zabullet to come up on her inside and then had a response and kicked away. Pat McBurney's been having a frustrating Monmouth stand. Only one win with 9 seconds. So his horses are running well. He's doing his job, but not getting it done. So this win's got to help lift some of that frustration. His horses have been running well, just they haven't been winning.
Back to Saratoga, race 4, mile and a 16th on the lawn, and the current favorite, that 4 there in the background for Chad Brown, with Pratt looking to go back-to-back. Favorable scenario. Let's go to Maggie.
So please be joined here by Jenna Reynolds, NYRA content host on all of our social media accounts. And Jenna, I'm sure you're a familiar face to those who follow on socials, but those who don't, how can they catch you and your team?
Maggie, I'm so excited as the host of these accounts to announce that we have officially launched. We have Belmont Park 1905 and Saratoga 1863. So the Belmont accounts, they're going to be everything Belmont Park. We already posted the first horses to train on the new track at Belmont Park. And then our Saratoga accounts, that's going to be everything Saratoga, so fashion, fun, food. So urging you all at home to follow those accounts to keep up with everything on and off the track.
You also play into a little pop culture as it's all about soccer this summer. You and your team made an awesome video that included some pretty good soccer skills.
Thank you so much, Maggie. So opening day, my team and I, we posted a video of us kicking a soccer ball around the course, you know, kicking off the summer meet and also just tapping into the excitement of what I'm calling a soccer summer, Maggie. And that post has almost 60,000 views on our Instagram. So tell them to follow us, Maggie.
Follow. You heard it here. Anyway, let's talk about the racing because that's why we're all here. We had some big performances. Phileas Fogg, back-to-back Suburbans with that blowout win, but also a very close one in this year's Kelso.
Maggie, I was there. This one was so exciting. My first dead heat as a team member, so it's officially official. But yes, my team, we posted videos up close, you know, different angles. We posted the finish line photo. So that's what these accounts are about, Maggie. It's content to allow our viewers that weren't here or were here to relive these super exciting moments. So follow again, guys.
Exactly. They're doing excellent work on our NYRA socials. Jenna, thank you so much and look forward to hearing from you and the team throughout the summer.
Thank you so much, Maggie. Thank you for having me. I'll see you next week, update you on everything that is to come.
Well, we look forward to it as we're 7 minutes away from this 4th coming up, and there is the 8-5 favorite. Favorable scenario, Chad Brown, Pratt, Klarovich Stables in there, the George Weaver barn, and our wager AI assisted play here, $4 exacta play, the favorite in this 7 for George Weaver, with the 213 colonies for Phil Antonacci and the 6 El Naj for Brad Cox.
Okay, wager is attempting to find value on the board, trying to do a similar thing to what the CAW's players look at. And it's important to remember, you know, there's so much misinformation about the computer players out there, not surprisingly, most of it's on Twitter, that they have opinions on races. Their opinion is what the relative chances of horses winning, exactas, and trifectas, and looking for anomalies in the board and value. And that's what Wager's trying to do. Wager's trying to find bets they believe will offer value, not necessarily making handicapping selections, but looking for value, because every horse has a chance to win a certain percentage. And the question, the search of value, 8-5 can be an overlay, 8-5 can be value, 30-1 can be an underlay. It's not about price, it's about relative value.
Post parade coming up as they come down Champions Way. Race away from a near $70,000 pick 6 carryover. That'll begin in race 5. First things first, this turf event at a mile and a 16th. And we saw Phil Antonacci on the board yesterday. Mig, he's got 13 colonies, who was working strong with the horse he thought was the more highly regarded of his 2 runners, who wound up not winning that race, but did run well. And we'll see this one coming off the bench.
I'm very interested in 13 colonies. I like him returning as a gelding. I thought that last year some of his races he ran what I term the emergency brake on stops and starts. Sometimes gelding gets their focus and there's more continuity in their run.
Post parade, we'll kick things off with Sardi's Cantermachi barn first off the claim.
Well, they are 0 for 7 off the claim on turf for what it's worth, and Sardi's would probably have to improve to win here.
On the track for
The aforementioned Phil Antonacci 4-year-old, 13 colonies, 4-year-old debut.
The barn doing well right now. The pass is kind of layoff in turf routes at just $1.08, $2 ROI, 6 for 19. So we'll see. But this horse has some form that wins this race if it can come back in the right position.
Seems like an incredibly tough spot for Chips and Fish.
Could be forward. El Janad should be the speed, but this one's not slow early.
8-5 favorite. Favorable scenario.
Got the cleaner of the trips, did steady into the first turn a little bit and lost some position, but can be tactically meant, does come from off of it for Chad Brown.
El Naj, the turf debut, Arad Ortiz Jr. seemed to be going well, lost the irons.
That was an incredibly impressive race, and he even was kind of forced out of position early, so he faced a lot of adversity and he still had some run late.
And beaten favorite each of the last 2 starts, Golden Channel.
Yeah, I don't love the race he's coming out of Monmouth. It's a very, very live barn, so maybe he'll run well and he should be forward in here. Yeah, I think a key of this race really is what El Naj does early. Manny Franco is supposed to be aggressive with this horse. They don't not have the speed signed on you did in the last race he was in. He's supposed to be in front. It's impossible to know what this horse would have done. It looked like he was in good position, could have made a run, lost the irons. Now, for all you know, he never would have made a run. But it certainly looked like he was in a good position to do it. And I think it's interesting that Brad Cox leaves this one on the turf, despite the fact that he was running pretty solid figures on the dirt. So Brad must really want to give this horse another chance in the turf. And I think the right ride would be to try to make the lead. That may depend a little bit on what the number 3 does. Chips and Fish with Ruben Silvera, who can be pretty aggressive.
And Mig, it's pretty easy to pick up here when this issue happens in that second turn.
Oh, yeah, you could see right there the way Irad in the Shadwell blue and white helmet lost his left stirrup and kind of like fell down into the saddle, and he bounced off of the saddle. And you can see here, he spent a good 1/8 of a mile just finding his stirrup again. Then now you see everybody else is driving, and
over.
Irad's like, well, the race is over. I'm just going to like take care of him. But then he actually starts to finish a little bit again. So I really think that kind of tipped his hand, Megan, that he handled the turf just fine in an unfortunate situation.
Especially when you're considering the rails were at 0 that day. Saving ground was going to be of the advantage. Winners were up on the pace. I mean, horses did close, and he was just completely up against it as far as referring to the June the 6th effort. But we can talk about the adversity. We see the adversity. He's going to be incredibly competitive. I do think favorable scenario, though, second off of the bench is in a good position if he can get the right kind of setup.
I do want to say the favorable scenario is on the rail for much of the run of the race. I don't think El Janaj was ever on the rail in that race.
Well, with more on El Naj, let's go back to Maggie.
And that race that both El Naj and Favorable Scenario come out of was the last race on Belmont Stakes Day. If you remember, we had to move up post time for the Belmont because of the rain and the potential lightning that was moving into the area. So we had the rain, it hit. There was a rainbow, blah, 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 painting the scenario for Golden Tempo to celebrate. But then we had that 14th race. And while the courses are listed as firm, and they were kind of, when you get hard, fast rain on courses that are hard, that are fast, that top layer gets very slippery. And as I watched that 14th race, there were so many horses that were struggling, and El Naj was one of them. I thought he went wrong around the turn because if you watch the head-on of that, it's so much more damning and evident that he was not handling that course well, and I think that's why we see Brad Cox wanting to give him another shot here on the turf, because he does look like a turf horse. In fact, he looks very Speightstown. I mean, he carries his sire's physical looks through and through here. So he's definitely worth another shot here. He got pretty sharp when he hit the track, indicating that he should be forward, as you guys mentioned. So definitely worth a shot for El Naj on a turf course that is truly firm and not so slippery. As we'll move on to number 2, 13 Colonies. As Greg pointed out, the work with Ashikada, who was 4th yesterday for Phil Antonacci, who won with the higher price of his duo. They work together 2 back as Phil trains mostly at Lindy Farms there in Connecticut, but does bring these turf horses to work on the Oklahoma turf course. To my eye, I did not think 13 Colonies was going as well as Ashikada, but I do like this horse because late in his 3-year-old season, later, he was running figures that if he improves a little bit, put him right there in the mix with many of his main rivals, as he does return as a gelding, a horse that as a 3-year-old, very stout, very heavy-bodied. So I like the fact that he comes in at gelding. It has lightened him up. He's still awfully sharp, though. He might need a race to shake off that ring rust, as he's been a little bit of a playboy since hitting the racetrack. When I handicapped this race, Greg, I went to him. There's a few negatives that I'm not sure about. He's going to be my pick in here, but this is a competitive field where I think maybe outside of the 3, you can make cases for everyone.
6-5 favorite, Andy, remains favorable scenario. Let's talk about that last start.
He's the horse to beat. I mean, he's consistently run faster figures than horses on turf. And last time out, while he did save some ground in there, the race was dominated towards the front end, and he gave a very good run after some trouble. And while I think El Naj is interesting, potentially the speed, give him another chance, this is the horse to beat.
Yeah, no doubt. Favorable Sierra is the horse to beat, and his last race was very, very good. He did have to steady a bit in the first turn, but I thought otherwise he worked at a very good trip.
But he definitely lost position when that happened.
But he ran really well in a forwardly dominated race. Now, we all think a 6 is a little bit interesting, and he can be the speed, which to me is the most important factor. Maybe that's just me. But I think if you like El Naj, you want to have this horse forward, preferably on the lead, and he has maybe a more favorable running style than number 4, who doesn't have a lot of speed. But the 4's got a pretty explosive kick.
Flavien Prat, back-to-back Eclipse Award-winning rider. There he is, looking to go back-to-back on this Friday card, teaming up with familiar connections. Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables on the favorable scenario. We send it upstairs on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Frank Miramati, the call.
One more. Golden Channel. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off to a very even start. And it's 13 colonies, but Golden Channel is the quickest. And Golden Channel now sprints up on the outside. At the rail, 13 colonies. El Naj comes away in third, and the Blue Silks on the outside, now taking that second spot. They're followed by Chips and Fish, who races in fourth, settling toward the inside, 3 lengths off the lead. The 2 trailers, Favorable Scenario and Sardi's at the back of the pack. They swing on to the backstretch. Golden Channel will be the target. The opening quarter went in 23 3/5 seconds. So Golden Channel left alone on the front end, with El Naj in second, 13 colonies tucked in third, Chips and Fish 4 off the pace in fourth. Then Favorable Scenario and Sardi's. No change in the running order coming to the half-mile pole. And the lead belongs to Golden Channel, the half in 47 seconds flat, 3/4 of a length to El Naj in second, with 13 colonies down on the inside every step of the way in third. He's got 2.5 lengths to make up. Favorable Scenario starts to get into the race, 4 lengths off the lead. Chips and Fish under pressure. Sardi's at the back of the field. Around the far turn, Golden Channel still there. El Naj putting on the pressure now. These 2 arrive at the top of the stretch together. Favorable Scenario on the extreme outside. Less than 3/16 of a mile to go. El Naj has wrested the lead and takes command through 3/4 in 1:10 and 3. Down at the rail, it's Golden Channel in second. El Naj starting to assert himself now, finishing with a flourish. El Naj, big battle for second. El Naj, a convincing W. Favorable Scenario won the photo for second. Sardi's third. Golden Channel finished fourth.
El Naj, Brad Cox, Manny Franco, Shadwell Stable, and his first real chance to start and finish a race on the grass.
Yeah, Manny let the 7 go and was happy stalking that one. It turned out to be the right move. On this turf course, a relatively tepid pace of 47 and change. They're just, I mean, they went 139 and just a shade under 3/5.
Yep.
Just got the comfortable trip and Favorable Scenario. Flavien was trying to get him in the race. It's just not his preferred running style. And the race, as we talked about, was run in a more favorable manner for the winner.
No doubt. El Naj got the trip because he was able to get that forward position, and he ran on. That was a good effort. Favorable Scenario sure looks like a horse to me that would be aided by blinkers. He doesn't run into the bridle steadily, and that's hard for a rider to gauge what he has under him. And 13 colonies, I'll give him another chance next time. He ran like a horse badly in need of a race, Megan.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you regarding Favorable Scenario and kind of just wanting him to put things together a little bit more in a fluid fashion. And El Naj had adversity last time out. That was not the case this time around. An absolutely perfect trip in a race that flowed to his style, getting the first victory not only on the turf, but routing.
Yeah, I mean, turf racing in general often favors horses like a favorable scenario. But when you get a very firm turf horse, and this horse is talented. It's not that he's not untalented. He's pretty good. And listen, you know about racing. In very often trips, dirt racing, the best horse probably wins a much higher percentage than turf racing. I'm not saying that El Naj wasn't best, but his running style was very favorable for the way the race was run. And in dirt racing, yeah, speed is going to have an advantage in the nature of dirt racing, but I think turf racing trips can play a much, much bigger role than they will in dirt racing.
Especially horses' turn of foot, their acceleration kind of balances that out. And then, like you're saying, trips. But favorable scenario doesn't help himself because he doesn't stay in the bit. He'll carry him for about 1/8 of a mile, then he lets go of the bridle. Then he's got to ride him a little bit till he picks up the bridle again. He really screams blinkers to me on the 4 favorable scenario.
You also wonder a little bit if Flavia and Chad Brown realized the horse we've got to beat is going to be forward. We can't allow this horse to be 8 lengths in front of us down the backstretch, or we're never going to catch him, and it always puts him a little behind the 8 ball.
I also think that it's not a product of, to me, his trip in this. I think it's more of what Mick's talking about. I think he was up against the flow a little bit, but I think it's a credit to him needing to put things together a little bit more for his late finish because he's talented, but I think that's the key with him. His trip, it's not as if he had a bad trip.
He didn't have a bad trip, but the nature of the way he is most comfortable running, I agree. He did not have a bad trip. Absolutely agree with you. But the nature of the way he wants to run the most, but that's the thing. When you bet horses that are closers, you're going to be at the mercy of the way the races run, whereas you bet a horse like the 6 who has speed, he's going to make them play his game.
Yeah, he'll create
and
his
that's
trip.
exactly what happened here. It's not surprising. We saw it before the race.
I realized the sun's out. It's been baking this turf course. Sub 140 for a mile and a 16th.
In a first level allowance race? That's running.
Yeah. I'm just happy my man Manny won a race.
6-4-1-7. El Naj, first true try to finish a race on the grass. And he makes the most of it here with a victory for Brad Cox, Shadwell Stable with Manny Franco in the irons.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Every racehorse has a beginning. For Bond Racing Stable, it all begins right here. At Song Hill Thoroughbreds, generations of horsemanship come together to breed, foal, raise, break, and train the thoroughbred athlete. From first steps on the farm, to mornings on the racetrack, to the winner's circle, every horse is cared for like family. Want to be part of Bond Racing? This is where it all starts. Visit Bond Racing Stable today.
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, Kingsbarns was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 two-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his 3rd start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. Kingsbarns, where the line of kings continues.
Battery.
Our Friday coverage, Saratoga Live, brought to you where you can play it all at NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. SPA200, that code to use for sign up. El Naj, Manny Franco, Brad Cox, Shadwell Stable with the victory here in the 4th.
Well, Brad was right to want to give this horse another chance in the turf.
Yeah, I mean, he tipped his hand last time, losing his startups, but then he actually showed some interest late again when the race was basically over for him, and he just worked out the right trip, being forward, favorable scenario, a nice rally from him to be second best again. Sardi's ran well from the rail, huh?
Yeah.
Tyler Gaffleone hitting the board with some big long shots the opening few days.
Indeed. See if he can get going soon. We have a big race coming up next. Near $70,000 pick six carryover. Begins in our very next race, where there's not a lot of races where you can kind of narrow things down and find a single. It's going to begin with a 6.5 furlong sprint. Allowance optional claiming field. Quick look at the board. Wesley Ward, wow. Favorite, which we'll talk more about in a moment.
We talked about this morning in the pregame show. I think, you know, in talking about the pick six sequence, the two horses that are the most heavily favored on the line are in the 8th race, Jackie the Joker, and in the last race, the number 4 horse for Wesley Ward, Ike Lies. Both are 8-5. This is and both of them have their vulnerabilities. This is an interesting but not easy pick six sequence.
Indeed. Much more on it to come in a moment. First, let's go to Maggie.
Thank you, Greg. Here with Manny Franco. Luckily doesn't ride the next race, but Manny, El Najd, he, like many horses in that 14th race on Belmont Stakes Day, were not handling the turf that got some rain on it. He handled it beautifully today. As you were telling me, you worked him on it as well.
Yeah, definitely, Maggie. The other day when he ran, I kind of lost his iron, and the horse got a bad step, or he wasn't handling the turn, the far turn. And I saw that, and the horse get beat by, I don't know, 3 lengths, something like that. So he was still there in the race. And then I worked him the other morning, and I love it, the way he went. So I was happy and confident to get the mount today, and I'm happy to deliver.
Now, Manny, we see you in the winner's circle now. Things didn't go accordingly on the turf, though, in the second race. Fire Angel, what happened? I saw that her ring bit had broke. When you went down the backside, what was that feeling like when the snaffle just broke in half?
No, definitely the worst feeling in the world. Going to the first turn, I got 2 horses outside me, so I let the other rider. I have the bit broken, so they was helping me, the most they could, and happy to nobody got bothered and no accident. Just happy to we pull off her and happy to get it back.
And that's good to know. You guys are fierce competitors out there, but if one of your brothers, one of your fellow riders is in trouble, you help each other out.
Definitely, yeah. It's our lives out there. We don't want to, we try to help each other every time we can, and that's what they did. I'm just thankful for that, and happy, like I say, happy to get back.
Back to the winner's circle, too. Congratulations, Manny. Nice ride.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, El Najd loving the turf today, Greg.
Pick 6 is next. Here's a little Manny being Manny, coming off the last meet title to ever win at Aqueduct as we said goodbye to the Big A.
Well, I really got a big kick out of sitting down and talking with Manny about his career, his successes. And I told him I had no doubt he would have caught me for all-time leading rider at Aqueduct, but he ran at a racetrack.
Timing is everything. Listen, I mean, it's also the whole argument, and no knock on John Velasquez in any stretch of imagination, but his record of most wins in Saratoga. Jerry Bailey was riding 24-day meets. Angel Cordero was riding 24-day meets. Yeah. It's a very different situation, and I'm sure Johnny would be the first one to say it, just like you're saying it here with Manny.
No doubt.
We're taking a timeout. We'll dig into this pick 6 carryover. When we come back, we'll go behind the scenes as well with the Hall of Fame barn of Bill Mott to meet a backstretch hero when we return on our Fox Sports 2 coverage of Saratoga Live.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Goodall Turf Mile.
We're over here at the Bill Mott barn, and I'm so happy to be joined by Will Graves. We have Chief Wallaby behind us as well, enjoying his life in the round pen. But Will, tell me a little bit about how you came to be working here at the Bill Mott barn and what that experience has been like.
I'm actually kind of a third-generation horseman, I'd say. My granddad was a Hall of Fame hunter jumper in Virginia, and he worked for Fasig-Tipton for about 30 years doing the whole sales ring. My dad, he manages a pretty prominent stud farm in Kentucky at Gainesway. So I ended up here after spending a long stint at Gainesway, kind of learning the ropes, learning how to rub, and I actually ran into Bill in OBS sale and begged and pleaded with him for a job and was lucky enough to get one. Really enjoyed it here since. He's a wonderful, wonderful person to learn from and an incredible trainer. So I'm very fortunate to be here.
What's your day-to-day like? Because I know you pick up a lot of different jobs around here.
Yeah. Groom, hot walker, foreman, you name it, I'll do it. Day-to-day changes, but a very typical one is, come here, help with, giving medicine, checking in on temps, just making sure everything is in order. And when we start training, it's mostly about helping the grooms out, getting done, making sure everything looks right and is training well. We spend a lot of time ponying horses to and from the track, and through the afternoons, it's running races and taking care of things here, making sure everybody stays healthy and happy. Coming to the racetrack was one of the best decisions I ever made. I'm not totally sure I want to leave. I'm having a lot of fun. Horses tend to be a little fragile, so when you actually can get one there and they run like they should and they're supposed to and nothing goes wrong and they win and cross that line first, it's truly exhilarating, isn't it?
Takes a team in this game to have success at any level, and an important part of that team you just heard from for Bill Mott's barn. They're going to send out this runner to start off this pick 6 carryover, Tiger 24, coming off a career best effort.
It's often a good sign when we show those features.
Feature angle.
Yeah. And I like Tiger 24. Granted, he's going to have to run the best race he's ever run. You made a very good point about him earlier, Greg, that he might be better sprinting. I agree. I thought he ran well last time, and I'm taking him to upset the field.
Andy's play, here it is. Can scan it to punch it right on in.
Bet him to win, and then I'm going to bet some doubles. I'm going to bet doubles with both the 6 and 7, Jordan's Love, and the 7, Epic Sell-Off in the next race. So $10 double, so a $50 bet. Try to get a little bit of a price here, make some money. I'm a little ahead. I had that exacta. Was that opening day?
I don't remember.
Exacta, an $80 exacta opening day.
All right, so you're playing with house money.
I am for now, but don't worry. It's a long meet.
You had a nice, I think it was the Turf Philly Sprint.
Yeah,
7-8.
So pick 6.
Pool, an additional 211,000 put in and growing here. Of course, it starts in this race coming up.
Let's go quickly through the crew. Who do you lean on here, Meg?
I'm fading as far as some of the horses that are going to get bet in the victory ride. I'm going with Goodall, eliminating Tommy Joe.
Let's start here.
We're starting with this race.
Who would you lean on?
I'm going to lean on as the 4 and the 7 in here.
Meg, any thoughts?
I like the 7.
I would use the 1 and 4 primarily if I only use 2. Obviously, 6 and 7. 6, 7, 8 would be my 3 in the next. Anybody thoughts?
I like the 3.
Meg, any thoughts?
I like the 2 a little bit for Mike Trombetta, second off the bench.
Okay, I'm not really sure how much you guys have looked beyond our show.
Oh.
I would probably be look to use 3, 6, and 8 in the 7th race. Sadie Arp being a logical one. Anybody have any other thoughts there?
I would probably have a little bit of interest in the 6 Quiet Confidence in that 7th race.
Greg feels that Jackie the Joker in the 8th is one of the bigger leans in the sequence, and I won't argue with that. I'd use her. I'd also use Asa Ira, and if on a spread play, I'd use Curlin's Magic the 8th.
I'd probably go light. I like to lean on Jackie the Joker as well on that one. I agree with Greg.
The stake is tough. I mean, if somebody said you're limited to 3, I would use Sneaky Good the 4, the 7 Mythical, and the 10 Goodall. Anybody else?
I don't mind as far as the spread play. I agree with, I know DA, or I call him DA in my brain, David Aragona and Greg have some interest in the number 8 Tesslate at a big price. I would toss her in there.
Inkwise will be leaned on in the last race. I'm going to use the 5.
Not easy at all. Good luck, everyone. We'll talk more about this first leg when we get back. Third, meanwhile, from Monmouth, 9-5 favorite, Royal Merit, Mike Deeney barn. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Post position at number 4. Two back, Magical Cry. And to the outside, Jeremiah 29 to round out the field. A field of 6 here, going 5.5 furlongs to start the late pick 4. We're ready to go. We're off. Magical Cry away a little bit slowly from the gate. From the inside, Hillsborough 8 up on the pace. Here comes Re-Election, the first-time starter. Jeremiah 29 in the mix, 3 wide. Re-Election in the middle grabs a short lead from Hillsborough 8 and Jeremiah 29, 3 wide. Gap of 2. Jersey's the boss of the 4th position. 2.5 clear of Royal Merit. Big space back to Magical Cry at the back as they go towards the far turn. Hillsborough 8 into the turn, a half-length edge now, making a length on Re-Election in chase mode on his tail right behind now. Jeremiah 29, 3rd. Jersey's the boss is mounting a rally, 4 wide. Here he comes on the far outside, trying to circle these horses here. Hillsborough 8, narrow lead coming to the top of the lane. Jersey's the boss, still deep into the 2nd position. Re-Election trying to re-rally on the fence is giving way to 3rd with Jeremiah 29. They come down the lane here. Hillsborough 8, Jersey's the boss on the outside. These two together, Jersey's the boss. Short lead, Magical Cry, who broke slowly from the gate, was a mile behind, and here he comes. He's going to run by them all to win it. Magical Cry, first out for the Cal Lynch barn, draws away to win by 2. Hillsborough 8 was 2nd. Jersey's the boss 3rd. Royal Merit 4th.
From way out of it, as you heard from Matt Dinnerman, first time out, Magical Cry for Cat Lynch with the upset race 3.
Yeah, he was down by the beach when everybody else was at Monmouth Park, but Re-Election came running. And Cal Lynch, this is a 3-year-old first-time starter. We saw him have some success here in the Schuylerville, the opening day stake. So Cal Lynch having a good run of it.
Yeah, this horse, again, first-time starter. A lot of times it's really difficult to get up against horses with experience, but managed to do so at a cheaper level. Just three works and managed to really impress on debut.
Back to this pick 6 carryover on this Friday afternoon. 6.5 furlongs in this allowance optional claiming race to kick us off. What you talking about? Thought might get a little overbet, maybe is right now, depending on what you think, looking at the past performances. This was August 30th last summer, Saratoga, and this race probably puts this one right in the mix, and they came here at Saratoga against this group today.
Yeah, and he's a horse that has enough speed to create his own trip. If you put a line through his last race, the turf race, suddenly he's looking a lot better off of that one start at Keeneland off the layoff.
Another thing about this horse, Greg, is when you go through his races and you put a line through his starts of which he has not had Lasix, it completely opens him up. You can forgive him for his turf start. And then 2 back, obviously, he ran pretty well. I kind of wish in that particular spot as the favorite, he should have probably won that day, as you'll see him with the pony in the paddock. But what you're talking about, gets Lasix again in here. I do agree he's overbet, but he's a sneaky one, especially for Wesley.
Former graded stakes winner. He was in the Breeders' Cup Sprint last year. It was a huge number, though, almost 50-1 in that spot. 9-5 favorite here coming back. And, next stores, you see those prices from Monmouth, $15.80 on Magical Cry. Contrary thinking, the 4 in this race, best known as the Rabbit for Sierra Leone. And now on his own, he's finally getting a little bit of moment of his to shine here. He's a major player in this race, Mig.
Well, he's in these races now on his own merits, where he had a job to do within the confines of the races like the Whitney, the Jockey Club Cold Cup, the Breeders' Cup Classic, and that was to be a pace setter. The thing about him is he doesn't always break as sharp as you'd like to see a speed-type break.
He's going to get pressure from the number 3, Vibrant Express. I would assume so. Getting away from that sloppy seal track, the number 3, I do find he's going to be forwardly placed. He's better that way. We'll see just how quick Flavian and the 3 are as far as giving Jamie Rodriguez and the 4 contrary thinking some pressure. But if there's a world in which Commuted and Vibrant Express don't push on contrary thinking, that could happen. And he could get loose in here, and he'll be incredibly dangerous. But I think he's been running, his last race, it would put these horses to bed, was a huge number where you could say he was even a little bit against it.
Junior Alvarado just leaving the screen. Here is Flavian Pratt for George Weaver. This one reeled off 5 in a row, Mig, before he got beat. When he got beat, he ran the best race of his career in a runner-up finish to Sacrosanct.
And showing a different dimension coming from off the pace that day where he'd always shown, flashed good speed. Then he caught slop last time, and to my eye, he just never looked comfortable in the going. He gets fast going today.
Post parade coming up. And we'll start with the Bill Mott barn. Junior Alvarado, Tiger 24.
Yeah, he very successful turning back to a sprint. He's 1 for 1 at the 6.5 furlong distance.
Vibrant Express. Here's the George Weaver runner with Pratt.
I think you'll see the good Vibrant Express today. I just don't think he handled the slop last time, and I think he'll be forward.
Contrary thinking, missed by a nose in a similar spot last start.
Hasn't run a bad race except for that Breeders' Cup Classic in his last 4 starts. I think his Jockey Club Gold Cup wasn't even that bad considering the chaos ensuing there.
I feel like we need a Willis on here. What you talking about, Jose Ortiz for Wesley Ward?
I think Megan made a great point about this horse when he competes on Lasix and on the proper surface. Obviously a major player.
Commuted. Linda Rice has Ricardo Santana Jr.
I have my questions about this horse. I do find he's up against these types, but he went on that win streak. We'll see if he can show up as the same kind.
And Dapper Moon for Dallas Stewart with Brian Hernandez Jr.
This is who I like because I think he is the most consistent closer in a race that I think is going to have a lot of pace on. I think he'll be the one going in the right direction at the finish.
So 4 minutes to post. Final couple of minutes here to put your pick 6 tabulations together as we look at contrary thinking there. Center screen. Amelia Green with a former Chad Brown runner who was the setup horse for Sierra Leone. He almost won last time at this level, missed by a nose after leading the way.
Well, I think one of the reasons that they purchased this horse, the Rabbit, is that he was a quality horse. He wasn't just a horse who could have speed. He was a quality and a reliable type horse. And sort of surprised when they sold him digitally, he only went for $130,000. Now it may be he's a 6-year-old gelding, so that's sort of understandable on that point. But I tell you, Richie, considering what he's done in his last 2 starts, that 130 looks like a steal.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And his last race, he was ultra game. Now he cuts back a half a furlong. Think about him as much natural speed as he possesses. He always worries me because his first step out of the gate isn't always the fastest step out of the gate.
Yeah, and you know, Megan, I heard you talking about different speeds. You have to think Flavian is going to look to go with Vibrant Express inside of him because if he doesn't go, he ends up in a very awkward position.
He has to go, and he has to face pressure from probably, to me, the best horse he's faced thus far. That's the 3 Vibrant Express, and he's got to be able to shake him off, and that's going to be a difficult task in the grand scheme of winning this race.
3 minutes to post in this pick 6. Let's go to Maggie.
Checking in with your 2-to-1 favorite, what you talking about? Now, I thought 2 back when he was coming in off of a layoff, he ran like he just needed the race. And historically speaking, while this horse has just always been a very heavy body type where he does need to race into fitness. So we can forgive him for the turf effort. He honestly, and I know him, he still looks a bit heavy to me. So we'll see how he does here. He's gotten a big warm-up. He's gotten sharper as time has progressed here out on the racetrack with Jose Ortiz aboard. So, yes, he was beaten 2 back by his stablemate Floodlights, who was able to control that day. We'll see what he does here. I just think he's going to have some company up front. But, sorry, he's going to be closing from off of it. I just still don't know how fit he is overall here for Wesley Ward as number 3, Vibrant Express, is one of those speed horses. I agree with Richie that he probably didn't care for the wet track, but he was also involved in a 4-horse pastel that completely incinerated, and Commuted was able to pick up the pieces that day. This is the best Vibrant Express has ever looked. Now, 2 back, I know he didn't win, but he did run his fastest figure as he continued to step up the ladder. Throughout all of those wins that we saw over the winter at Aqueduct, he would be a washed out, nervous wreck. And they really took the time, George Weaver and his team, to school him. I saw him coming over from Belmont and schooling on days he wasn't entered at Aqueduct, and it really paid off. He was so well behaved back on May 3rd, and today it's much the same. He's not washed out. Everything looks phenomenal with him. He looks like a happy and content horse. Just don't know if dynamics are going to play favorably for him, as I do think they will for number 7. That's Dapper Moon, who I haven't seen since he was a 2-year-old 2 years ago when he broke his maiden by 5 lengths, going the 7 furlongs up here in late August. So obviously a horse that has shown he can run well here at Saratoga, but a horse that has grown up quite nicely. This is the first time I'm seeing him in 2 years. It was a bit of a smaller, compact type. He's gotten more leg to him. He's gotten more length. He's just become more athletic. I love his disposition, too. He's just kind of acting like he owns the place and moving incredibly well for Dallas Stewart. So I'm going to land on him here, Greg, but this is a really fun race. I'll be interested to see how everything plays out, if the pace holds together or if it collapses.
Nearly $400,000 additional dollars bet into this one. And, for Dapper Moon, Andy, we saw him a lot closer to the pace last time out. And coming into this race, bullet 3 furlong drill.
Listen, I understand why people like him, and obviously I'm the only one besides you, Greg, that's not picking him. I don't have a problem with that. I think he could win this race. I think what we should talk about, because he is the favorite right now. And my general feeling with him, I don't know about the two of you, is he's past his prime. And I wonder if you've got horses sort of on the upswing, and he might be a little on the downswing.
It's not a nice thing to say about me, past my prime. But,
you and I are so far past our prime, we can't even find prime.
No, but I do think that's the question, Andy. I just wonder, I thought his first race back at Keeneland off the layoff was good. Maybe not great, but good. And then the turf race put a line through it, right? He didn't handle the turf.
He's 4-5. He loses to
Well, no, I don't want him at a real short
Yeah.
price. No,
I'm a little surprised he's favored. I didn't know that he'd be a distant third choice. Well,
I am very surprised.
He's what we call stake-faced.
Right.
And stake-faced horses generally take a lot of money.
That's absolutely true. I mean, you go through the form lines, you see Breeders' Cup Sprint, you see Phoenix, Grade 2
Right.
Phoenix, you see those pop off the page, and I get it. And you make a great point about it being past his prime as a 5-year-old, given my kind of Lasix argument, where in his younger career, he was able to run fine going off of Lasix. And then in his last couple of starts, he got it back, he was fine, and you go through some of those tougher races where he was just maybe a little in deep. He ran fine in the Phoenix. I get it. It's not really a heavy-duty argument. It's just something to note about him.
I don't think he's run a race.
Enough.
I don't think he's run a race since he ran here last August that could win this race. I'm not going to be shocked. I think I picked him third. I'm not going to be shocked if he wins this race. I just think Contrary Thinking is probably a little more likely to win than him. And as I said, I like the number 1, Tiger 24, who I think is a 4-year-old, might have the most upside of anybody in this race.
Again,
he might need it too.
Play this pick 6 at Naira Bets. $432,000 additional dollars bet into that near $70,000 carryover.
There's already over 6 times the parlay bet. I mean, they go in on the pick 6 in Saratoga like nowhere else.
One that you got to take a swing at if you have money in your account, because the return is going to be sensational.
I'm a big advocate of splitting it with friends. It's 0% of, or 100% of 0 is not as good as 20 or 25%
You want to go in
of a
together,
winning
Andy?
ticket.
Is that what you're asking?
It's a little late to put tickets together.
Okay. But more fun to do it with friends,
I
too.
agree. I hit one of the biggest pick 6 I ever hit with 3 of my closest friends, and it's, a lifetime great experience.
9-5. What you talking about, Wesley Ward? Jose Ortiz here to kick off this massive pick 6 carryover. Let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Dapper Moon completes the lineup. They're in the gate. And they're off. Commuted is the first one out of the gate. What you talking about has sharp early speed too, but it's Vibrant Express who's faster than all, and Vibrant Express up to take the lead. Contrary Thinking moves up to claim second. What you talking about now third. Then Commuted, Tiger 24, and Dapper Moon trails. Vibrant Express takes him to the half-mile pole in hand, 3/4 of a length. The opening quarter in 22 and 2, with Contrary Thinking in second past the half-mile pole. What you talking about in third, and Tiger 24 is fourth, 4.5 lengths off the lead. Commuted has to pick it up. Dapper Moon at the back, 7 lengths, covers the field midway on the far turn. Contrary Thinking turns the pressure up on Vibrant Express and takes the lead away from him. It's Contrary Thinking, the new leader with 1/4 mile to go. Opens up 1.5 lengths on Vibrant Express in second. In behind them, Tiger 24, what you talking about? There's 1 furlong to go. Contrary Thinking in front. Tiger 24 angles out in the center. What you talking about? Now comes to the leader. Late run from Commuted past the 16th pole. What you talking about? is simply too classy and is confidently handled to a 2-length victory over Contrary Thinking. Commuted was third. Tiger 24 was fourth.
What you talking about? Today, Jose Ortiz, 11 wins at the meet and refinding that form here for Wesley Ward.
And it really felt like he was kind of going nowhere around the turn. In fact, it felt like Tiger 24, my pick, kind of had more momentum, Richie, on the inside coming in, but the old pro just ground it out.
Yeah, he just kept finding. He was resolute. I agree with you. He may have lost a step, but he was good enough today. And equine athletes, like human athletes, can't hold their form forever, but this was a really nice effort getting back to Lasix, Megan.
Yeah, being able to do so this is his second dirt start off of the bench, being able to kind of get a little bit tightened as far as that's concerned. An incredible 11 wins for Jose. But what you're talking about, I feel like with Wesley, I know this horse in our eyes, and I still find he was overbet. He did end up being, the bettors were right. They knew. Wesley in these kind of spots with these kind of horses, I feel like are so dangerous, a will they, won't they type. And he's always been that kind of horse, and he has to find his right day, and he did.
I'm not sure there's any spot that Wesley's not dangerous in. The guy just wins all the time, and this is a fast race. I think this race might be a little bit more than a second and a half faster than the third race. Now, I understand these are sort of at least, borderline stakes quality horses, but from a speed figure standpoint, that's a lot. That's a good 20 buyer points or so in that case, maybe even a little more. So if that race got like a 80, this race got 100. This was a fast race. I think Contrary Thinking ran very, very well in defeat. Walker's talking about just got back to his better races. And
just second best Contrary Thinking. I tell you what, your selection, Tiger 24. Would have been closer if he had an outside post. Watching that and watch it back, Andy, didn't look like he was happy with all that kickback and being inside.
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't think he would have won.
I appreciate you being kind enough to me on my mediocre pick that ran fourth, but I appreciate it.
My pick ran last.
Well, you guys are easy for me. I mean, even I'm better.
Board was spot on.
Sorry,
WW.
Just kidding.
Wesley Ward for Ice Wine Stable, 2 and counting today for the meet's leading rider, Jose Ortiz. His 11th at the meet. And what you talking about? Too good today for a good group of sprinters here. As our favorite kicks off this pick 6 carryover. Long way to go, but it's the favorite to begin things here in race 5. Prices when we come back.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
Good to have you with us on our Friday coverage. Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual. unusually well. What you talking about? Back to his best, wins for the 5th time in his career, is the 9-5 favorite. Wesley Ward, Ice Wine Stable, and 2 today, Jose Ortiz. Meg.
What you talking about, Wesley?
No, well done.
He got it done.
No notes. Wesley Ward, I mean, to me, the guy's like, he's just a genius. I don't know. He just seems to just win with everything.
And he was a heck of a race rider, too. As an apprentice, he won the Eclipse Award, and he could really finish on a horse.
Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Dave Reed at Ice Wine Stable. And Dave, what you talking about? I think just getting back to some class, but a horse that has been so good to you guys throughout the years.
Yeah, he's been great. And, truthfully, he really didn't like the turf last time, but Wesley wanted to give him a shot, and really didn't have a lot of options. But he's a horse that, like you say, he's a really cool horse. He gives it 100% all the time, and just a great New York bred, in fairness.
And Dave, you can't almost not be in Wesley's barn and try the turf. As you guys have had so much success to get together, I mean, obviously No Nay Never comes right to mind. Talk a little bit about the history that you've had with Wesley.
Yeah, he was the first trainer we ever had, really, in fairness, back in maybe early teens. And, we started off with Final Mason. She actually won the stake race down there in Gulfstream. He's just one of, I'm a country guy. He's a natural horseman. We get along great. He's a little unique, Wesley, you know what I'm saying? But we've had a lot of luck, and his horsemanship is really, to me, it's second to none. I mean, there's a lot of horses, a lot of great horsemen, but for Wesley, he's all horse, cares about the horse, takes care of the horse, and that's it's important for everybody, but it's especially important for ourselves.
I couldn't agree more. And to you, as far as horses, it expands beyond thoroughbred racing. Congratulations, you were inducted into the Standardbred Racing Hall of Fame a few days ago.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, listen, I'm a local boy, born and raised up in Argyle, and I've been around harness track all the time. And I used to come down here to do the double headers, and I've been selling horses since I was 18 years old. So we've been doing it for a long time, and had a great career. And then listen, I always thank the horse. You can't thank the horse enough, in fairness, and the caretakers, and being enshrined in the Hall of Fame. It's to meet all your idols and your peers and all the legends and stuff like that. It's a little surreal, very humbling, and it's a great experience. I'm happy to be there. You know what I'm saying? But it's onward and upward. We're going to keep marching forward, try to lead by example, try to help younger, aftercare, just try to do everything good for the horses and things like that. So.
Well, Dave, congratulations here and with the induction, and thanks for a very thoughtful interview as well.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Maggie. Appreciate it very much. All your good work.
Thank you. As Greg, what you're talking about is a feel-good win here in the 5th.
And a favorite to start off, the pick 6, as the public gets it right. $5.62 for the win.
I have a hard time believing this horse was this short in the pick 6. I think the bigger tickets probably used a good 3 horses or so in this race, or even more. Maybe some smaller tickets are alive, but I don't know. This doesn't feel like a 9-5 in the pick 6 to me, at least.
Long way to go, and we'll see how it plays out. We get the late pick 5 coming up, obviously. $100,000 maiden claiming event. Mile and a 16th inner turf, and a mild favorite. Private property on the outside, Michelle Nevin.
Well, I'm laughing because Greg and I were discussing this horse wasn't the morning line favorite. And listen, the morning line maker is much better at making a line than we are. But this was one that we thought might be favored. It is favored in multis, but this is a wide open race.
What do you think here?
I mean, I wound up on the 3. Felixson. Am I saying that right?
Felixson, yeah.
I like the last race. I like Dylan Davis picking up the mount. I just thought the horse made a lot of sense. Tom Morley got off the mark here already, so that's good.
I thought, and I don't know about you, Meg, that of the 2 horses at the wire together, this horse, the 5, Love in the left bank, who looks to be a shorter price.
Oh, yeah.
I thought, at least between the 2 of them, that Felixson ran the better race.
Absolutely ran the better race, Andy. I think Love on the left bank is going to be a short price that I would fade in this race. I just wasn't. I think he's just been one that you're just wasting money on. A 4-year-old filly.
So many chances.
So many chances, and I feel like he's been able to, has just not for me anymore. I thought that the number 7 Epic Sell-Off has a sneaky good turf pedigree there for Chad Brown, getting onto the grass here. And honestly, the 2 Resort for Mike Trombetta I think is sneaky as well, second off of the bench.
To expand on that, Epic Sell-Off's Dam is a half to Gina Romantica, a Grade 1 winner for Peter Brandt and Chad Brown.
Getting on turf here for the first time for a barn incredibly dangerous, making that move. The 7. We're going to talk Bowling Green coming up on Saturday, Grade 2. And Will Walden with this one here, going to try a marathon distance for Minaret Station, mile and 3/8. We'll have a preview when we come back.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
He's starting to inch up on the outside. El Razine widest of all. They're coming to the furlong pole. Far Bridge in complete control. In the center, El Razine motors into second. Far Bridge by 6 lengths as they come toward the wire. It's all Far Bridge. El Razine with a valiant effort, but he'll only come within about 3.5 lengths of the dominant Far Bridge.
Far Bridge, impressive. Last year's edition of the Bowling Green. And we heard from the stable. Going to be coming back into training a couple weeks' time, I believe, and pointing to a race in the fall.
Yeah, no, looking forward to seeing him getting back. They're hoping to get back for the Joe Hirsch. But for now, he won't be playing. Mike Maker looks a little tough in that race in the rail, does he not?
No speed in that race whatsoever.
One speed.
One speed, that's him. Old Crazy Bone.
Fort George, though, coming in for Ed Walker. Euros have been pretty tough early on at this meet on the grass.
He ran second to, as I recall, a pretty
Rebels
decent
Romance,
horse over the winter that I always bet against, and he always
Rebels
wins.
Romance,
Right.
who is the Globetrotter, the ageless wonder.
And I imagine Tom Morley probably be. I bet he's in Tom's barn because Tom and Ed Walker are best of friends.
So
he even made fun. Ed Walker made fun of Tom on the air after winning the Queen Anne. It was the highlight of Royal Ascot for me.
We're gonna have
He's
to
also
dig that
a
up
horse,
again.
though. He's also a horse, though, Greg, that if you really go through his races, I know there's not a modicum of speed in this race. He can be a bit more forward.
It's our ABR race of the week. Let's talk to Will Walden runner, who we mentioned going to break. Minaret Station, coming off a runner-up finish, grade 3 Arlington. This is a little different ball game, going a mile and 3/8.
Yeah, I mean, you're taking it to another level. It's more marathon distance, but you had to like this run. I mean, he was in behind horses, found the seam when he needed it, and finished well.
And Lanios is in raging form for Steve Asmussen. I'll be interested to see if Steve's going to take a shot against the big boys in the 4-star Dave. The kind of form he's in, and Steve, he's never afraid to take a shot. I think this horse, would be nice to see him get a shot against the good horses.
I actually thought I heard him talking on Steve Bick's show.
Saying-
That's where he was.
Yeah, I mean,
playing,
he's been keeping him in the good races, but not that caliber. And I think it's ready to take. He should be ready to take a shot, especially the mile. That horse is pretty good, and he's awfully consistent.
Of course, the master at turning horses into turf marathon specialists. That is Mike Maker, and he's got old Crazy Bone. Take a look at this one from Kentucky Downs last year with a Grade 2 victory at 1.5 miles.
And he's second off the layoff, and he ran reasonably well in his return race, going 1 mile and 16. But that was a prep for this. You got to think their intention is to at least try to wire.
This is the quintessential Mike Maker horse. He's claimed this horse for $100,000 and then gets him into stakes company, wins a Grade 2 at Kentucky Downs, and he has not left that form there, a track where sometimes horses often do, and been able to really run well as a horse from the inside who only has one way to go forward.
And there is Mike Maker's son, Caden, with old Crazy Bone, keeping him company.
I love when you see the next generation of horsemen and women, and you can just see how comfortable and happy he is around that horse.
He looks more chatty than Mike.
The only one who could get Mike Maker to open up, the great Paul LaDuca.
Mike and I are good.
On air, you get him to open up?
I could. He's been was on my old radio show. We had a great time.
Rode
Love
for the
Mike.
guy, never said 2 words to me.
Love Mike. He told me he doesn't like you. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but
Got the victory ride, loaded group. Goodall, the morning line favorite, still to come later today, and then the Caress and the race we were just talking about, that Grade 2 Bowling Green, coming up on our Saturday coverage, which will include, among others, Minaret Station and Mike Maker's old Crazy Bone, son Caden as well. Get you back to Monmouth when we come back. 3 minutes to post race 4 in this mile race on the main track, $10,000 claiming group. Stay with us.
It's time for the first major yearling sale of the year. A sizzling source for success on the track. The July sale is the most underrated sale in America. July produced 2 Breeders' Cup champions in 2025, She's So Spicy and Splendora, as well as Grade 1 winner Argos. Plus recent graded stakes winners Chip Honcho, Forged Steel, and Roja. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Definitely the best horse I've ever had in training.
Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Sierra Leone, gun runner reaching for the wire. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Michelob Ultra, the official beer sponsor of FIFA World Cup 26, hosting FIFA World Cup 26 viewing parties in partnership with Saratoga Eagle Sales and Service today through Saturday. Fans enjoying Spain, Belgium right now. Of course, that jersey giveaway happened earlier today. One apiece right now between those two countries. And fans taking it in. It is just nail-biting time when your team is at this stage of the World Cup.
And I was talking to Mig about it. Mig said, basically, you've not been able to get anything done in your life since the World Cup started.
No, I mean, it's just taken so much of my attention and time that, actually, I didn't grow up with soccer. Soccer became a lot more popular after I reached Middle age.
That was a long time
U.S.
ago.
men's
Richie.
national team, they had such
No,
an
it's not.
incredible run through this tournament and unfortunately just fell flat against Belgium. And just were overmatched that day, and that was it for them. As we get back to Monmouth, 2-turn mile coming up, $10,000 claiming group. And it is Cupid's Dude surprise package, denying the three kind of taking the majority of money here on this tote board in this spot coming up. Meg, we defer to you.
Meg or Meg?
Meg.
It's me?
Either one of you.
Oh, okay.
Well, if he
Andy's
deferred to
not
me,
it.
then I'm going to defer to you.
Okay, sounds good. Well, I'm glad. I don't know how the 2 is not the outright favorite right now in any world, shape, or form. Denying has been just the absolute fastest of this group. Yes, he was second to Brave Bear 2 back, but he was up against it in a slower pace, routing the mile in a 16th. I like the mile form. He's a horse that's really had to race into his form as he wasn't at least completely fit when I first saw him, and I don't have any issues with him up there at 3-1.
Who knows who will be favored? Looking at the 3 is favored in the fixed odds, and since there are some pretty late odds changes there, you wonder about. Do you wonder if the 4 and 6? I don't know if they're good enough, but they have a bit of a pace edge, as both
like
the
somebody
2
broke
and
through
the 7 are a bit
gate, or-
slower.
ooh,
Wow,
the
the
6 is
6
giving
really
some
acting up.
issues.
Broke through the gate. Nice job by the crew here to keep that one from getting away.
Yeah, they had already removed Chantel Sutherland, the rider, from this horse, another horse that they know their habits. But talk about an adorable group. You've got Denying, 50 starts. Cupid's Dude, 67 starts. Laughing Boy, 51 starts. How about Centavo, 75 starts? This is the meat and potatoes of our game here. These are the warriors.
And Chantal is having an eventful day with that, right? After being on the horse that lost the irons, and this horse
This horse is still acting up and kicking up those hind legs.
Should we get back to our 6 while we're waiting for this,
I would agree.
or not?
Yeah, well,
I like the 6 Jordan's Love. I'm going to use the 6 Jordan's Love and the 7 Epic Sell-Off while we have a chance. Jordan's Love, just a big drop down after having a wide trip against Tougher. I just want a horse that's a new, fresh face to these, and both the 6 and 7 are fresh faces to this group.
Yeah, Jordan's Love, 7-1 on horse coming out of back-to-back maiden specials, including 2-back top 2 finishers in that race. They both came back to win. One for Chad Brown, one for Shug McGahee, and a big number on the board.
This horse also, it was started on the dirt sprinting. He's actually a half for a Bourbon for Toby, who is a grade 3 place turf rider, as we know. I definitely agree with Andy on this one. He was kind of chased back and wide and did not have a good trip at 42-1 last time out, and you have to kind of give some credit, but his 2-back race puts him squarely in the mix.
Yeah, no, I think it's, it's just, there's nothing about any of the ones that have had their opportunities that have wowed me. I agree with you, Meg, about the 3. I think he's one of the more interesting of the ones in that situation. But I just thought maybe a new face. But I agree with you, Greg. I know Greg likes the 8 who's favored. I mean, his last couple races just better than these horses have ever run. Any thoughts here?
I will say Michelle Nevin gets this horse freshened. The barn is 0 for 3 the past 5 years with maidens off this kind of time. I know that's a sample size that's not exactly huge, but I'm not quite sure I want to take him off of the bench. We haven't seen this horse since that fairgrounds race and near miss last time out. I get he's got that big figure. He does look like the horse to beat. I did prefer others.
But even the races, 2, 3 back here in New York, no one has those races here.
I agree. I think he is flat out the horse to beat. I'm not saying I didn't pick him. I put him 3rd. I had bigger prices. I'd rather be the 6 and 7. I just think he's the horse to beat.
Right-hand side of your screen, we're going to send it back to Monmouth. And this 4th race, 2-turn mile, Matt Dinnerman. Take it away.
We're ready to go. And we're off. Good dispatch for all. Brave Bear, first out of the gate. Laughing Boy gets a couple caps of the crop to get up there. Now Laughing Boy grabs the lead from Brave Bear. Surprise Package parked wide as they go into the first turn. The Gray Denying is down on the fence with Cupid's Dude, and that leaves Centavo at the back. A compact group, 3 lengths from first to last, maybe even a little more compact than that. They are tightly clumped up here. Not a fast pace at all on the front end. Laughing Boy, narrow lead on the Gray Cupid's Dude, and Brave Bear, who's 3 wide. Farther out, Surprise Package, 4 wide, and the Yellow Jacket into the 4th position. He goes only a length off the top 3 here. Denying down on the inside. Centavo at the back with him as they're still tightly clumped up midway down the barn side here. Laughing Boy, Cupid's Dude, and O's apart with Laughing Boy having a short edge for the front position. Brave Bear in 3rd, now easing off those 2, and is in a good stalking position with a half mile to go. On the inside, Denying getting a little bit closer. Centavo coming under a bit of a ride now. Surprise Package has lost plenty of ground today into the second last position once again as Centavo gives way to the back. Around the far turn, Laughing Boy under a hard ride to keep on with it. Cupid's Dude inside, also under some pressure. Outside, Denying trying to make a move here. Brave Bear's right there. Surprise Package continues to race deep. Is about 6 pass off the rail as they come down the lane. Laughing Boy, Brave Bear on the scene. Brave Bear grabbing the lead with 3/16 to go and kicking on with it. Laughing Boy to the inside is run courageously. Brave Bear with the lead. Laughing Boy right there. Brave Bear short lead, 100 yards from home, and it's Brave Bear and Chantal Sutherland pole clear late to win it by a length and a quarter. Second home, Laughing Boy, then Denying, and Surprise Package.
This is the one who was misbehaving, caused the delays. Does not matter. Brave Bear wins for the 6th time in his career.
Chantal deserves a win today after what she's been through in just a few races.
No doubt. Wow. All right, back to our post parade here for the start of the late pick 5. We start with the 2 Resort, Michael Trombetta.
We're second off of the bench for Trombetta. I do think that last race puts him in the mix.
Felixson, 1 of 2 for Tom Morley.
I think is a very fair price at 6 to 1 in this field.
You, Vicky. This one was going 1.5 miles on the turf last start.
Don't believe that horse wanted any part of that. Does shorten up in distance.
Love, we skipped the 5. Sorry, the 6. Jordan's Love, the other Tom Morley runner.
Bred to prefer the turf, and I like his 2-back race.
And this is, here's the 5. A little late to the party. Manny Franco, Miguel Clement.
To be fair, this horse is 6 to 1. I don't particularly like her chances, but I wouldn't know if it was somebody who'd wanted to bet her at 6 to 1.
Epic sell-off, trying turf first time start, number 2, Chad Brown.
Well, they're selling her off for 100 after paying $275, and she's got the pedigree to improve on this surface. An unknown in a field looking for unknowns.
And Private Property, the 2 to 1 favorite coming in from Fairgrounds.
A deserved favorite who has the races to win. This is the number 1 Gum, but Private Property has been entered and scratched twice at Churchill, seemingly ready off of the bench.
And Gum last here in the post parade. Graham Motion, Tyler Gaffleone, blinkers go on.
It's interesting how Graham and Mike Trombetta both come up here with horses that finished noses apart last time down in Maryland, and a little slower than these, but not impossible.
Minute away from the start of this late pick 5. With us for the first time today in our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Welcome to the show, Acacia Clement.
Thank you very much, Greg. Great to hear all of you, at least, as we'll start to the outside with that current favorite in the number 8 Private Property. Piggybacking on what Meg said about this barn off of these kinds of layoffs, for Michelle Nevin, typically, I do like to see them after a start or 2. There was another horse that ran last weekend, I believe it was Ori, with a very similar pattern, having gone to Fairgrounds, 1 start there with Al Stahl, and then returning off of freshening here to New York and to Michelle's barn. And he just really looked like he needed a start. I feel much the same with Private Property. I haven't seen her in a while, of course, as she's had plenty of gaps in her races, just 1 start so far in March in 2026. And watching her, she's had a very quiet warm-up on the track. She's often not the best mover in the preliminaries. And so Ruben Silvera keeping her settled, keeping her quiet, not doing much, just staying with the pony out there. But she's very, very sharp, just really looking like one that will benefit from a start to bring everything all together. The number 3 Felixson closed up the inside last time out, and yes, did run very well in an improved effort second time in the Tom Morley barn after crossing the wire first and being disqualified for maiden 32 down at Tampa on debut. I think she's kind of found where she is belonging when coming up here. She was a big price that day. I do think the rail skimming trip helped her, but she improved mentally. She's a lot. She's is a very, very sharp filly. But overall, she was a bit better today than she was last time, too. I think all of the schooling and racing experience is helping her to continue to take steps forward. Now, the number 7, Epic Sell-Off, first time on the turf for Chad Brown, as Andy touched on, the dam is sister to a very good turf horse in Gina Romantica, but also to very good dirt horses in Gift Box and Stone-tastic. So a lot of quality, and for a daughter of Curlin with that kind of dam side, $275,000 as a yearling is quite inexpensive. She looks like she should be able to handle the turf. I, though, landed on the 2, Resort, who I thought was coming in the right spot and should be strong second off the freshening from Mike Trombetta. Greg.
Acacia, thank you. So there's the Chad Brown runner. Pratt aboard, Klarovich Stable Silks, and trying grass now, Mig, for start number 2.
Well, I don't think there's anybody any better at changing surfaces with horses with success than Chad Brown. He just seems to have a handle on what they're going to appreciate.
Favorite, Private Property. Michelle Nevin had a start with Al Stall at the fairgrounds. Let's go to Frank Miramati. Start of the late pick 5 on Fox Sports 2.
Vicky goes in. And Private Property will be the last one to load. She's up and in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Love on the left bank broke smartly. Felixen, however, is quicker, and Felixen will be the leader. Resort along the inside, a close-up third. Private Property is in 4th. Jordan's Love settles mid-pack 5th. Gum is next, racing 3 clear of Epic Sell-Off and Vicky at the back of the field. So they round the clubhouse turn, and Felixen shows the way, leads it by a length and a half. Love on the left bank gets a little closer now, within a half length of the pacemaker. 3 clear of Resort and Private Property. That quarter went in 24 2/5 seconds. That group is followed by Gum, who races on the inside, shaded by Jordan's Love, racing 3 clear of Epic Sell-Off and Vicky. Continuing down the backstretch, and it's Felixen and Dylan Davis leading by a half length. Love on the left bank second. Resort is down on the inside, Willing in 3rd, looking for a little spot to run. Private Property 4th through a half in 49 2/5 seconds. Gum continues to race in 5th with Jordan's Love. 2 back, Epic Sell-Off and Vicky. There hasn't been any change. Felixen, Love on the left bank on even terms, with Resort just behind them. Now 3 lengths back in 3rd. Gum is coming through along the inside. Outside of them, Jordan's Love there at the top of the stretch, and Felixen tries to spurt clear and opens up to fresh challenge from Jordan's Love, though, on the outside. These two come to the 8th pole, and inside of them, it's Gum. 16th pole, Felixen, Jordan's Love, Gum in between them, Felixen or Jordan's Love. Felixen digging in on the outside, Jordan's Love. Here's the line, photo finish, very close between those two, either Jordan's Love or Felixen. Gum was 3rd.
Well, we know Tom Morley won this race. We're not sure which one. Felixen, Jordan's Love.
He not only won, he also took another tough beat in a photo.
It's
true.
That's pretty incredible.
I'm hoping I didn't take a tough beat in this photo.
I don't think you did. I think the 6 got all the best of that bob and had her nose down in front.
And I'm going to tell you, the 6 was best.
Absolutely.
I mean, the 3 ran well, but the 3 was able to control in a very moderate pace. You know, Junior kept thinking the 8 was going to move forward and he was going to follow that one. When it turned out the 8 had absolutely no horse, he had to go around and go 4-3-4 wide, and I think that sapped a little bit. The 6 ran very well. I hope I didn't lose this photo. That would be heartbreaking for me.
I'm pretty confident you got the best at photo, and I agree. The 3 got everything the wrong way in the lead. The 1 horse
I got it.
checked.
6 got
Best to the bomb to the 6.
The 1 checked pretty severely about 70 yards out. Was it the inside coming out or the outside coming in? Or did it matter? He's just out of horse. But right here, coming up, you're going to see Tyler Gaffleon have to steady pretty.
Don't know, but they'll probably take the 6 down.
Did we have to take a look at that, Mick?
They've been taking a look at everything
I
here
think
lately.
so.
Last bob of the wire, the 6th, the nose down, 8-1. Jordan's Love out-dueling the stablemate for the victory here to start off the late pick 5.
And Junior Alvarado with another win today.
So he's not going to only have 1 win this meet. And Tom Morley, another win. And this one he actually won, like a put up. Was his other win?
Well, Tom was looking for a dead heat because then it would have counted as 2 wins.
I'm sure he was.
Junior Alvarado kicked off our Friday card, gets another one here. Here's where we're going next. Fox 1 app YouTube as well from 4 to 6. And then back on Fox Sports 1 beginning at 6 Eastern Time. We're about to wrap up our Fox Sports 2 coverage here momentarily with this crew. I've enjoyed it, but some fireworks here to start the slate pick 5. Nice call, Andy Serling. Nice little walk-off moment for you.
It's always good to leave a winner at 8 to 1. I mean, they disqualify me, I still left to a winner.
And probably our shortest price runner to come that we're going to see. That's in race 8. But Victory Ride, that is a loaded group. That's Jackie the Joker, and there is an inquiry sign up. Top 3 finishers, 6-3-1.
I expect to get taken down.
Inquiry sign is up. Next crew about to take over on Fox 1 and YouTube.
On June 6, 2019, a new chapter began at Alapa when Hillendale transferred its operations to the famed Kentucky Station and Thoroughbred Nursery in Paris, Kentucky, on a farm that traces its origins to 1827.
You know, we're trying to be progressive, thoughtful, and respectful to what's already been here, the intent of the farm, along with trying to become efficient and modern.
The 1,400-acre Alapa is driven by its owner John Sikura's passion to return the landmark farm to its original glory. The extensive restoration includes building a brand new breeding shed out of stone and concrete, matching the training barn that's been converted to be a stallion barn and now houses a roster of world-class stallions. Hillendale also built 8 new barns, plus adding landscaping and building tens of miles of fence, plus adding roads and utilities. Sikura appreciates the daily inspiration the farm gives him.
There's the ruins of an old dairy barn, which is it's like a beautiful relic. It's peaceful and quiet. There's waterfall ponds behind the house, behind the office. There's many unique, peaceful, great parts of the farm that create peace and a sense of understanding where you are and how unique the farm is.
Sikura is now focused on making new history at Alapa.
When you think of all that living history, it makes you respectful of the barn and who's been housed there, and then also a responsibility of trying to keep that same standard and try to move it forward and be historic in what we do, so that when someone would look back 50 years from now, they have a feeling of obligation for them to do the same here.
There's always a dark horse. This is Proxy. Not just a dark horse. He's a tall, dark, and handsome horse. 2 wins at 2.
Here comes Proxy!
2 turns after that. Big days,
Proxy!
bright lights.
All class, Proxy!
His first yearlings are selling now. Move over to the dark side.
Monmouth Park's main event is Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $400,000 guaranteed pick 4 and $300,000 late pick 5 on a card that includes 6 stakes races. First post is 12 noon. It's all Naira Betts Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life.
Learn more at nybreads.com.
YouTube. You're watching Saratoga Live. That is a live look, and just like that, Frank Miramotti has announced no change. No change involving the top 3 finishers in this 6th race in that thriller. On the lawn, 6-3-1-4. Jordan's Love for trainer Tom Morley. Morley runs 1-2. By the way, Paula Duca, Tom Amos, Jonathan Kinchin, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Tom, what were they looking at? What were these stewards looking at in deep stretch?
The pan view of this shot that you're watching right now, between the 2 horses coming to the finish line, the 3 and the 6, who are trained both by Tom Morley, made the appearance that they kind of sandwiched the 1 horse. But the aerial view, and as we've been using these drones lately, you get a very good view of the 1 trying to push out to get to a spot. No foul on either the top finisher, the 6 horse Jordan's Love, or the 3 horse who ran second. So we're leaving it all the same. You're looking at the pan right here. So the 1 is in 3rd, white hat. You're going to see he has some company come alongside him. He tries to push out a little bit through here from that inside.
You know, right here, Tom, the 1 comes out a little bit on the 5 to create that middle. So I think the stewards took a little bit of that, and then he had like about, 100 yards to get to that hole, and he never did.
No, I mean, no fault by the top 2 horses.
All right, so no change. And hello from just outside the paddock. Yeah, Paul, Tom, Jonathan, I'm Lafitte. How are we doing? Anybody live in the pick 6 with a big carryover? How are we doing? I probably should have asked this before the broadcast.
Yeah, you should have. Bad timing.
I'm all about the pick 4. That's what we have left, right?
See?
Yeah.
Didn't work out in the pick 5, pick 6. Reload, we have the late pick 4 on tap. Included, really good Friday feature. 3-year-old fillies, fast 3-year-old fillies in the Victory Ride. This is the local prep, a key prep for the Grade 1 test. We'll get to that and so much more. 4 races left here, Saratoga. We go to Acacia in the winner's circle. Now I've been told to stretch. Are we ready? Acacia, ready? Now we're ready. Winning trainer Tom Morley with Acacia.
That's right, Lafitte. As Tom had to sweat it out a little bit either way with the photo and the inquiry there. Tell me a little bit about what you thought in the stretcher. Both fillies ran very gallantly.
Yeah, I said to both riders in the paddock, I can't separate these 2. They're both extremely live in here. Go out, do what you do for a living, and may the best man win, but make sure one of you wins. And I could see them laughing to each other as they were galloping out, and Junior came back in. He said we were galloping out, saying, "Oh, you got that right in the paddock anyway."
Yeah, they were very close together, but it was Felixson, the 3 that got the nod. Jordan's Love, excuse me. Felixson was game. Jordan's Love getting the nod on the outside. She mentally has improved a lot, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's getting there. She's beginning to put it all together now. You know, her half-brother, a Bourbon for Toby, took a long time to break his maiden. Then he's gone on to be a very nice horse, and I'm hoping this filly can do the same as well.
She's kind of got those long legs like him, huh?
Yeah, they're narrow horses. The mare seems to throw a very leggy individual, yeah.
Looking forward to seeing what the future is, but congratulations on the nice 1-2 finish here.
Thank you.
Tom Morley with, well, at least he wasn't sweating out the photo as far as the win was concerned, Lafitte.
Yeah, Acacia, the 1-2 finish there. Tom, that has to be exciting watching the 2 horses you train slug it out here at Saratoga, knowing regardless of what happens, you are going to wind up in the winner's circle.
There's a famous story of Charlie Whittingham in California, the Grade 1. Both his horses come to the wire like these 2, very close together. And each of his owners is sitting right behind him. They said, "Charlie, who won?" And he turned around and told them, "I did."
Did you start doing calisthenics?
Well, you said stretch. Look, I'm a soldier. I follow instructions. Tom, you ever had a dead heat?
Of my own 2 horses?
Yeah.
No, but I've come very, very close.
Okay, all right.
So did Tom Morley. In that manner, with Jordan's Love, 1972, 6-3-1. That late pick 4 coming up, including aforementioned Victory Ride. There is the field. Grade 3, sure, featuring Grade 1 talent. Sophomore filly, 6.5 furlongs, number 10, Goodall. 3-1, morning line favorite, Tommy Joe. Dual Grade 1 winner as a 2-year-old filly, unraced since the Breeders' Cup. What are you expecting from her and her return?
Well, let's go back a little bit in time, Lafitte. So with Tommy Joe, undefeated at Saratoga, 2 for 2, both at sprint distances, which we have today, but coming off a layoff. So a lot of times you'll pay attention to preparation. When you look at the way Tommy Joe practiced last year as a 2-year-old in terms of workouts, which are usually about every week, and you look at how she's practicing this year coming into this race off a layoff, you're seeing two different horses. She's very unruly early in the works, very aggressive. She's not settling down well. Mentally, she's not right. I know what Allen Iverson said. It's practice. But in horse racing, practice does count. And I don't think she's coming into this race as well as the connections would like.
Not the game I love. We're talking about practice, man. Tommy Joe, we'll see what she does off the bench. Jonathan, a little more recent, the Jersey Girl Belmont week. Of the top 3 fillies exiting the Jersey Girl, what did you make of the race overall?
Yeah, I mean, as a whole, I mean, I think that all of these horses, right, we're trying to figure out who's going to show up, what performance we're going to get out of a lot of these. I thought Mythical was probably the one that I wanted out of here. Goodall ran well as well, but I think Goodall will be a much shorter price.
There goes the crop, Flavian.
Yeah, he said he didn't need it. He said, "What? I'm the best rider in the country. Why do I need this?" I also like the fact that I thought Mythical probably got the worst of it here, being wide and losing ground. Sometimes geometry comes into play, obviously more in 2-turn races, but even in a 1-turn race like this, losing that ground is not ideal.
Goodall in the Jersey Girl. Consistency has been somewhat of a thing for her. We'll see if she can run to a like Paul. And then you have Iron Orchard, like Tommy Joe, Grade 1 winner at 2, like Tommy Joe, unraced since last fall's Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, and she had a nightful trip in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And there's another horse I think that's going to want to go around 1 turn, and I think she's the fastest of the fillies in here. You know, she blazed this racetrack twice, and her best 2 efforts were here at Saratoga. This is a race in the Frisette where she showed she could pass horses. She was game this day. You know, if you just throw out her Breeders' Cup Juvenile filly, she's a major player, and she's reunited with Joelle.
Iron Orchard purchased for $2.5 million after the Breeders' Cup. First start today for trainer Steve Asmussen. Rosario back aboard. Asmussen looking for a second win in the victory ride. For those who perform well, on to the Grade 1 test August 8th on the undercard of the Whitney. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual unusually well. As promised, late pick 4 is next here at Saratoga. Take a look at the rundown. That aforementioned victory ride, race 9 around 5:40 Eastern. Plus live racing, Monmouth Park. The late double, races 5 and 6. Main track is fast. Turf course is firm. Temperature around 80 degrees. As always, we invite you to join us. So much racing ahead this summer at Saratoga. Get involved. Take advantage of this $200 deposit match bonus with promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now, NYRABets.com. We're just getting started. When we return, latest installment of Cart Talk. Oh, boy, Jonathan. Cart Talk with the boss, NYRA CEO David O'Rourke. This was brave. Naturally, Jonathan asked him for a new ride. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live. We'll be right back.
Monmouth Park's main event is NYRA Bets Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $400,000 guaranteed pick 4 and $300,000 late pick 5 on a card that includes 6 stakes races. First post is 12 noon. It's all NYRA Bets Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Dave, I knew I was going to be with the CEO today.
Is that a clip on?
No, it's funny. People probably don't think I know how to tie a tie, but I know how to tie a tie. It's not the best. I got you one if you wanted to join me.
You're
not much of a tie guy.
I'm not
are
a
you?
tie guy. No.
If you change your mind, we got it right here
I
for
can
you.
take yours off. Feel comfortable.
No, I like it like this. I like it. So really, the whole reason I wanted to do this was.
They made you?
No, not at all. It was strategic, because I figured with, all the things going on at Belmont, you could slide in a new cart for me, because look what I'm dealing with here. No one will know.
Oh, let's see. Let's get it open first. We'll see how the budget looks.
In all seriousness, Dave, I know it's been a big project that's right around the corner.
Yeah.
Does it feel like you feeling nervous about the release, or are you ready to go?
The building's on track, and the building's almost a machine. It's like a media center. It's a racetrack. There's a lot of different systems there, so as we start to turn stuff on, I'll give you a better answer how nervous I am. But everything looks good. Yeah, it looks good for the 18th.
About the new Belmont, what's some of the aspects you're the most excited about? I mean, as a horse player, I think one of the things that excites me is the surfaces, right? The new surfaces.
Yeah. The project originally, it was all about the tracks. But those tracks have been over 50 years since they've been redone, specifically the turf courses. So we were going to roll with doing the tracks, even if we didn't get the funding for the whole full building. And so that's the heart of the project. Wherever you are in that building, you're going to pretty much have a view of the track. And wherever you are in that building, you're only a few steps away from a view of the paddock. Like, the horse is the star of the show here. So how do we design the building around that? The old Belmont was 1.2 million square feet. I'm sure you've heard that number a million times. It had 0 suites. That's got to be some sort of record. The new one's got over 30. So we've got the assets now to really deliver on at scale in multiple ways. And being right outside the largest city, basically in the country and the capital of the world, I mean, it's primed for success.
Well, Dave, I thought this would be a great opportunity just to show you a great example of maybe the kind of golf cart that I could get.
Wait, the one with the rims or the bigger one?
The rims, the 6-seater. I mean, all of those would work, really. So I just wanted to make sure I pointed that out.
You got it. How would something like that go for? I don't even know.
Not as much as Belmont. So
that's fair.
Not as much as Belmont. The process of getting that whole thing done, was that one of the hardest things that you had to do since being here?
You could see the economic impact of racing in New York. Leaving Aqueduct was part of the equation. There's over 100 acres there that can be redeveloped. The story for Belmont with UBS Arena coming in and the mall, it's really a campus now. So I think a lot of pieces were aligning. We've got a $500 million project going up that's going to transform racing in the Northeast.
Well, Dave, I'm sorry we had to ride around in this old thing, but when we get downstate, maybe we'll upgrade.
I'm going to make a couple calls right now.
Dressed up for the big meeting with the boss. Cart Talk with JK, brought to you by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Jonathan, why not a new ride to go with the new pad?
Yeah, every time you watch those episodes of Cribs, they always went to the garage. We couldn't put that thing in the garage. I will tell you this, if you know anyone that works at Kohl's in Saratoga, do not show them this, because I am returning those ties. I have strategically put them back on the little thing they came on. They were $29.99 and they will be returned. Do not mess it up for me.
Why? Like, I like the tie over the sweatshirt. That is like a classic Vanderbilt at Saratoga look.
Well, back in the day, you had to have a jacket on to get into the suites or into the boxes here. I just felt like I had to dress up. I got a little nervous. The CEO, what are you going to do?
2026 tie over the
golf cart, by the way. When he came with let me look at the budget.
What he
That's
says?
what I got last year when I asked for a raise.
He said,
and I have not gotten it.
I'm going to make a phone call to who? Yourself? Who are you going to call?
Next year, Belmont Stakes returns home, ushering in a new era for the iconic event. Enter the pre-sale drawing today. Or place deposit on your preferred hospitality experience. Visit BelmontStakes.com/2027 to enter. Before we get to this late pick 4, race 7, Saratoga, horses at the gate for the 5th race, Monmouth Park, late double. Matt Dinnerman with the load and call. Race 5 live from the Shore's greatest stretch.
They've loaded It's the Stones. Vino Gray. Vino Gray coming forward. They've loaded that one in. Pretty 6-y. Post 4. Hurricane Jerry, post position number 6. Next in is $2 Bill. 2 back, pretty 6-y. Still working with that one to go in. And Zeus Lightning to the outside. Zeus Lightning goes in, outside. We're ready to go. And they're off. Uneventful beginning. It's the Stones shaken up to get forward position as a short lead here. Hurricane Jerry on a hold right now, right behind in second. It's the Stones, the clear leader from Hurricane Jerry, who's pumped up, wants to get after that one. These two together as they have 1 lap to go now. Pretty 6-y, tugs at his rider to claim third. Zeus Lightning outside, and $2 Bill easing off horse heels, gets to the rail. He's 5 behind in the 5th position, 2 clear of Hotter Than Them. Vino Gray is second to last, and Gabarone whips them in as they go around the clubhouse turn. Hurricane Jerry on the outside, and the Yellow Jackets strides to a short lead. It's the Stones. Will track right behind, happy to do so. And Hurricane Jerry is clearly ahead, swinging up the backstretch. Opens up a length and a half now. Pretty 6-y off the rail, claiming second with It's the Stones there together. 2 lengths ahead of $2 Bill, who settles on the rail in the 4th position. Zeus Lightning outside of that one, a space of 2 to Hotter Than Dem. 3 clear of Gabarone. He's past Vino Gray, who's now the back marker with a half mile to go. Hurricane Jerry still up top. A length and a tail ahead, pretty 6-y into second now. It's the Stones, pushed upon a little bit to keep pace, loses the second spot, is in third now. On the outside, Hotter Than Dem is making an early move going into the far turn, all the way into third, 3 wide, and coming after the front runners rounding the turn. Zeus Lightning in fourth, he's 3 off the pace, sent hard. It's the Stones calls it an afternoon. $2 Bill being asked to go. $2 Bill trying to gain some ground down to the fence, has 3 lengths to make up as Hotter Than Dem has the lead coming off the turn. Hotter Than Them made that early move on the back stretch. Let's see if he can keep going. Now $2 Bill has tipped outside for a challenge. These two are together now. $2 Bill on the outside, nose in front, and starts to assert his authority now. Hotter Than Them back in second. $2 Bill to get the money. Hotter Than Them second. Third home was It's the Stones, rallied for that position. Gabarone was fourth.
$2 Bill graduates in his 7th career start. Out in Monmouth Park, those results forthcoming. Meantime here, Saratoga live look post parade for the 7th, starting with capturing Jose Ortiz in the 2017 Belmont. Those colors are more Tapwrit.
He did. He probably liked putting those on, didn't he?
Yeah.
Inside, doesn't have a lot of early speed, but the way Jose's been riding, feels like this horse will likely work out a good trip.
Fast start to the meet, Jose Ortiz. Then Shades of Jade. And Phil Antonacci had an exciting winner yesterday.
Yeah, this horse coming off a layoff. You'll look below at those workout lines from LDY, Lindy Farm, which owns this horse, and they have a workout facility there that gets published.
That was Queen of Hawaii. Then you have the quick Sadie Earp.
Yeah, Wesley Ward, where's your top hat at? Turf Sprint.
Something stronger, Kentucky Shepherd can turn it on late.
Got a great ride last time from Ben Curtis to win, stepping up in class. This horse needs some speed up front to run her best.
3-1 tepid favorite then of a Comancer. Second start on grass.
Yeah, I mean, look, she ran her lifetime best last time turf sprinting. Maybe this is what she's always wanted to do.
Number 6, Quiet Confidence, outrun early in the Floral Park.
Yeah, coming off a layoff as well. Hadn't run since September, but maybe coming out of better races than any other horse in this field.
Abiento, twice stakes placed last summer. She can close.
She can close. Again, another one that needs some pace up front. When you look at this race, yeah, there's some speed, but it doesn't look to be a lot of fast pace.
These ladies can motor. Filly and Mare Turf Sprinters. Late pick 4 begins here. We welcome Acacia Clement to the broadcast. Trackside, Acacia, what are they? These fillies and mares showing you pre-race?
I think this is a really competitive group, Lafitte, and you do have a few horses coming in off layoffs or freshenings, and that does include your outside runner in the number 8, Bientôt for Mark Casse, as she comes back off of a bit of a layoff from February, her lone start this year being down at Gulfstream. Now, she is a very small filly. She always has been. I remember reading that the Casse barn actually had to have a custom bridle built for her because the regular horse-sized ones were just all too small. But she has actually filled out a bit as she comes back now as a 4-year-old. She does not have any early speed. She was off slowly in that Gulfstream try, but running on late, not being able to reach the top 2, not the kind of trip you want going 5/8 down at Gulfstream Park, and I imagine that was a setup. I do find it slightly concerning. We haven't seen her since then, but I really like what I see from her here. She's framed herself up really nicely and has a good record at Saratoga. The number 3, Sadie Earp, is quick. Her speed is her best weapon. She controlled things, kicked away pretty impressively last time out, and she is a turf sprinter. I haven't seen her since her debut, where she was incredibly poorly behaved. Mentally, she's come along so much, but as is typical with a Wesley Ward runner, accompanied by the pony back in the paddock and while saddling as well, but super fit now, second off of the layoff here. And given the way that she does run and how the pace potentially could shape up in this race, I think that really could be a major feather in her cap, especially for a turf sprint with not much speed. The number 4, Something Stronger, coming in from Kentucky for Al Stahl, got a win last time out. She was outfooted early on and was chasing wide, but she was flying late, and the horse that she beat that day did come back to win a stake and improve her buyer speed figure by 5 points in her subsequent start. This filly stacks up nicely with her competition in here, as clearly she's shown an affinity for sprinting on the turf, though she will be another one that will be coming from off of it. She is a very handy type of filly as well. Flavien Prat, I think, should suit her, see if she can get a little bit more position that she did show at least earlier on in her career. And finally, the 2, Shades of Jade. She's a bit of a price up there, but she's one that just kept catching my eye, as Tom mentioned, over at Lindy Farm in Connecticut, but shipping in as Phil Antonacci often does for her work on the Saratoga turf course here in final preparation for her return to the races, getting back on the grass where she wants to be. She just looks the best I've seen her in a long time, as she has framed herself up beautifully on the track. Maybe one to use underneath, Lafitte.
Shades of Jade, Acacia. Ricardo Santana 6-1 to her outside. Tom, the favorite, you went with her, Sadie Earp.
I did. You know, look, this is a filly that in her last start, she made the lead, but it was at further distance. At 6 furlongs, 6/8 of a mile. The shorter you go in distance, and she is shortening up a half a furlong or about 110 yards or thereabouts, you know, the shorter you go, the quicker the pace is going to be in those kind of fields typically. Can she clear and do this again? Well, when you look at this race, and Acacia touched on it, there are some horses that like to be up close, but I don't see brilliant speed in here. I think she has a chance to do it again, even at the shorter distance.
Some quick fillies, but none that have her kind of speed.
Right.
I think Lasix might have helped her too. You know, it was her first start, basically as a 3-year-old. First start with Lasix, she just kept on going. I don't know if I'm lying with you, Tom. I don't know if she really needs the lead. I think she can pass horses. Her race at Saratoga as a 2-year-old was pretty good.
Your late pick 4 ticket, Tom.
Yeah, so when you look at this, you're going to see that I'm spread out in every race except the 8th race, which is our next race, going 7/8 of a mile. Jackie the Joker, the 5 horses, where I'm going to anchor this ticket.
Yeah.
Let's hope that anchor doesn't sink to the bottom. But you know, what we're trying to tell you here is in this big race we have, the Victory Ride, these are some very, very good fillies. I think it's the best chance for an upset, so I'm going to spread out there. But we need Jackie the Joker, number 5 in race 8, to make this ticket work.
You hit the early pick 5 yesterday. It was
I
chalky,
did.
but you tripled your money.
Yeah, it was fun.
It's always fun winning.
Yeah.
Let's see him do it again.
Yeah, I've done that a lot.
Tom, I love your single in the next race, by the way, for those getting involved with this pick 4. I thought the same horse. I think some of those times those starter allowance races, they really set up for horses that are just better than they were when they qualified for the race, and I feel like Jackie the Joker is one. So
yeah, and those race conditions you're talking about, I think Lafitte is we're going to touch on that later when we get to the race. But it's interesting because, look, it's almost like they say golf bets are won on the first tee when the bets are made. Sometimes races are won when the conditions come out and you put them in the entry box.
Paul Bientôt ran so well here last summer in both the Coronation Cup and the Galway. Does her best running late.
Yeah, and I think she's the one filly in here that has the best late kick. She's not a good gate horse, but she draws the complete outside. She's the last one to low. I think she'll just fall out of there and just make one run like she usually does. She's going to be dangerous late.
Look, I take Zyrtec every day because I'm allergic to some things. One thing I am definitely allergic to is closers and turf sprints. Sure, they can win sometimes, but gosh, everything has to go their way.
Allergic to tying ties?
Yes, honestly. Yes.
People too? Some?
Some. Yeah, some for sure.
They are on guard at Coles, incoming for the return. All set for the late pick 4. Final check of the tote board. The speedy Sadie Earp at 2-1. Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 7 live from the Spa.
Quiet Confidence is in. Thank you, Lafitte. And here's the closer, Abiento. Abiento comes up and in. And they're off, and Quiet Confidence just blasted off and opens up 4 lengths in the matter of a second or two. Capturing along the inside as a joint second, and Sadie Earp is rushing up on the outside to be a part of it. Shades of Jade is currently second as they string out. Abiento has 9 lengths to make up, 3 in front of Something Stronger. And Vekomancer at the back of the field. It's Quiet Confidence, 21 and just under 2/5 of a second. Pedal to the metal, 6-length lead coming to the quarter pole. Shades of Jade, Sadie Earp on the outside as they try to close in. Abiento, Whitecap angles out, Capturing is down inside, finding a seam. The lead diminishing for Quiet Confidence. It's down to 2. Still trying hard though, maintaining it. 2.5, 3-length lead. Abiento on the outside, and Quiet Confidence has something left. Late run from Capturing, trying to get there. It will be close. It will be photo finish. Wow, did that get close? A flying Capturing and Quiet Confidence hit the wire right together. Abiento is behind them, battling for third.
Bang, bang finish. In the 7th at Saratoga, Capturing, Quiet Confidence, hitting the wire together.
Well, you know, we talked about it, that there wasn't a lot of speed in this race, but when one can separate from the rest, as our 6-horse did here in Quiet Confidence, it makes it hard for everyone to catch up. That's very, very tight. If you put a gun to my head and make me guess, I'd have to say that our pace setter, the 6, Quiet Confidence, held on.
Good call by
you don't miss, Paul. Who was it?
No, the 6 held on. Great call by JK. This horse won. Oh, wait a second.
Whoa.
Wait, whoa. They just hung up to 1, won the race? There's no way.
Deep stretch.
Wait a
Capturing, trying to reel in. Quiet Confidence, heads bobbing.
Oh, my God.
That's a bob there.
1-6-8-2. Capturing.
I thought
and
the 6
Jose
that might be the
Ortiz.
first photo I've missed in ages.
Just what a finish. What a finish. 1-6-8-2. Jonathan, you had Quiet Confidence. How surprised are you that she didn't hold on after watching it live in the first replay or so?
I mean, it's one of those things. Like, you can't be too results oriented. She ran the best race. I was right, but I was wrong. That's part of the game. It is what it is. I'm not shocked. Like I said, she ran really well.
Wow, you're taking it way better than I would. I mean, that's a really bad beat. The 6 did all the running, but you could tell that the 1 and Jose had a ton of horse in the lane, but the 6 just kept finding, and right towards the wire, I'd say maybe 100 yards out, maybe 50 yards out, she just got kind of lost, Tom.
The one thing I will tell you I'm shocked about is we had a photo here the other day that took like 20 minutes. And I thought this
20 seconds.
Yeah, I'm just shocked it happened so fast. That's my biggest shock.
I don't know. Nowadays, if they don't put the photo up in the first 45 to 60 seconds, it's typically a dead heat. They're very quick with them at the racetracks these days.
A little bit longer than that for the Kelso Sunday evening. Jose Ortiz, we mentioned in those silks, found himself in the winner's circle following the 2017 Belmont Stakes with Taprit. 1-6-8-2, Bridlewood Farm, Eclipse Thoroughbreds, Capturing, Todd Pletcher, 15-time Saratoga champion trainer. First win of the meet, not the first for Jose. Leading rider, 3 wins so far. 1-6-8-2, Capturing by a nostril.
Saturday on Saratoga Live, the winning pace of summer racing continues from the Spa. And join Michelle Yu on track live from Horseshoe, Indianapolis for the Indiana Derby. Saratoga Live kicks off 12:30 Eastern on FS2.
Tickets to Saratoga Racecourse are on sale now. Secure seats in the Grandstand or Clubhouse, or get a table in the Pick 6 Picnic Paddock, Miller Time 4-Star Dave Sports Bar, or the Michelob Ultra Stretch. Available now through Labor Day. Book today at NYRA.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NYRA Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
Up alongside of Knightsbridge, and now these two will turn for home together. Imagination on the outside to the front. Knightsbridge back into second. Tio Elvis, the horse from Japan, has rushed up on the outside, and he has taken the lead. He's taking off. Oh, look at Tio Elvis pull away in the last 16th of a mile. Even business today. Japan's Tio Elvis crushed them.
Elvis is in the building.
Yes, he is.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Dust settling following that thrilling finish in the 7th Saratoga. Welcome back, Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NYRABets.com or download the NYRA Bets app to get started. Jonathan, don't look. Jonathan, don't look. By that much. Great selection, does everything but win. With Christopher Elliott grinding. You know what every win means to him here at Saratoga. And here comes Jose Ortiz with another one, his third on the afternoon.
Our 6 horse was on the left inside lead. He was pushing to the wire. Christopher Elliott is a very strong finisher. He's riding against what I think is the greatest rider in the country in Jose Ortiz to the wire with him. And they're using all their skills. You know, they communicate to the horses with their hands, and Chris Elliott looked very strong finishing even though he didn't get the bob.
I think what caught me off guard, Paul, like you don't miss photos.
Yeah, it was weird. I mean, you get that pole right before the wire on the turf, kind of messes you up a little bit. But, you know, to put up that photo that quick, I mean, I guess the one did get up. It looked like he got up easily. It's a tough beat if you had the 6. The horse just got a little squirrely late.
We thought, you know, Sadie Earp looked like the fastest on paper. In a blink, Quiet Confidence had 2 or 3 lengths on the field.
I thought the race was over. Right then and there, you know. And we all thought the race was over when it hit the wire, too.
We didn't know who won after the race.
Jose Ortiz is having, you get those bobs.
Yeah.
Another look, deep stretch, Quiet Confidence. Where's the wire? Capturing up in time. Jose Ortiz, trained by Todd Pletcher, is capturing and standing by live with Acacia.
She captured this race for sure. Todd, a tight photo finish. Did you think she got there in time?
I wasn't positive. I knew it was really close, and I was surprised they hung it up so quickly because, I thought it was super tight.
She was really game, though closing on her left lead, but it seemed like Jose just stayed out of her way because she had that momentum.
We kind of talked about that in the paddock before the race. She has a tendency to do that, so we didn't want to lose any momentum, just keep moving forward.
Got a nice win with her today, but of course looking ahead to the victory ride. Tommy Joe coming back as she was sensational here last year at Saratoga. She's been quite aggressive in her works. What do you make of that?
That's her. Yeah, she's got the go button on at all times. She puts a lot into her training. She's strong to gallop, and we breeze her by herself because she's very keen. But I think sprinting, she's not usually ranking her races, so I think sprinting they'll go quick enough that Johnny will be able to stay out of her mouth, and she'll be able to hopefully settle in a good stalking position.
And how's she doing overall? How excited are you to see her back now as a 3-year-old?
She's very impressive to watch train. Her breezes have been outstanding, and we've always thought a lot of her, and she's pretty much backed it up most of her career.
Thanks for the insight, Todd. Looking forward to seeing her, and congrats here.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Yeah, Acacia, so that's what, Tom, you were talking about at the top of the broadcast as you look at the results with capturing and how Tommy Joe had been training in the morning, how aggressive she was Todd Pletcher's response there? Does that quell any of your concerns going into this victory ride?
Well, I mean, the works are there for everyone to see, and you can watch them. And look, he's here. He's going to run the race. He's a Hall of Fame trainer. I'm not here to second judge Todd Pletcher in any way, shape, or form, but her preparations this year are different than what they were last year, even after she ran as a 2-year-old going into the big race Labor Day weekend last year. And I think she's different.
That's race 9 coming up. Victory Ride, key stepping stone towards the Grade 1 test. But first, this 8th race. You look at the field, updated odds. Floge is out. The conditions of this one, Tom, can you explain this race and who qualifies and what's this race all about?
Yeah, so ordinarily, traditionally in horse racing, we try to ride protected races for horses that run for a claiming or for sale price. We call them a starter race. So in this case, I think the starter level is $12,500. You have to qualify for this race by having run for $12,500 for sale race to be eligible to run for the non-claim this time around. But they can't fill these races very well anymore, so they have to add new conditions. So they add a New York bred condition on there. Hey, if you're a New York bred, you don't have to run for that 12.5 price. You can run for as much as 16. I think they got 3 or 4 horses, New York breds, in the race to do that. And then they also offer another claiming price for open horses that weren't bred in New York. And I think 5 of the 9 horses entered fit that condition. So there's only 4 horses in here that are not eligible to be claimed. I think they have an advantage. They're telling you, we don't want to lose these horses. They had the opportunity to run for that, but they're protecting their horses from being bought out of the race. Without the extra conditions, the race doesn't have enough horses to be used. On a daily basis when we enter, we have about 20 races we can enter in, and the racing secretary will use 9 or 10 of those based on field size and quality of race. This type of race, he needs field size. So without doing what he did, the race doesn't go.
Stacks up beautifully for Jackie the Joker, who is odds on a 2-5 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably 1 to 2 is a little bit aggressive, but I think the horse will probably come up a little bit. I thought the most likely winner, a horse that you could single in any kind of multi-race wager.
And I think she's the most singled horse today in today's Big Six. She's the fastest horse in there. Whatever metric you want to use, whether there's thoroughgraphs, sheets, whatever you want to do, by her speed figures, she's the fastest horse, and she's run the fastest 2 races at this distance. I think that's why she's a heavy favorite.
This pick 6 sequence with a big carryover coming in. Jonathan, what we've seen thus far, what you're talking about, figured, and then the next 2, tricky. Jordan's loving capturing 1972 and 16 and change.
Yeah, you start getting double-digit prices in pick 6s with carryovers. You could start planning an expensive dinner if you're alive. Yeah,
maybe even buy a new tie.
There you go, maybe a new tie. No, it's 20. I got actually. If you need a new tie, I have 2 red ones. I paid $29.99 for them. I would let them go for $20 so I don't have to drive back to Kohl's on Monday.
If anybody from Kohl's, like an employee from Kohl's, is watching, be on the lookout. Kind of stand out, man. It's going to be hard for you to, kind of blend in like anybody else. And here's my receipt. Where's my $60? Didn't I see you on TV?
I'm like, no, that wasn't me. What do you?
Wasn't you.
No, that wasn't me. What are you talking about? I've never been on TV before.
Didn't do it.
Monmouth Park, post parade for the 6th. 7-1 shot there, JK, in First Heather.
Yeah, First Heather is was on the grass last time. Going to switch over to the dirt.
We saw Hypatia, then the odds-on favorite to the outside, B&D.
Yeah, the horse is taking a lot of money to the outside, has some early speed, and got a big figure last time. Took a lot of money.
This horse should clear, right? Early, Jonathan, don't you think? I think this horse
got blinkers last time and went to the front.
Yeah.
The 2, Melissa Iorio, she knows one way, and that's forward. I would think the 2 is going to get pressed forward, too.
Interesting.
This
is your racetrack. This is your specialty, Paulie. Monmouth.
Yeah, I was there when they had the super meet. That was like 15, 16 years ago.
What are they giving away? What were the purses?
Whoa.
Every
Jersey breds were running for like 100-something thousand.
Yeah, unreal. Have the Haskell just around the corner. We'll be on site for the Haskell, a marquee event for 3-year-olds at Monmouth Park every season as his chase for a 3-year-old title continues. Chance to see Napoleon Solo back in action. Preakness winner.
Haskell's going to be a good field. Baby Vino, I know Paco Lopez rode that horse for Lindsey Schultz. That horse is going to need a new rider.
Bummer, no crude velocity, though, right?
No crude velocity. Is the Puma going to go there yet? Or
He is. He just needs a new rider with Javier Castellano sidelined for the next 3 weeks or so. The exciting Puma who missed the Derby. Have a chance to see him in the Haskell at Monmouth Park as they move into line 6th and final from the Shore's greatest stretch. 4-5 B&D. Matt Ditterman with the call.
2 back, Hypatia and B&D. We're ready to go. Leroff in the nightcap. A little bit of a stutter step start from first half there. No problems from Security Lightning, who's on the lead. B&D will track the pace today and sit right off Security Lightning, who has the lead from B&D. Hypatia into third going into the first turn, and losing the rider there was, well, Jefferson Scarrett down on the ground. That's the loose horses running rider list first half there. In the meantime, they approach the backstretch here. Security Lightning up top 3 parts of a length here. They've opened up about 3 on Hypatia with the loose horse on the outside there. 2.5 back to Rachel Caroline. Sexpectations at the back, and good to see jockey Jeff Scarrett up on his feet. There will be an inquiry. So they make their way down the backstretch here. Security Lightning is the pacemaker, about a half length in front. B&D, the presser on the outside there. They've opened up about 4. Rachel Caroline into third. Hypatia down on the inside. Sexpectations is 5th and last. Doesn't really look like is being persevered with at this point. They go into the far turn. The 2 favorites 1-2. Security Lightning, length and a tail ahead. B&D just got a tap on the shoulder, and Security Lightning opened up the lead to a length and a half. Now it's a length and 3/4. B&D trying to play catch up in second, and they're well clear of Rachel Caroline and Sexpectations. Top of the stretch here, and Security Lightning still comfortably clear. B&D all in second, drifting a little wide coming off the turn. Security Lightning leads by 4. B&D is trying to catch her, but she's still behind, plodding along in the second position. 1 furlong to go here, and Security Lightning is clear by 4. 16th to go. Security Lightning all alone, and she will win gate to wire. Rachel Caroline coming on and is in the battle for second, and looks like she just got it over B&D, and Sexpectations was 4th.
Easy win. Security Lightning. Scary scene shortly after the start. Jeff Scarrett thrown, but you heard Matt Dinneman reference, was up on his feet shortly thereafter. Any update on his condition will pass along. A plus tomorrow night, Prairie Meadows. That guy's on the graveyard shift. Navajo Warrior reports for duty around 10:30 Eastern after the Iowa Derby in the Cornhusker. We'll preview.
Fasig-Tipton's July Selected Horses of Racing Age. Since inception, this sale has produced 28% stakes horses and the earners of more than $110 million worldwide. Recent stars include Grade 1 winners Fort Washington and Nakatomi, plus multiple graded stakes winner Banishing. The can't-miss sale of the summer for horses ready to run. July Selected Horses of Racing Age, July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
It's Navajo Warrior leading the way. McLean's Rook trying to sustain the momentum on the outside. Sincero is third. Coming to the last furlong. Moving to fourth is Duke of Duval, but plenty to do. Navajo Warrior and Flavian Pratt slow down the pace. They've got something left. A 3-length lead from McLean's Rook, who's charging second, but second best to Navajo Warrior in the Pimlico Special on the way.
Black-Eyed Susan, Day Laurel Park, Navajo Warrior Paul, wire to wire in the Pimlico Special.
Yeah, he's a really nice horse. 9 for 17 lifetime. This was his lifetime best when it comes to Beyer speed figures. And if you look at his last, well, since he's been with Saffie Joseph, you throw out the one sloppy race, he's been pretty darn good. One other race at Churchill where he was hung wide, but this horse is definitely the one to beat. Micah Husbands gets the ride.
Not Flavian Pratt, he'll be here at Saratoga. Field for tomorrow night's Cornhusker Handicap. Under the lights, mile and an eighth, $300,000 purse. Number 8, Navajo Warrior, 5-2 morning line favorite. All goes down in Altoona, Iowa. Tom, what should our viewers know about the racing at Prairie Meadows?
So we shipped there a lot from Churchill Downs. Won the Oaks there last year with Quick Kick. And the trick there is the ship, because it's lengthy. It's lengthy from Churchill. For Navajo Warrior, we're talking about, with stops for breaks, for water, for the horse, everything, we're talking about 20 to 21 hours, in a van to get there. So you have to have a horse that's resilient, that can get over the ship and run his race. But it's certainly a factor in your handicapping, that long ship from here. And that horse didn't fly there. It's very difficult to fly horses. We lost our major carrier, so that could be a factor. The other thing would be, although speed is good over that racetrack, you don't want to be right on top of the rail. You want to be a little bit off the rail.
Okay.
I think we might watch Cornishman later today. And he won last year's edition of the Cornhusker, and you'll see what I'm talking about. You don't want to be right on top of the rail. If you're coming from off the pace, as Quick Kick did last year in the Oaks, you want to come around.
And before the Cornhusker Iowa Derby, this is the same race that, like Magnitude, reintroduced himself to us last year.
Yeah, I like to call them like the middle of the world derbies. Like a lot of those, we know the Kentucky Derbies and the Belmonts and the other big 3-year-old races that we have, but there's a lot of horses that can kind of get their launching point from some of these middle of the country derbies that show up, whether it be Iowa or Ohio or Oklahoma.
A lot of money out there for a good 3-year-old.
Absolutely.
Saturday night lights, tomorrow night, biggest night of racing every season at Prairie Meadows. Take a look at these stakes rundown, something for everyone, 2-year-olds, sprinters, 3-year-olds, older horses, and we'll be on site. We'll be there, Samantha Perry on site. Coverage begins 11 Eastern on Fox Sports 1.
Good old friend Bobby Newman, the race caller, on the mic. Used to go over there.
Called her for years.
Yeah, when I used to play for the Marlins, I used to jaunt over there every once in a while and play the ponies and see Bobby in the mic.
Keisha, we're going to get to you a little earlier for this one, this 8th race with horses in the paddock. What are you seeing?
Well, you have a very short price on the number 5, Jackie the Joker, as she'll try to make it 3 in a row. And my opinion hasn't been the greatest this afternoon, but I agree. She is the one that is very much the horse to beat. And she's continued to hold her weight and coat exceptionally well for Jimmy Ferraro, who reclaimed her. And she comes back in with a strong performance last time out, pulling away from her company. She was game to do it 2 starts back. And we saw Jimmy have a really, really good Aqueduct spring meet. And we'll see if that momentum continues. But for horses like Jackie the Joker, who won last time out and was able to continue on, she looks like she should be able to do that yet again coming into this spot. Sometimes with racing, maybe she'll get a little bit lighter, not the best in her coat. None of that is the case today. She backs things up as the favorite here in the paddock. Number 6, Play Good, Pay Good, is another one taking attention. It does concern me that her best races have been at Finger Lakes. When she has come in the past to the NYRA circuit, she has not necessarily fared the best. And as Tom was talking about the conditions, if you read the conditions, she fits quite snugly, not having run for a claiming price of $10,000 or less. Well, she ran for $11,000 2 starts back up at Finger Lakes, so she is eligible to be protected in here. She's a handful. She's always been an energetic type, but she's gotten herself completely washed out here. They saddled her on the walk. She's been very, very tough from the moment that they came in. She's clearly a horse that's in good form, as she too is looking to make it 2 in a row. But I just really wish that she would settle a little bit. She's snorting, she's expending a lot of energy. And like I said, my biggest concern is that we've seen her best races out of town. and not here at NYRA. The number 1, Asaira, I thought was a bit interesting. Now, if we could zoom in on her equipment, she does wear a goggle over that left eye because I can't remember exactly when, somewhere along the way, she, before coming back at the end of last year, I believe it was, but she has lost her left eye completely. And so she's been running in that equipment where the left eye is completely covered for quite some time now. So being drawn the rail, she won't see anything to her inside, actually might be a benefit from her because she can see out of her right eye and everything to her outside. She looks incredibly fit coming back for Linda Dixon off of a bit of a freshening, not having run since April. I know that she did not do much running that day, but I really don't think that she liked the wet track that day and really seemed to be struggling throughout. She's a tall and leggy type, so yes, it's only half a furlong, but I think the 7 furlongs or a 1-turn mile really do suit her best. And I thought at a price, one that could be a bit interesting coming back here, Lafitte.
Keisha Asaria, Christopher Elliott to ride, still wondering how did Jose Ortiz run me down in the 7th race? He'll regroup, get a leg up, and see if he can't find the winner's circle here with an outsider. You're looking at a horse, not an outsider. Jackie the Joker, odds on 4 to 5. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at NYRA.com/Saratoga.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.nyra.com.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NYRA Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
It's just super exciting. This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 2-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Back just in time. Late pick 3, riders up. And they're playing our song, Call to Post. We'll meet the field. Everybody on Jackie the Joker, 4 to 5 amongst this group of warriors. Hard-knocking fillies and mares. We start with Asaria, a year to the day. Best race of her career right here.
Just doesn't have a lot of early speed from the inside, and with the main competition having a bunch of it, it's not ideal.
Maybe Sasakaya, like Asaria, 1-for-1 here at Saratoga.
And one of the few that's in here that's being protected from the claim. And if she runs back maybe 3 starts ago, that was a really good effort from her.
Miss Lau, number 4, first after the claim, Matt Cantamasi.
Yeah, look, these guys are doing some good training lately. That's a New York bred, so in for the 16,000 claim.
Yokai.
Maybe making a little step up in class as well.
There's the favorite. Odds on Jackie the Joker.
Yeah, she might open up just like Quiet Confidence did in the last race. Let's just hope she doesn't lose by an inch.
Play good, pay good. 24 start, 14th in New York, Saratoga debut.
Well, play good, pay good is going to have a lot to say about Jackie the Joker making the lead by herself. That's the other speed in the race. It's those two early. If they get a little too aggressive on the front end, it really sets up for somebody to come into the...
Dream on Cara, 18-1. Jose Baez, into ride from Finger Lakes, followed by Curlin's Magic. Rarely see that needed KO punch.
Yeah, that's fair. And a horse that seems overmatched here.
At 9-1, and finally Whistler Style to the outside, like another Warhorse 8-year-old 68th lifetime start.
68 lifetime starts, and this will be the 68th. It feels like this horse is broken slowly in like 64 of them. That's not a great situation when you're in a dirt sprint.
This field combined 285 starts, and that's without Floge, who was going to make her 49th start this afternoon. Warriors, veterans, 285 career starts. Jackie the Joker, there she is. And the last time she met Baby Sassicaia, 2 starts back, late May Aqueduct. Jackie the Joker, Paul, builds a big lead, but Baby Sassicaia in hot pursuit, turning for home.
Yeah, I think a lot of people that single this horse are probably hoping that Jackie the Joker runs her last race. But, you know, Baby Sassicaia and Curlin's Magic come off the pace. I do think the 2 in here is probably her main rival, maybe besides the 6, if the 6 transfers that Finger Lakes form. But, like, if you're against this 5, you're looking for, you know, the 2 to run that kind of race, and there's not a difference between 7-1 and even money.
After my cart talk the other day with Dave O'Rourke, I got a lot of text messages about golf carts. Shout out Ron Moquette, Bruce Jackson. Let me just try this, see if this works. I like Sassicaia. I like Sassicaia. I wish I had a Sassicaia. So if anyone wants to text me and drop off some Sassicaia, nice wine from Tuscany, I'm just seeing if it works.
We're going to make it happen. We're going to make it happen.
Well, there's Jackie right there warming up. Look, that race we were watching, Paul, it was won right at the start. Jackie broke very, very sharp, cleared, and that was the difference between winning and losing in the race. Again, she could have some company in the front end right outside of her. Play good, pay good. How many times have we seen it where a couple of riders really, really battle on the front end more than they should, and it softens them up and something closes into them?
Play good, pay good, as Acacia mentioned. Difficult, a handful pre-race. Jackie the Joker, even money to Acacia, trackside.
And by the way, JK, I just saw Dave O'Rourke, and he said he's going to get you the most ridiculous golf cart possible, exact quote. So we're very excited to see what that ends up being when we get back to Belmont. But taking a look at the 2 Baby Sassicaia, I understand why they tried her on the turf. She is actually the half-sister to a horse named Stan the Rain, who, while she didn't win, she ran very well and improved a lot when getting onto the turf, when going a lot longer. So I think that was the thought process in trying the surface switch last time out. But this horse is dirt, and she gets back to her preferred surface and back to her preferred distance as well. She's more shorter coupled. She goes back to basics, I think, pretty much. And now her really good race 3 back with a speed figure that does kind of stick out like a sore thumb was with previous connections. But as Tom touched on, if the pace does heat up in here, she's the one that I think really could benefit from that and will be running late. Like I said, I do think that she is back in her preferred conditions today. Circling back to the 5, Jackie the Joker, the thing with her and the difference between her and the 6 Play Good, Pay Good is when you watch their respective races, despite the fact that Jackie the Joker is quite a big mare, 7-year-old mare at this point, she has a lot of gait speed. She is very quick, very powerful in her hind end, and Jose Lezcano has kept her moving out there on the track, jogging nonstop, which you often see too for horses where they want them to break really well, really warm them up behind. And for Play Good, Pay Good, despite the fact that she's been a lot mentally, she's usually not the immediate quickest out of the gate and gradually goes forward. So if that happens once again, that could make it even tougher for Jackie the Joker to be pressed and not be run down early, Lafitte.
Acacia, Play Good, Pay Good, currently 4-1. We revisit her latest June 1st Finger Lakes, a site of her last 3 victories. Jonathan, Play Good, Pay Good here, who battles every step and still holds on in the end.
Yeah, look, I mean, I agree with Tom. She's probably the one horse that could be kind of the thorn in the side of our consensus pick of the 5, Jackie the Joker. But I think when you dive in a little bit deeper, and no offense to our friends at Finger Lakes, like these races I don't believe are as tough as what Jackie the Joker's been running in. I also don't think that Play Good, Pay Good had to run as fast early as she'll have to run to keep up with Jackie the Joker. Not saying that she can't, but she hasn't done that prior, and I think that's a little bit of a problem for her.
Yeah, that's very fair, and I like what Acacia said about Jackie the Joker and how brilliant she is right out of the gate. That's what she showed in her start that we watched the replay on 2 back. It won the race for her, and I would expect those first 2 steps out of the gate, Jackie the Joker is going to be the quickest.
Wager. Betting powered by AI, right in your NYRA Bets wager pad. Wager is your database betting assistant, providing AI bets for all U.S. tracks starting 15 minutes to post. Visit nyrabets.com/wager for more information. Jackie the Joker, even money. Stick around for the 9th victory ride next. Keep prep for the Grade 1 test. First things first, this 8th race, 7 furlong extended sprint. Jackie the Joker, 4 to 5. Here's Frank Mirmati.
Last few left to load. Back. Whistler's Style will be the last one. She comes up. They're in the gate. And they're off. Play Good, Pay Good. Asaira along the inside has some speed. Jackie the Joker will come from second today. 3/4 of a length behind Play Good, Pay Good. Then comes Miss Lau, 4th, 5 lengths off the lead. Baby Sasikaya is next, racing 2 in front of Curlin's Magic, Whistler's Style, and Dream on Cara at the rail. Opening quarter in 22 and 4, and Jackie the Joker is where she likes it best on the front end now. Opening up a length and a half on Play Good, Pay Good second. Asaida in striking range, inching forward along the rail, and doing so very willingly now. Only 2 lengths off these leaders. Jackie the Joker and Play Good, Pay Good going at it. And now here's Miss Lau coming alive in the yellow colors. Miss Lau takes third. Asaida has to wait for racing room, and Baby Sasikaya swings out for the drive. This one is wide open at the top of the stretch. Jackie the Joker has dropped right out of it, and here's Baby Sasikaya with a sustained bid. Clear sailing for Asaida along the rail, and Curlin's Magic has arrived on the scene. Coming to the 16th pole, Baby Sasikaya with a 3-length lead now over Asaida, and that's how they'll finish. Baby Sasikaya wins by 2. Second to Asaida, then Curlin's Magic and Whistler Style.
That'll shake things up in this pick 6 sequence. An upset with Baby Sasikaya, now 2 for 2 at Saratoga.
Anytime you beat a horse that's odds on like you did here, and you're alive in a pick 6, and especially on a carryover day, like I said, you can start planning for that dinner. You don't need the Baby Sasikaya. You could probably order the real one tonight.
Good job by Heyman Harkey. Just kind of letting everybody kind of duke it out here, Tom. And it looked like the 2 horses with the best finish. You said it earlier, like, these horses are going way too fast up front.
Yeah, they were. And Jackie the Joker did not break that well. Had to be used to get a forward position. That takes a lot of energy out of a horse. And, so for Jackie, the 5 horse, and Play Good, Pay Good, the 6 who went out there and battled each other up front, sometimes that's exactly what happens. It opens up the race to everyone else in the field, and they just fold.
Pumped up Heyman Harkey. 6-1 at post time, 2-1, 8-9. How early on, Tom, could you tell that Jackie the Joker might be in deep water?
Well, it took a lot of energy for Jackie the Joker to get to a forward position after the break. Our 6 horse was very, very quick from the gate. Play Good, Pay Good. And to get on even terms with that horse, I felt at that point this was not going to work out for either horse.
I think when you get to these these are older mares who have run a lot, and you get to the point by the 1, ran a tremendous race with that eye covered up. But you know what? I always thought that the pace and the way the race plays out way more affected with these lower level horses. Jackie the Joker is the kind of horse that she'd won a lot of races at this level, but a couple horses have beaten her before. It's just today was not her day.
Alex Kasdan's Baby Sasikaya. 2 for 2 at the spa, 2-1-8-9 results. Reaction, Baby Sasakaya delivers in the 8th of 10 on this Friday at Saratoga. Stay tuned.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit NYRA.com/Big Apple bonus.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live. When Jonathan's late getting to the set, looks something like that.
Yeah, I usually don't go that way.
The backyard to the Big Red Spring. And how about this mare in that performance? Baby Sasakaya by Breeders' Cup Classic winner Vino Rosso. Heeman Harkey, an upset, and the odds-on favorite Jackie the Joker, Tom, off the board.
Yeah, it wasn't her day. They went pretty rapid up front, and oftentimes there's only so much gas in the tank for horses, so if you're going to use gas early, you better make sure you got a little something left for the end. That wasn't the case with Jackie the Joker.
Baby Sasakaya to Acacia in the winner's circle.
So pleased to be joined by winning trainer Norm Follett here as Baby Sasakaya gets the victory. And Norm, I know trying the turf last time, she does have some pedigree for it, but she was back to what she wanted today.
Yeah. Well, the last time we ran her on the turf, she showed a lot of courage because she dug in when she got challenged for third, and she fought back, and I felt good about that. So my owner said, let's try her back on the, in a starter race over here. And she's been doing really good since she come out of that race. Really, she's a nice filly. She's like a sweetheart, you know what I mean? So we got lucky, Sometimes you get lucky, when you claim horses. She's all right.
And you've done a great job with her, but you had to be quite happy given her running style, how fast they were going on the front end.
When I saw that, I said to myself, well, at least we got a shot, when they went to the half and, so fast, I said, well, hopefully she stopped. When I saw her picking it up, I said, okay, here we go. And this kid been getting on her in the morning, so he knows her. You know what I mean? So it helps. You know what I mean?
Well done to Heeman with the ride here. And you and I had a nice interview last year when Racing Colors won here. Getting a victory, how special are these Saratoga wins?
Well, it's hard to come by. That's got to tell you that right now. They're not easy for a little outfit like mine. So you appreciate it very much. We appreciate it. And I'm going to give you a tip. I said to my owner when we claimed this horse, this is going to be my next Racing Colors. I don't know if I'm going to be great at it or I'm going to be a prophet, but we see what happens, all right?
So far, a prophet indeed. Congratulations.
Started off on the right track. You know what I mean?
Definitely did. Congratulations.
I appreciate the interview. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well done. Always special with these kinds of wins, Lafitte.
Enjoying that moment. This meet, Jonathan, it's early. It's only day 5, but the parity regarding the trainers and how many different trainers are saddling winners in the first few days.
I mean, he nailed it. He said it. It's very, very hard to win here. It's hard to pick winners here. It's hard to trade winners here. It's hard to ride winners here. It's impossible. It's a very tough place. Why I think it has the special feel that it does have, but I will say this is that I think so many people want to win here. It makes it that much more challenging. Everyone brings their absolute best and tries their absolute best to do their best here.
Hey, look, if you're still alive, best of luck the rest of the way. But it's been challenging. Jonathan, is it too early? Too early to start thinking about maybe a 2-day pick 6 carryover?
I think there needs to be one more, I don't want to say like silly, but like just a little bit goofier of a result, right? You know, a 2-1, a 3-1, a 4-1 shot could get this thing hittable, but I think that if a couple of goofy things happen the rest of the way, it's definitely possible.
We'll see if we see any more goofy results the last couple of races here at Saratoga, where we move ahead to the main event, the Victory Ride, stepping stone towards the Grade 1 test, the most prestigious race for 3-year-old filly sprinters in North America. There's the field, Tommy Joe and Goodall, both of these spendthrift fillies, 2-1 early on. Tom, 4 of the trainers represented in the Victory Ride. Like, this being the prep for the test, what are you looking for, aside from winning, to say, yeah, based on that performance, yet my filly belongs in the test?
Yeah. Well, let's set it up. So the test is a Grade 1, which is the highest caliber race that we run here in the United States. And if any of these fillies were to win the test, which this is the prep for it right here, I think the test is in 4 weeks, 3.5, 4 weeks. But in any case, this is the prep. You would not want to go in to a race like the test against the country's best 3-year-old fillies without having a race under your belt going in. You wouldn't do it off a long layoff. So we got 2 horses here. They're the first and third choice. Iron Orchard, the 2, and Tommy Joe, the 5. They're coming off that long layoff. Obviously, they want a good performance. Is it end all if they win today? You know, there's a lot of pressure on Iron Orchard. I mean, look, they bought that horse for $2.5 million during her layoff, and they come in today's race. They want to have a good performance. Tommy Joe, we've talked about her preparations, how good she's been at Saratoga as a 2-year-old. It's important for these horses to have good races. So these aren't like, we'll see how it goes. They want to win.
A rite to passage for the test, Paul. This is exciting. And he referenced Tommy Joe, Iron Orchard. We know who they were then last year. Like, who are they now? We're about to see.
Yeah, and they're going to have to catch up. You know, a horse like Goodall, if you watch the last race, she kind of like just was out of it a little bit, and then when the other horse lapped her outside, she kind of took off again. So I think there's more left with her. You have a horse like the 7 horse in here, who's very good and mythical. Have they really caught up to her? Because she was a tremendous 2-year-old. So a lot of these horses have to prove themselves. That's why I think you got to take a shot against Tommy Joe in here. She might be the most talented, but today, right now, there's some talented fillies in this race.
Really good edition of the Victory Ride at Grade 3, but featuring Grade 1 talent. 2 Grade 1 winners in the field. Next step towards the prestigious test. And for trainer Steve Asmussen, who's trained so many terrific sprinters over the years, 1 Victory Ride win on the resume. Street Story 2014 will revisit, seeking a second today by running a pair, formidable duo, Goodall and Iron Orchard.
Drain the clock, Jackie's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
1,000,001, dividend 1,000,001, 1,100,000, dividend 75,700. Mike, 700,000. 70, 570,000. Thank you.
Bet any
track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Saturday night on America's Day at the Races, join us for special coverage of the 50th edition of the Meadowlands Pace. And Samantha Perry live from Prairie Meadows for the Iowa Derby. Saturday night, America's Day at the Races, 8 Eastern on FS1.
Street Story toward the inside and Milam as the field turns for home. Red Velvet has just run a 44 1/2 mile, and the fractions are taking their toll. Here's Misbehavior to get on even terms with the front runner, and Misbehavior is now in front. Misbehavior by a neck. Red Velvet second. And here's Street Story now putting in a final bid. And Milam was made a run from last. They're coming down to the finish, and it's Street Story. Street Story wins it by a length and a half.
Not sure who was better, Street Story or Jerkin. Paul, Street Story, Joel Rosario, nice ride in that 2014 victory ride.
Yeah, Joel Rosario at the height of his powers. Street Story for Steve Asmussen. Yeah, I tried to buy Red Velvet, then I tried to sell Red Velvet. The only thing I got was Red Velvet cake.
Still worked out on the positive end of things. A dozen years later, that same team trying to win at the same race. That was downstate here at Saratoga. And, Jonathan, you look at that list. Again, it's early July, the damage that Steve Asmussen has done in graded stakes races this season.
Yeah, it's, not to, not get excited about this graphic, but, it's expected, isn't it? This is, what he does all the time.
Bar's pretty high.
He does it at every level.
Yeah, I think
he does it at the highest level. He does it in the claiming ranks as well. That's
and
why
he does
he's
it.
won more races
Now
than
he's got a
anybody in
long
the country.
turf horse, which basically he kind of stays away from when Laganos, who's on a roll.
All bases covered now. And one of the fillies he trains, there she is, Iron Orchard, the New York bred. First of two for Steve Asmussen, will be ridden by Joel Rosario, as was Street Story, as you just saw. And this is part of the reason why she was purchased for $2.5 million last fall, Tom. Iron Orchard, you'll see her brightest moment of her career with Joel Rosario in the Grade 1 Frisette. And I thought what was significant about this performance, once we get to it, you watch her here, Tom, once she gets in behind the leader, she kind of shies from the kickback, then wheels out a little bit and bears down for the stretch.
She does. It maybe gets a little bit off balance for a moment there and then comes through in the stretch. Look, $2.5 million, but you got to remember with the girls what these horses are worth off the track if they win a Grade 1 race, which she did on that particular occasion. So even if it doesn't work out from a purchase price on the racetrack, $2.5 million for a Grade 1 stakes winner, as is true with her winning the Frisette, is you're probably not putting much at risk in terms of your money.
Tom, you spend a lot of time training at the same racetrack as Steve Asmussen, a majority of your career, whether it be in Louisiana or in Kentucky. His horses don't typically work all that fast in the morning. This 46.93 really stands out for me last time.
I think that's a great point. I didn't catch that, but you're so right. The Asmussen horses, they'll work a lot in company, but they'll usually be a half mile in 50 seconds. When you start thinking about times that are legitimate in the morning for workouts, you usually go about every 12 seconds for an eighth. So 50 would be 10 lengths slower with a fifth of a second equal in length than what's average, about 48 seconds. You're looking at a workout here that's extremely quick, and it's from the gate. So it's about intention. So that workout, the most recent on Iron Orchard, was designed to put her mind on business, because when these horses go to the gate, they're typically going to work a lot faster than they do from the pole, just because they know it's game time.
Ready to shed that blanket. New York bred Iron Orchard 5-1. The other Grade 1 winner in the field, there she is, Tommy Joe. It all started here, the maiden win on the undercard of the Jim Dandy, and then this moment, establishing her as one of the best 2-year-old fillies in the country. Jonathan, last summer, closing weekend, the spinaway, Tommy Joe tracks and pounces.
Yeah, look, I mean, we talk about it all the time. When you have a horse who wins first time out as a 2-year-old in Saratoga, the chances are you have a superstar. Now, sometimes it doesn't always work out, but then when they come back and then they win a Grade 1 at Saratoga like this as a 2-year-old, you can go ahead and, sign this one up to be a superstar. And that's who she was. Now, she got beat. She didn't run all that great in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, obviously, but she got a lot of time off as well. Usually when you have a horse who's run so well and then gets that much time off, there clearly was an issue. The issue clearly has been resolved, and now she's back, and let's just see if she's better than the rest of them, or if she was just better than the rest of them, kind of like an 8th grader with a beard, and see who she is now.
Well, she came in the paddock. She's physically a pretty big filly, no, Tom?
Oh, she's a pretty filly, too. She's a very pretty filly. And, Paul, you mentioned it earlier about her record at Saratoga. She's unbeaten in 2 starts. Both those starts were sprints, as today's race is. There's no question she is maybe the most raw talent of any in this field today, and that's why she's favored. But again, I'm going to go back to preparation and say that watching her workouts this year as opposed to last year, they are different. She's aggressive. She doesn't show me a lot of finish in the end. All the workouts are by herself. You wouldn't dare work her in company the way she's acting.
Is she trying to run off?
Oh, early on, she wants to break the rider's cross. So she's throwing her head a lot. She shows she's light mouth. You can actually see the bridle she's wearing. The girls will talk about it. I think it has a little kind of rubbery look to it that would suggest she's light mouth, but I'll save that for the girls in the paddock.
Been a long time. Tommy Joe and Iron Orchard. Acacia, you know them well. What can you tell us?
Yeah, and it's great to see them both back and both in the same spot as well. We'll start with Tommy Joe, who was dazzling here as a 2-year-old. She was a pretty imposing 2-year-old and quite physically mature as well. But she has grown and filled out a lot coming back now as she makes her 3-year-old debut. I'm with Tom on the way that she's been breezing, though. She is, for my taste, has been very tough in the mornings. I know that Todd Fletcher has said that he is not concerned about it, especially with sprinting. And to that end, watching the way that she works, she gets very aggressive and pulls a lot early, but she does settle in the stretch and finishes up very nicely. She's like a coiled spring here in the paddock, which despite her size and her physical makeup, I think with that demeanor and just what we've seen from her in the workouts, it does make sense for her to be able to sprint effectively. She looks incredibly fit coming back. I really can't fault her from that. And she was a very energetic, at times, green acting 2-year-old as well. So she kind of has that energetic demeanor about her. I had my concerns with her, with the way that she was working. She does have a rubber ring bit coming back here, but she is a horse that I really like what I see from her in the paddock. I was very pleasantly surprised as to how she has filled out. Now, the number 2, Iron Orchard, also making her 3-year-old debut for Steve Asmussen. She was one as a 2-year-old that I always had my questions about because in contrast to Tommy Joe, she was not a physically mature. She was on the smaller side. I questioned distances sometimes as she continued to stretch out, and she did improve greatly going into the Frisette. And then after a poor start in the Breeders' Cup, she just was protected and eased and just never really participated really in the running of that race. Now, unfortunately, her Saratoga races are not available on First TV, but I did watch a lot of her workouts in Kentucky at Churchill, and she has been training strongly. She's been working in company and very forwardly as well. She has speed. You'll even notice at the start of her 2-year-old races, Joelle Rosario would run her with her head turned. I think in part because she can drift a little bit, and also in part to keep her from doing too much early on the front end. She is a horse that was purchased for that $2.5 million at the digital sale before the Breeders' Cup. Sideline coming back here, she too looks very fit for her return. Reading quotes from Steve Asmussen, he said that the plan is eventually to stretch her back out, as this is a starting point. I think very interesting physically. Like I said, I've always preferred her a little bit shorter, so I like the cut back to sprint for her. She's filled out in the right way, though she has not grown a ton. Steve Asmussen's other horses, the 10 Goodall, I love this filly, the way that she's put together. She's so appealing visually, and she did have a minor stumble at the start last time, but was able to get into a forward chasing position. Flavien Prat did lose his crop, but it didn't matter. With a hand ride, she was best in there moving forward. And I think that she's just a horse that has really flourished and really come together nicely. Looks great once again, completely dappled. Love that they're keeping her at the sprint distance. No problem with the 6.5. And just a quick note on the workouts for Tom, as you were touching on with the 2 Iron Orchard, 46 and 4 from the gate, incredibly fast, but pretty much every gate workout we've seen on the main track recently has been lightning quick. That's very fast for this barn, but I do think we have to take into account that it was on that main track.
Ready to rock and roll. Iron Orchard, we'll see. Steve Asmussen, and he also has Goodall. Jonathan, this performance in the Jersey Girl, in between horses, Goodall, and handles Carmel Coast, and the favorite, Mythical.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think Goodall ran really well. I also think Mythical ran really well. I mean, if you look at their 2 performances, I guess you could say that Mythical lost a little bit more ground around there. They were pretty much in the same boat, I think, you know, being forwardly placed in there. Goodall kicked away from there. It's really about price for me now. Goodall 5-2 on the board right now. Mythical 9-1. I don't think that the spread of their actual ability and chances of win is equal to the 5-2 to 9-1. I'd take the 9-1 over the 5-2.
If Tommy Joe, Iron Orchard, run something similar to their best, does Goodall, is that effort good enough, or would she have to take another step forward?
Look, I mean, I think we'll all agree if Tommy Joe improves off of the first 2 starts of her career, she'll win by the length of the stretch. If she improves off of that.
And having said that, you're talking about development physically as well. These 2-year-olds from last year, whether it's Iron Orchard or Tommy Joe, they're equivalent to like a 10th grader. Now we come into the summer of the 3-year-old year, we're talking about college students now. So they have every chance to improve off of last year. And, you know, I know we've knocked Tommy Joe's workouts. Talented horses will make you look foolish after the race.
There's Todd Fletcher, Johnny Velasquez, Paul, and Johnny V. You're going to really have to, like, muscle up early on and throttle Tommy Joe as best as he possibly can.
You could tell when she came in the paddock, she was a kind of bit worked up, but, you know, ever since they put the tack on her, she knows it's kind of game time now. And I'll tell you, she looks the part. The gate is going to be the issue with her. You know, there's some fast horses in here. And, you know, you keep on focusing on Tommy Joe and you keep on focusing on Iron Orchid. You know, Goodall can keep on improving as well.
I want to elaborate on what Todd said, or have Tom and Paul chime in as well. But, like, I think that the fact that she's pulling in the morning when they are wanting her to not go too fast, the idea that Todd touched on is that in a sprint race, they're not going to have to restrain her as much. So maybe, just maybe, she won't be as agitated and annoyed in the race as she might have been in the morning.
So I think that's why you compare workouts from last year to this year. Was she, when she was 2 for 2 here last year and a dominant 2-year-old filly, was she working in that same fashion? Is this, you know, her resume? Is that what she always does? I've watched those works from last year. I've watched them from this year, and they're definitely different. And that's my biggest concern.
It hasn't run in a long time. Could just be really fresh. To Acacia Live with trainer Steve Asmussen.
And Steve sending out 2 here. Let's start, Steve, with Iron Orchard. She looks great coming back, but tell me about that last gate workout. That's quite fast for one of your runners, even on the main track.
Well, she's got a tremendous amount of talent, obviously. Filly that's with 3 wins, including a grade 1, no real easy spots for him to come back. Picked this spot out, could tell by nominations that we better have our running shoes on, but and she, with her draw, I'm glad we did.
She is quick, as you mentioned. I know you kind of pointed to this as maybe a bit of a starting point, but how is she doing coming back?
Like I said, very talented mare. Use starting point for many options, especially with her being New York bred and her already being a Grade 1 winner. Sky's the limit.
And then Goodall to the outside, winner last time out. She has the recency. She's just so beautifully put together.
She is very attractive filly, like a lot of the Alpons are. Outside draw, drawn 10 in Flavian's hands. He'll work out a good trip for her.
He didn't even need the crop last time.
Yeah, he threw it in the air for us, didn't he?
Well, thank you for the time, Steve. Good luck.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Lafitte?
Hand ride from the top of the stretch. Thanks, Acacia. Post parade for the victory ride. Sippin' Pretty overmatched in the 8 Bells Oaks Day, and there is Iron Orchard 5-1.
Yeah, look, Iron Orchard looks good, relaxed, just enough bounce in her step to she knows the game's coming.
Number 3, Carmel Coast, runner-up in the Jersey Girl.
A little disappointing. If it wasn't for that race, I'd love her here. It's just the last race was disappointing.
Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky good. Back sprinting, Jose Ortiz takes over. Look out.
I think that's important, what you just said. Going back to sprinting, that's what she does best.
Tommy Joe, spendthrift, homebred, perfect at Saratoga.
She was sensational first time out on this racetrack. She was sensational in the spinaway, but she disappointed at the end of the year. Has she grown up? Or was she just kind of picking on the girls that hadn't caught up to her yet?
Peach Tie, the Miss Preakness winner.
Yeah, look, this horse deserves to be in this kind of race, but is going to have to improve to be competitive.
Mythical, 2-time stakes winner at Saratoga.
Yeah, look, she's got some really big performances, too. She's got a lot of tactical speed as well drawn from there. I'm going to land here for my pick.
Tessellate, number 8, outsider, second to Peach Tie in the Miss Preakness.
Yeah, again, another that deserves to be in the field, but needs to improve dramatically to win.
A fine Chardonnay, Keeneland's Grade 2 Beaumont winner in the slop.
I'm not mad at a fine Chardonnay. I prefer a baby Sassicaia. She's got to get faster to beat these other horses if they all show up.
Outside, Goodall, impressive Jersey Girl winner.
Impressive. This is a great post for Goodall. She's speedy. She can lay off a little bit. Tactical speed is a dangerous weapon. She's in form right now. This is who I like.
Path to the Grade 1 test. Fast 3-year-old fillies in the victory ride. Who's ready to take the next step? And what does the computer say? Wager. Betting powered by AI right in your NairoBets wager pad. Wager, your data-based betting assistant providing AI bets for all U.S. tracks. The computer, Jonathan, says play this late double 5-10 with 4-5. Agree, disagree?
Yeah, I'm never going to argue. I mean, I looked at it just now. I mean, it finds some value in that play. I don't have a problem with the 5 and the 10 as winners of this race, and I certainly don't have a problem in the 10th with the 4 and the 5. I prefer the 1-2 ducks in the last leg.
Yeah.
But what do I know? I ask the computer a lot of questions all the time, so I'll side with the computer.
It gives you the right answer each and every time without fail as you look at a fine Chardonnay at 18-1. Her latest victory. Early April, Grade 2 Beaumont at Keeneland. Paul in the mud, a fine Chardonnay. Sneaky good. A fine Chardonnay is going to get an assist here from the leader.
Yeah, and a fine Chardonnay is in the Ian Wilkes barn, and you know, he's a kind of trainer. This horse was actually a nice winner on this day, but when you look at Ian, this horse is running some short fields. He's got the inside horse, and he's also got the 9. Brian Hernandez, obviously his major rider in here. You think one of these horses got a shot, Tom? I know you're familiar with Ian.
Yeah, I think a fine Chardonnay is an interesting horse because Ian has horses at the racetrack as well as at the training center. This is one that stays at the training center. When you watch that replay, Paul, you can see she's kind of small. I don't know what her demeanor is, but Ian knows what he's doing. If he doesn't have this horse in the track and he's training at the training center, there's a reason for it, and it's obviously worked very, very well.
Classy, fast, 3-year-old fillies revving their engines 2 minutes out to the victory ride to Acacia trackside.
And taking a look at a couple of the others in this field, the number 3 Carmel Coast is a generous price after finishing second to Goodall last time out. She had an aggressive warm-up out there on the track. She's another one that did debut here at Saratoga as a 2-year-old and was really impressive. They did try stretching her out in the Grade 1 Frisette to no avail, and I was really happy to see her cut back to sprinting when she did return as a 3-year-old. While she has some length to her frame, she is a sprinter. And yes, she was second best in her most recent effort, but she did stumble from the rail, and she was not quick out early on and had to kind of rush up and be used hard early. So she had a little bit of an excuse. Nobody was beating the winner that day, but I do think that she ran on valiantly. And as I said, Tyler Gaffalione has given her an aggressive warm-up out there on the track, I think, to ensure a better break from her today, and at least she doesn't have the rail in here. The number 7, Mythical, also comes out of that Jersey girl, and as JK mentioned, she was 3 wide throughout the running of that race. She is so tiny. She just never grew. And she was a pretty small and unassuming 2-year-old as well. And that's always been a little bit of my problem with her. She's been great, though, altogether. Incredibly consistent, 7 for 10, with plenty of stakes wins to her name as well, and has been very good down in South Florida. And so while she disappointed with a wide trip last time out, there is the opportunity for her to turn things around. To me, though, I think she would need to take a step forward given some of the competition that she is facing here today, as we have seen her looking at the spin away last time out, maybe being found out a little bit when running against some tougher company, Lafitte.
She'd be small but mighty, Acacia. Mythical. Jonathan, your top selection.
Yeah, I'm going to land here. I just think that it's a price thing for me. Now, look, by no means am I trying to beat Tommy Joe in terms of multi-race wagers. I think Iron Orchard could take a step forward. I've got no problem with Goodall as well, but I just think from the price standpoint, who I want to bet to win, it would be the 7 Mythical.
You're on board, Paulie, with Mythical.
Yeah, you know, JK and I are on the same wavelength here. When I looked at these fillies, I thought there's not much in between. I thought Mythical ran on a racetrack where she was kind of 3 wide most of the way. I think she can sit a good trip. You know, it's going to hinder on Iron Orchard. If she gets away good and Iron Orchard doesn't, I'm hoping Edgar Zayas can put her on the front end and keep going.
And Tom, you're banking on Goodall beating Mythical and the rest once again.
I am. Look, I don't like the price. Goodall, the 10 horse, is now favored at 2-1. That doesn't really throw me. I think there's quite a bit of speed in here. Goodall has that dangerous weapon of tactical speed, and I love the post where basically, you know, you can do what you want on top, or Flavian can watch the race unfold inside of him, decide where he wants to be based on pace. I think that's going to work well.
Who is the quickest? Who's in front when the field hits the far turn?
Oh, that's a good question. I got the speed as the 1, 3, and 7 in here, along with the 10.
No 2?
I don't know about that, Paul. Oh, well, you know what? Those works suggest they want to show some speed, too.
By the way,
that's fair.
Shout out to Mr. Gustafson. I know Tommy Joe's named after his daughter. Fight on. USC Trojans basketball going to be ranked in the top 15.
Amen, brother.
This might be like the Spendthrift Stakes, right?
Yeah.
They got a lot of horses there, a lot of Yalpons, a lot of Authentics, Into Mischiefs, and the Purple and Orange Silks.
It's a good race.
Yeah, it is. Back in 2017, American Gal won the victory ride. About a month later, captured the Grade 1 Test, most prestigious race for 3-year-old filly sprinters in North America. Will take place on the undercard of the Whitney, August 8th on Fox. For these fillies, who's ready to take that next step? We're about to find out. Grade 3 victory ride, Sippin' Pretty. Ricardo Santana about to be led forward. To the outside, Goodall, impressive Jersey Girl winner, is the favorite at 2-1. Waiting for these 3-year-old fillies to begin to be filed in for the Friday feature in front of this good crowd. As Sippin' Pretty now steps forward, 29-1. 3-year-old filly, 6.5 furlongs. Goodall, 2-1. Frank Mirmati with the call post time for the victory ride live from Saratoga.
Thank you, Lafitte. Here's Peach Ty taking up her spot. Mythical will be next. Iron Orchard. Iron Orchard right up to the gate. Tessellate comes up. Here's Carmel Coast in the Legion Racing Black. A fine Chardonnay coming forward. And the Spendthrift, classy 3-year-old fillies, Tommy Joe and Goodall to complete the line. An outstanding renewal of the victory ride is coming your way. And now we have Mythical, who was a little keen going into the gate and follows that up by breaking through the gate. Let's go back to Lafitte for a moment.
Mythical. Acting up in the gate. I was looking down. Did anybody catch what happened?
The 7 and the 8 kind of bum rushed the gate, both of them at the same time. It looked like Mythical was trying to get a head start, and so was the 8, Tessellate. It's like they're going to load these horses back in. Never a
Not
good
without
thing.
a look from the state veterinarian.
Yeah.
You're looking right there. They're going to make sure this horse is okay before they put her back in the gate. Look, very little happened, and I'm sure the horse is fine. But, you know, it's always the horse first. And so the state veterinarians are going to check this horse out. A leg up on her back means she's ready to go. That's happening right now. They'll put her back in the gate.
Mythical. We'll do it again. Edgar Zayas aboard. Frank Miramati, take 2 with the call, the victory ride.
She's 6-1 on the board as she gets ready to reload. All set. And they're off in the victory ride. A slow start for Tommy Joe, a quick one for Mythical as there's a battle on the front end. Goodall has sharp early foot. And on the inside, here's Iron Orchard, who wants to lead. Tessellate is 4th through the opening furlong, passed now by Sippin' Pretty. Carmel Coast has 7 lengths to make up, 3 clear of Sneaky Good, Peach Tie, Tommy Joe trying to go by that pair, and a distance to a fine Chardonnay. 22 flat for Iron Orchard, and Joel Rosario taking them into the far turn with Mythical right there in second. Goodall is 3 wide third, and Sippin' Pretty racing along the rail in 4th. Tessellate is 5th, coming to the quarter pole, has 6 to make up. Carmel Coast is next, followed by Sneaky Good and Tommy Joe. Inside of them, Peach Tie, 45 and 3. They're at the top of the stretch. A wide bid from Goodall, who storms to the front and opens up 2. Chased now by Sippin' Pretty in second. They're in the final furlong, and it's Goodall clear by 2. Sippin' Pretty, a tough customer, trying to reel her in, and then a fine Chardonnay moving into third. Here's Sippin' Pretty surging to the front to win the victory ride. Goodall was second, a fine Chardonnay third. Sneaky Good finished 4th.
Fired up, Ricardo Santana triggers the upset with Sippin' Pretty at 26-1 in the victory ride.
I mean, that was a great effort by Sippin' Pretty. And actually, maybe a change in styles, Paul, when you look at some of those early races laid back a little further. They were rocking up front.
Yeah, she's a horse that's been not good out of the gate. She got out of the gate good, too, and sat the trip.
Yeah, that unlike Tommy Joe, who got left, and I'm sure we'll show that, but she did not show up today.
Sippin' Pretty, that's one part of the story. Jonathan, here's the other. Tommy
Let's
Joe,
watch the
first
5.
start in 8 months left at the start.
Yeah, look, she didn't break well, but she didn't really pick up either. I think that Tom was probably right what he was leaning towards in the way she'd been working in the morning. Obviously, she didn't pop away from there well, but if she is who she was last year, she's still picking up horses at this point, and she wasn't doing that.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, you've got to not only be talented physically, mentally horses have to be talented, and today was not her day. She wasn't showing in practice that she was mentally ready, and you know, that's what you get today when that happens. We've all been guilty of it as trainers, by the way.
Ian Wilkes runs 1st and 3rd here, Lafitte, at
That'll
26-1 and 19-1. And you know what? If a guy that's in the Midwest, for a lot of people that know Ian Wilkes, he's not a guy that runs his horses first time out. Sitting Pretty, 84 buyer. She showed a lot of promise earlier in her career, and what a win for Ricardo Santana.
Wow. Now can we start talking about that 2-day Pick 6 carryover?
Yes. I think that, you know, look, it's on carryover days, weird things happen. You know, a lot of people get involved. But I would be shocked if there wasn't all the horses in the last, or at least a handful of them alive to a double carryover.
I think this finish, Lafitte, sets up for a big field in the test. The test
Nobody
seems to
here's
be
going to scare anyone off.
Right, and then you've got a couple of horses in Iron Orchard and Tommy Joe that, you know, you could make the case they needed the race. They're going to come back, but you didn't see a dominant performance by anyone in here, and everyone wants to win a Grade 1.
Bump in stock, mashallah, who won the first race on the 4th of July. Top class 3-year-old filly sprinter Ricardo Santana at 26-1, rounding the far turn. The way Goodall was traveling, Flavia and Pratt, Tom, like water skiing, you're thinking it's only a question of how far she's going to win by. How surprised were you when she started struggling through the lane? and Sippin' Pretty was cutting into her lead.
Well, funny you say that. Turning for home, I said to you guys off air, I said, this race is over. Goodall's going to win. But as you said, she struggled down the lane, and Sippin' Pretty by far ran the best race of any horse in here.
You know, Ian's horses usually finish, and this horse did finish today. Big win for Ian. He's got probably the best American turf horse that we've seen this year, too, as well, in Burnham Square.
This is a big win for the rider, Ricardo Santana, as well. You know, we all talk about it at the beginning of the meet, trying to get some momentum going as a rider. This will take Ricardo quite a ways in the entry box with horses to ride.
The 9 is dead last? That's where the 9 came from? That far back? No.
That's how far. Wow.
What? She just
Like,
started
what are we
getting warmed
looking
up?
at? A fine Chardonnay. That filly. Yeah, that filly. She runs third.
What?
What does that say about everybody in front of her inside the final quarter of a mile?
Well, actually, what it says is that some of these horses that were really thought well of that didn't finish at all. This is a race where, you know, pace collapsed. So you're supposed to, as a runner from behind, have the most gas in the tank and be able to finish. So you should have seen a wave of horses finishing at the end. We didn't really get that.
By the way, the pick 3 to the 10 was $200 and some odd dollars. 1,600 to the 1. That big of a difference.
Wow. 42 horses in the test. Sippin' Pretty. They're going to enjoy this one. Ricardo Santana, one of the bigger stories last year. Monster summer, 4th in the standings. Strikes and a second stakes win already in the first 5 days at Saratoga.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Wow. Stunning result in the victory ride. Welcome back, Saratoga Live. $55 winner, Sippin' Pretty to Acacia in the winner's circle.
And Here with Ian Wilkes, who I just said to you, Ian, a productive trip here, sipping pretty with the win, running first and third, in fact, too. But as far as the winner, sipping pretty, disappointed last time. What was it that made the difference for her here today?
Yeah, I wish I could tell you exactly. She broke bad that day. You know, she didn't break good. The key was to break good today and then just ride your race from there. And for some reason, I just can't I just freshened her up after that and got her ready for this.
Given how well she broke today, and Ricardo did a really good job getting her into the race, did that give you some more confidence with how she was traveling?
Yeah, she was always traveling. He just told me she had a lot of horse sitting in behind, so which was good to hear. She was blowing. I still got some improvement in her. We'll bring her back for the test now.
That was going to be my next question, so you answered it. How about some love to your other filly, though? A fine Chardonnay. She was really far back.
Yeah, proud of it. They just run her off her legs early. And but I loved her turn of foot finishing today. For a moment there, I thought she was going to pick up the other filly down the lane. She ran really good.
A very nice effort from your two charges today. We look forward to seeing Sipping Pretty in the test. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Who told a fine Chardonnay, Paul? She was lead as Justice, man.
Yeah,
that was crazy.
Congratulations, Ian. He's such a good trainer. Started off actually in the standard bred world. And he is very good at what he does. Sipping Pretty, $55. Very unlucky not to run 1-2. If you're alive in this pick six, good luck. 1, 2, 4, 5 pay out. Everybody else, if you're root against her,
you're a hater.
Ricardo Santana rode her sire, Yalpon, a grade 1 winner here at Saratoga. Was he the one being savaged? Yes, by Parisian Fire? Not him?
Firenze
Fire.
Parisian ran in the
Derby in 2008, I believe.
Mind that birds.
He was the favorite in that Derby.
Okay, just kidding.
Fire.
We go on tangents from time to time here. What we are locked in on is this pick six sequence, Jonathan, and the possibility of a 2-day pick six carryover.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually surprised that there is as many horses alive as there is. 1, 2, 4, 5, like Paul said, are alive for this pick six to be hit. Everything else, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, are paying out. And we'll show you the pick six here. The pick 5 payouts are sensational. The shortest price
My goodness.
in the pick six is $39,000. There's those pick 6 will pays right there.
5 out of 6 is a score. My goodness.
That kind of afternoon. Best of luck in the 10th and final, which you will see on Fox Sports 1. As much fun as we've had this afternoon on YouTube. 10th and final for this $50,000 maiden claimer. You may have referenced it. I'm not quite sure. Are you surprised that this many horses are actually covered going into the nightcap?
Yeah, no, I mean, look, it's a pretty tough one. You have a $55 horse. You get a couple of other double digits on a single day carryover. It is a little bit shocking, but someone had it right? 348, yeah, the 340. There's 4 horses all alive to the same payout.
I think the 2's a surprising horse, but importantly, Mike Welsh had it right in the last race with Tommy Joe. He basically said, listen, this horse has been rank in the morning, kind of stay away. Well, in the last race, he has Funky C, Funky Do working the best in the field, first time gelding.
And as you touched on, Tom, and yeah, with the upset here in the final local prep for the test in this victory ride, yeah, they're going to be coming from all directions for the grade 1 test.
Oh, yeah. They will indeed. I mean, look, if you can get a filly to run 1, 2, 3 in a grade 1 stake, she's made when she leaves the racetrack, and her value jumps dramatically. With the girls, we always need to remember that, you know, it's not only what they make on the racetrack in terms of money against their purchase price, it's about what they're worth off the track as a broodmare.
Horses in the paddock, as you can see right behind us, with lots on the line, winding down the pick 6, winding down the pick 5. 1 left, the nightcap in 19 minutes. We'll see you over on Fox Sports 1.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. A 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
It's time for the first major yearling sale of the year.
A sizzling source for success on the track, the July sale is the most underrated sale in America. July produced 2 Breeders' Cup champions in 2025, She's So Spicy and Splendora, as well as Grade 1 winner Argos. Plus, recent graded stakes winners Chip Honcho, Forged Steel, and Roja. The Fasig-Tipton July sale of selected yearlings, July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Welcome to our viewers on Fox Sports 1. Live look in that gorgeous Saratoga paddock. Horses having arrived for the 10th and final on this picture-perfect Friday afternoon with so much going on and so much to get you caught up with. A big pick 6 carryover coming in today's activity. We'll get you square with what's happening in that pick 6. So just moments ago, the Friday feature. It was the Victory Ride, fast 3-year-old fillies. This is a key prep for the most prestigious race in North America for 3-year-old filly sprinters, the Grade 1 test on Whitney Day. You'll see it from start to finish, a field of 10. Goodall, the 2-to-1 favorite at post time, the Victory Ride with the call moments ago, Frank Mirmati.
All set. And they're off in the Victory Ride. A slow start for Tommy Joe, a quick one for Mythical, as there's a battle on the front end. Goodall has sharp early foot. And on the inside, here's Iron Orchard, who wants to lead. Tessellate is fourth through the opening furlong, passed now by Sippin' Pretty. Carmel Coast has 7 lengths to make up, 3 clear of Sneaky Good, Peach Tie. Tommy Joe trying to go by that pair, and a distance to a fine Chardonnay. 22 flat for Iron Orchard, and Joel Rosario taking them into the far turn with Mythical right there in second. Goodall is 3 wide third, and Sippin' Pretty racing along the rail in fourth. Tessellate is fifth, coming to the quarter pole, has 6 to make up. Carmel Coast is next, followed by Sneaky Good and Tommy Joe. Inside of them, Peach Tie, 45 and 3. They're at the top of the stretch. A wide bid from Goodall, who storms to the front and opens up 2. Chased now by Sippin' Pretty in second. They're in the final furlong, and it's Goodall clear by 2. Sippin' Pretty, a tough customer trying to reel her in, and then a fine Chardonnay moving into third. Here's Sippin' Pretty surging to the front to win the Victory Ride. Goodall was second, a fine Chardonnay third. Sneaky Good finished fourth.
Upset in the Victory Ride, Sippin' Pretty, Ricardo Santana, 26-1. Santana's second stakes win of the meet won the Sanford with Booked. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July Selected Yearling Sale and July Selected Horses of Racing Age Sale, both on July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be? Where will Sippin' Pretty be on August 8th? The test coming up for those who performed well here. Guys, this Victory Ride going in, we were focused on Tommy Joe. We were focused on Iron Orchard. You saw the favorite, the winner of the Jersey Girl, who had to settle for a second place finish on this afternoon. But Sippin' Pretty, Jonathan, what did we learn after the Victory Ride as it relates to the Grade 1 test?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, I think the big question we had today was, are these 2-year-old big-time horses that we saw in Tommy Joe and Iron Orchard going to turn out to be what they hinted at as 2-year-olds? And I think the answer at this point, Tom, is no.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. I'll say what else we learned. Goodall, Turn It for Home, our favorite in this race, was a horse that looked like she was going to go on to win. She may have had a little trouble with the distance, and the test is 110 yards further, 16th of a mile further. It might be Goodall's undoing. So this is a wide open group, and I expect a big field in the Grade 1 test in about 4 weeks.
A lot of excuses, right?
Yeah.
Tommy Joe didn't break. The 2 hasn't run in a long time. The 7 Mythical broke through the gate before the race. So maybe you can draw a line through all that. And what happens? A big long shot wins, and the stablemate probably run the best race in 3rd from way out of it, Fine Chardonnay. It's tough to say where's Goodall at and where these other horses at, but like Tom said, a lot of horses are going to line up for the test because a lot of people probably are thinking, okay, I got a filly that can win that race.
So is it a matter of the horses expected to perform at a high level, that they disappointed? Or maybe did Sippin' Pretty, did she just step up and have the race of her career?
I'm going to sit right in the middle of the fence on this one and say it's probably a little bit of both. I think probably Sippin' Pretty took a step forward while the others didn't show up and run their best race. Like Tom said, Goodall looked like she was going to win for fun when they were turning for home, and she just didn't fire. So I think it's probably a combination of both, and I'll sit comfortably in the middle of this fence.
Yeah, well, look, I made the mistake of saying that this year's Derby was won by a great setup and a horse that picked up the pieces, and we watched just what happened with Cherie DeVoe and her champion 3-year-old, in my opinion, in the Belmont. Pace didn't matter, so I'm not about to step on that landmine again.
Golden Tempo, Derby Belmont winner. Next up, the Travers. The results following the upset. And Sippin' Pretty, $55 winner in the Grade 3 victory ride. On to bigger and better. There it is, Ricardo Santana, Ian Wilkes, the train. A Fine Chardonnay, Paul, running 3rd. She was, 10 lengths behind the last horse rounding the far turn.
Yeah, I mean, the filly by McLean's Music for Brian Hernandez and Sippin' Pretty, the 2 stablemates, they just ran well. And I think the other thing that you got to look at, you look at a lot of these horses like Tommy Joe and Iron Orchard, even Goodall, they kind of been already there. They've been like showing their best. Where Sippin' Pretty, Ian Wilkes, the kind of trainer, he's the kind of guy that eases his horses in the race. He's not the kind of guy that's going to have his 2-year-olds win first time out. When they win, they're going to come back and run. And I think Miss Sippin' Pretty will get dismissed, and she'll run a big race in the test.
We're listening right now. Track announcer Frank Grimati announcing that there is a late scratch out of the 10th and final. The first-time starter, You Hear Me Now, out of the 10th and final. You see the scenario there with the pick 6. We'll get into it in a moment, but first to Acacia in the paddock. Acacia.
Yeah, there is that late scratch, Lafitte. It was a 5-year-old first-time starter who came over, You Hear Me Now, and managed to pull both hind shoes. They tried to bring a lead pony over and have the attending blacksmith that's here in the paddock to do a shoe repair and put the shoes back on. They were not able to get them on as the horse was incredibly revved up, acting out and kicking out. And I think it was just a safety thing more than anything. And so if you do throw shoes like that after checking in with paddock judge Patrick Davis, you have the option to scratch. And so because they could not get the shoes back on, they chose to scratch, and You Hear Me Now is on his way back over to the barn. So that's what took place with the late scratch. We'll take a look at a couple of the horses that are participating, beginning with the number 4, Ink Lies for Wesley Ward, as this horse is taking a drop in class for the first time. I think in large part why we do see that favoritism, and ran a fast figure 2 starts back when finishing 2nd at Keeneland. Now that is much faster than anything else that he has run, and it also was the race that he broke the sharpest. Last time out, Jose Ortiz really asked him out of the gate, and he just had no early speed and really dropped back. It's my first time laying eyes on him, but he is a powerful, typical Wesley Ward kind of build, sprinter build, very brawny and strong. So a horse that looks like he should show some early speed, but he's definitely not the typical Wesley horse in that he has not been the best out of the gate. I do think that the break will be key for him. He looks fantastic, and Jose is back aboard now, having some some experience with him. Like I said, he asked him last time, just did not show any early foot. The number 2, Funky C, Funky Do, as Paul touched on, this horse has been working very well in the mornings, and he was one that was always a bit of a distracted type, so I think the gelding really should help him quite a bit. His sire, Maximus Mischief, doesn't have the best turf stats of about 9%, but this horse, the second dam, was actually a multiple graded stakes place on the grass. So there is some turf pedigree, and he's built like a horse that should handle the turf. The gelding has kind of lightened him up in his hind end as well. He's been training sharply, looks incredibly fit coming back here. And I don't mind him getting onto the turf at all. Slacker pasterns on him as well. So I'm very optimistic about the surface switch, as his only turf trial feat was going longer.
Funky C, Funky Do at 5-1. To carry or not to carry. The pick 6 carryover numbers 1, 2, 4, 5 are covered and pay out. 6, 7, 8, or 9 would result in a 2-day pick 6 carryover. The nightcap in 7 minutes.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Exciting afternoon to be firing away on that Naira Bets account. As always, Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Get your Zen on. Congress Park, white knuckling for some. With this pick 6 winding down here. Post parade, you saw 2 ducks a contender, 4-1. Tyler Gaffley on Funky C, Funky Do.
Yeah, look, you know, we're talking about a horse going to the grass with one start on it, didn't do any good. The siblings didn't do any good. These kinds of races, you want family that shows grass ability. Inkly's the favorite. More on him in a moment. Another contender, 22 Black.
Yeah, we saw 26 Black win the other day for all you roulette fans at home.
Pack. Bourbon Hangover, who sounds like a standardbred.
Guilty. I went to Noah's last night. Sorry, Jonathan. I had one too many Manhattans.
Relative risk. Wellspring Stable, first-time starter.
Yeah, first-time starter. Not taking much money, 19-1.
Rare Eclipse debuted here last summer, now with Kerry Bryan.
Yeah, this horse is not without a chance. This is one of our carryover type horses. I think the 8 has a real chance here.
And nod to Tran, 5th straight race at the level.
Yeah, 5th straight race, but at the level, but has been big prices. 27-1, 57-1, 40-1. The problem today is, horse is still a big price.
22-1 outsider. One last time on this Friday afternoon. 10th and final in at 3 minutes. Another look at the favorite, Ink Lies, 2 starts back mid-April. Keeneland, much tougher competition. Tom Ink Lies shoots his shot, but no match for a nice gelding in Rose Ruler.
Yeah, look, sharp from the gate that day, just second best. You know, clear enough from the horses behind her to feel like this is a horse that's going to break its maiden one time. Only probably, you know, with how many starts? Just 2 this year. A horse that's a likely favorite in this spot, and the money is showing that way at 8-5.
Folly to be ridden by Jose Ortiz, locked in 3 wins thus far on the afternoon, Ink Lies.
Yeah, and Wesley Ward owns this one as well. You know, Wesley kind of just wins these type of races. They're the 5.5 furlongs on the turf. This horse is dropping from the maiden special weight to maiden 55, so is it just easy as going to the front end? I don't know. I mean, you get Wesley, you get Jose Ortiz, you're expecting 8-5.
And you get the drop in class, as you mentioned, which I think is important.
Key.
Yeah, I don't know. That replay just didn't show it tough. By the way, the 6 Bourbon Hangover, I've had many of hangovers with that owner, Mr. Joe Irace.
Y'all know we're not on YouTube anymore, right?
Yeah, former councilman of Oceanport. I know he's watching it from Monmouth Park. The New Jersey bred here, who actually ran better than Look last time out the 6.
To Acacia trackside.
As we'll take a look at a couple of the players here, beginning with the number 5, 22 Black, who gets back onto the turf. It's funny, I remember when this horse came into the paddock last time during the Belmont at the Big A meet, and I had liked him that day. Jimmy Jerkins, who assists Kenny McPeak and oversees the Belmont division and trains the horses there in New York, said, my guy can be a bit studdish. I've got to keep him away from the rest of the field. And clearly they've been working with him, because he ran very well that day, and he acted very well this afternoon. He got a little bit vocal, but that was mainly responding to the first-time starter, 7 Relative Risk, who was a bit green. But all in all, 22 Black, I think mentally has come along quite a bit. I think his last effort with the addition of blinkers as well, and a pretty sizable blinker cup that did go on him, is a sign that he is trending in the right direction. I have no problems with him going back to the turf, and given how he is quite sharp, the 5, I think he should handle sprinting. The number 1, 2 Ducks, a player. He's one of those horses that's just been kind of knocking at the door, and last time out looked like one of the main contenders. Broke running. Linda Rice Hafu, who's getting onto the turf, was just much the best in that race. But this is a horse that has continued to strengthen and develop and come on, and while he has already had 10 chances, he has only recently run 3 times on the turf, and all of those have been a pretty strong effort. He's a horse that continues to do well, and I would imagine should be one that will be right there, especially with his tactical speed. Wanted to touch on the 8 Rare Eclipse. I agree with Tom. He's an overlay and a horse that I think is very interesting getting back to the turf. I know that his turf sprint race back in February is much slower maybe than some of the others in here, but going 5 furlongs, he was bumped at the start, he was off the pace, and he was running on really well late, going the 5/8 down at Gulfstream. He's a horse that I think suits much better to this 5.5 furlongs, a little bit of a more fair type of turf sprint here in New York, Lafitte.
These turf sprinters, Acacia, at the gate. Everyone on the same page. This one, Jonathan, for you, typically these races, speed of the speed. What are we looking for early?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're alive in this pick 6, or if you're rooting for a carryover, I think you want whatever you're interested in to be forwardly placed. Closers need everything to go their way. They can win turf sprints, but they need everything to go their way.
Moving forward. Again, it's numbers 1, 2, 4, 5. Payout for the pick 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we're talking about a 2-day pick 6 carryover on Saturday. One final time, Frank Miramati with the call of the nightcap live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 1.
Nod to Tran is the last one to move in. They're in the gate. There's a little movement on the inside. And they're off. And Bourbon Hangover is the first one out of the gate. Two Ducks has some early interest, but they're lining up across the course, including Rare Eclipse, who now puts that head into the second spot, running toward the half-mile pole. Funky C, Funky Do was in a tad tight and is now racing a joint third on the outside of Two Ducks. Just in behind them comes 22 Black, 5 off the pace in fifth. Ink lies next. Relative Risk, who was off slowly, second to last, and Nod to Tran is at the back of the field. 22-1 for the opening quarter. It's Bourbon Hangover pushed along to hold that lead narrowly. Three wide Funky C, Funky Do. Rare Eclipse is racing in between those two. A seam comes for Two Ducks, who's coming with a menacing bid now with 1 furlong to go. Two Ducks is the new leader. 22 Black is rallying into second. On the far outside, Ink Lies and Relative Risk, but Two Ducks is home free. Two Ducks and Tyler Gaffleone win by 4, and it could have been more. 22 Black was second, Ink Lies third, Relative Risk finished fourth.
And after all that very chalky result in the 10th and final, Two Ducks here running up the score. Daylight winner and graduates in his 11th career start.
Two Ducks wins the race. 22 Black runs second. If I'm not mistaken, Two Ducks in poker is 2 twos, isn't it?
Yeah, Two Ducks. Yes.
A pair of twos?
Yeah,
Two
pair
Ducks?
of twos, yeah.
Look at this, 22-22. Somebody scored out.
Oh, yeah.
That's 4 of a kind where I come from.
71,000 for the pick 5. 348,000.
Wow.
For the pick 6.
Jonathan, you talked about having to come from off the pace in the turf and how difficult it is. And our favorite at 6-5, Ink Lies, 4, did just that. You're watching her at the top of the screen in the yellow saddle towel. She's going to come into here, and I think she ends up running third, but she was just too far back early to make an impact.
And Two Ducks got the absolute perfect trip in a turf sprint. Forward in the pocket, right in behind the leaders. You go around one horse when you turn for home. You can't get a better trip than what Tyler just gave this horse.
Chalky, as in the 3 shortest prices, ran 1, 2, 3. Two Ducks, though, the third choice over 22 Black. Ink Lies, the 6-5 favorite, having to settle for third. Winning like that in a turf sprint. That in a 2-turn grass race, that's like winning by nearly double digits.
Absolutely. It's so short, which is one of the reasons why I prefer horses that are forward. There's no opportunity for mistake. And when you can win by open lengths in a turf sprint, it says something about the performance you just had.
Look, it's hard to win at Saratoga. I don't care what the field is. But when you reflect on this race and Two Ducks' dominant victory, you just can't walk away and think that there was much behind this horse in this particular
Yeah, I'm with you, 100%. And the 4 Ink Lies, you know, Wesley Ward wins so many of his races at the gate. He lost the race at the gate.
Trained by Carlos Martin, by Mendelssohn, Two Ducks, Tyler Gaffleone, and he was involved in that opening day fall in the Wild Applause, and bounced right back. Rode a winner the following day, Tom, and Tyler Gaffleone, you know, make no mistake, like one of the best riders in the country.
Look, he dominated the Churchill Downs standings until the Ortiz brothers decided to move their tack there. And, you know, everybody took a haircut in their income when they did that, trust me.
We got an objection here. I think it's at the gate here.
Involving the 2nd and 3rd
yes.
place finishers. Thanks, Paul. 1-5-4-7 for now to Acacia in the winner's circle.
Well, I have an incredibly excited winner's circle here. The objection not involving your unofficial winner, Tina and Mike DePaula, as well as several other excited owners. But Tina, you just told me you've been waiting for this win.
For over 20 years. For over 20 years. It's been unbelievable. Unbelievable. The managing partner, Tom Qualtier, unfortunately is not here. He's in Calgary. And he's going to be terribly sorry he missed this, and we're going to remind him how wonderful it was. But hopefully it's the first of many this meet.
Yeah, how special, Mike, and to see a horse that's been knocking on the door get the job done.
About time, that's all. About time he got it done. Always a bridesmaid.
How special is it to win at Saratoga?
Unbelievable, unbelievable. It's been so hard. We've been always the bridesmaids. 2nd place, 3rd place.
I don't want you to miss the picture, so go ahead and get your picture taken. They've been waiting for this one, Lafitte.
They're not going to miss a thing. They're not going to miss a thing. Just a $35,000 maiden claim. And this isn't a graded stakes race, and you can sense just the excitement, the enthusiasm of winning a race here
It's
at Saratoga.
Saratoga.
Yeah.
explanation point.
Exactly.
It's special.
1-5-4-7. Oh, hey there. Awaiting the decision. The stewards are looking at the start of the race. We should have a decision. It didn't look like much at first glance. No question about the winner. 2 Ducks by daylight in the 10th and final. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Can wait no more. 3/4, 111-3. Lion Lake attack and fits right. Angles out for the drive behind them. Kind of a stubborn Lion Lake.
Charlatan is the leading second crop sire by stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and graded stakes horses.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland Sale, you got to be here.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
Has opened up a 5-length advantage. So 1-horse race.
National Treasure, the key to quality.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2026 season proudly features a low player-friendly 15% takeout on all daily doubles and pick threes. Play our new $3 late pick three and $5 late double. First race 2 p.m. Fridays, 12:50 p.m. weekends. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome back. Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Just in time, numbers stopped flashing, no change, 1-5-4-7. What was being adjudicated, Paul?
Well, you look in the middle of the racetrack. Watch, they're going to spread open. The horse that's in the middle is the 5. Now watch Jose Ortiz on the 4. He's going to come over right here. The 4 pulls up, so Jose took a shot. But at the end of the day, if you allow that happen, you're basically saying, you know what, you broke slow, so good for breaking slow. We'll give you a free ride. I mean,
yeah,
that's
look,
basically what happened.
I mean, that's a question of not having enough horse to be in the right spot. Everybody's going to move over out of the gate. You're going to watch how it works here. You want to save ground before you get to the turn. Shortest trip home is against the rail. And Jose doesn't have enough horse to be in there. That's all there is to it.
True or false, Tom? That start there looks like just about
everything,
every other start in every other race at every track across America.
The thing that you have there, if you watch that, the 6 horse carries the 5 over. What is Christopher Elliott supposed to do? Pull his horse?
Yeah.
I mean, like,
I will say this: our stewards have been very gracious with their time and being forthcoming with their decisions. The segment they do with Andy Serling,
I like that a lot.
I know that there wasn't a DQ here today. There wasn't one yesterday, but this is 2 times now they've looked at the start. I'm going to send Andy a message, hoping next time that they do sit down, they can ask them to, like, is there a new initiative now? We're going to be looking at the start a little bit more often.
But in fairness, this was an objection. An objection means that the jockey is claiming foul, not the stewards. The stewards would be an inquiry. So they weren't looking at this until Jose Ortiz called on the phone from downstairs when he got off his horse and said, hey, I was interfered with. Their job is to look at that and see what it is. So this time it wasn't the stewards that initiated it, but gosh, they sure took a long time to make a decision. That surprised me.
The same thing after the last race yesterday, Jonathan?
It wasn't the last. I think it was the one
late
where,
in the day, though.
Yeah, where Cantor Mossi and Manny Franco won.
Right.
The two beat the 9,
horse in the,
Silver State or whatever. Yeah, I mean, with the drone shot that you have, you got to use it, right? So when they come out of the gate, they're going to use it. We got it's kind of something we haven't had for a long time, because it seems like a lot of jockeys will tell you they can get a little advantage out of the gate or around the turn. I think the stewards are saying, no more of that anymore with the overhead shot.
With a fine-tooth comb, And it is now official. We have the results in following that easy win. 2 ducks, $9 and change, 22 black. Christopher Elliott. Ink lies in the favorite third, a 1-5-4 in that pick 6 in the end here. Wow, 348,000 plus. Congratulations if you're able to wire those together.
Whew. My goodness.
Wow.
Some good stuff right there. Thanks to all the bettors, too. Almost 500,000, 488,000 in the pool.
That's the story with the pick 6. The other.
I participated.
So did I.
The feature, the victory ride. And this prep for the grade 1 test, sipping pretty in the end. And Ricardo Santana, second stakes win of the meet, but a big upset at 26-1.
Yeah, huge upset. But like we talked about, I think some of the main players, or at least prior to the race, those main players didn't necessarily show up. And Sippin' Pretty did. Ricardo gave the horse an outstanding ride. And to Tom's point earlier, the test is going to be a full field, I would imagine.
I think so. I really do. I mean, look, we talked about it earlier, but if you can win a grade 1 stake, which the test is, you're made off the racetrack as a broodmare. So there could be a lot of girls out there that want to try to run 1, 2, 3 in that race.
That'll be on the undercard of the Whitney on the 8th of August on Fox. The Whitney coming together as one of the very best Whitneys we've seen in recent memory. A Fox Saratoga Saturday that gets started a week from tomorrow. Thanks so much for joining us here on Fox Sports 1. There it is, another look, sipping pretty. The upset, Ricardo Santana in the victory ride. The test next, we'll see. Right back at it tomorrow. Pair of stakes races, the Caress female turf sprinters in our time. Disappointed in the Intercontinental. Before that, winner of the Giants Causeway. Then we go bowling. Fort George U.S. debut, the favorite in the Bowling Green. Have a great night, everyone.